Got to detox. Right, I'm multitasking now. Still no sound. I can't hear a bloody thing. There's a delay in hacking. Okay, you're hacking that one. And ready for educateyourself.org. Get your head out the sand and educate yourself. You can't go on holiday because they're blocking all the ports. It's chaos in England. All that planning. And people think, oh, I can't be bothered with the flights, so they took to the roads and there's blockages. Poor kids and families. They're real kids or their families. Sorry, you know me. Sorry, I hear my phone. You wouldn't even believe what I've been seeing. I wish I didn't know what I know. I wish I could go back to sleep. Sorry, what are you up to? I'm multitasking. Come on. Pop the magic dragon, deep I see. Shall I do it? Shall I try and sing? Pop the magic dragon, live I see. The magic dragon. Or shall I sing? Country roads take me home to the place I belong. West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take me home. A country roads, I hear her voice in the morning as she calls me. Radio reminds me of your home far away. Driving down that road, I get a feeling that I should have been home long ago, long ago. Oh, country roads, take me home to the place, oh, I belong. West Virginia, Mountain Mama, oh, take me home, our country roads. I think a lot of these people will be going home that are stuck on traffic. Oh, it is year 2030. No, really it's 2020, but it will feel like 2030. We're living in a futuristic type world any day soon, and we're getting a mass ejection. Oh my gosh, C2 or C3, the frequencies of the corona mass, oh, the holes in the sun, the plasma hitting Earth now. Oh, well, in England point of view it's now. I felt it really bad yesterday evening, all day today, and now still. And now they've got the 5G technology and that frequency band level. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. So, certain personal things I needed to do. But the thing is, I only went out to bloody well get this refund or a new top-up voucher, and they wouldn't do it. So, of course, the neuro monitoring, oh, I forked out another bloody 15 quid. But it's just numbers on computer at the end of the day. Well, the wheelchair wasn't, I mean, the gentleman did his best. But they're very perpetrate on this wheelchair company, right? Well, it's a company that meant to have this contract to do the job right, which still isn't done properly. So the longer term is the bigger picture of my situation is just, it's just not worth talking about. It's really not worth talking about. Anyway, I'm seeing today a woman, very slender, with 3 children, same age group. They weren't her children. There was no love. There was no attention. There's no natural mother. These Milo Labs program, NK, which are this demonic program, uses, and they can actually now develop embryos in dishes, right? Make babies, you know, technology underground dumps. It sounds far-fetched, but the technology's there. They grow into certain. Sometimes they insert mothers, insert women to be the carriers of these babies, and then give birth to them. So they're like, this demonic dark side of life exists, and they use just a surrogate baby carriers. Some of them don't always have to do that. And then these experiments, the cloning, these kind of black op programs. Oh my gosh, it's so sick. It's so sick. So everyday stuff, people surely are part of this cultist practices, whatever title, whatever word wants to describe what the demonic life is going on. So you're either a drug dealer, a big time, this is part of a gang, controlled, because it's hierarchy. They're well organised, well trained. So the very big perpetrator, he doesn't deserve to be on holiday. After what he's put me through all my life, well, especially since I moved here. But what they've had to do to sell their souls, to sacrifice, and I won't go into specifics, what they've done. Because there's people can do that. You see, you need to follow the Good Shepherd. They're blocking internet access, blocking people coming in. Blocking people coming in. So, do you want it the year 2030 or do you want the year 2050? I've got to get something to eat. Oh, I'm starving hungry. Keep blocking me. This is a Freemason. This is Masonic. From 1950s. You see the contacts I had years ago. Cam's not going to purpose. I've known about the Sonic Freemasonry. This is I was given the apron of the look from an ex-friend of mine. His father was in the Freemasonry and I was given the little badge they wore from the 1950s. I wish I kept it now. I mean, I've got it somewhere, but I don't know where to put it. So when I moved years ago, I put it somewhere, I'm sure it's somewhere. But the suitcase was 1950s. I wish I kept that and all. But of course, I had so much stuff on the old house, so I don't know what happened to a lot of stuff. But I know a lot about Freemasonry. I've married to one. Oh, he wasn't a very pleasant character. Nice, violent man. Not so maybe Mason as a violent man. But he was homeless. like businessman.
That's why they don't work out.
Yeah.
That's funny.
And I tried to sit my foot in it. And take off and put something.
They can't touch me because I already set up my house.
And how did I get involved into these, cheers in my life? I'm very efficient in making sure I pay what I'm paid for.
I'm sure we're on camera. It's cool to change all the things that they work up with. It's kind of funny. Like because the spirit has been around.
I still didn't get my electric.
It's a marine spirit.
Yeah.
It's like when you want to get married, but you can't. Like, nobody wants to. But
also, cost of living and all this, so
some men too, they're supposed to
come from things. So what time did I can't even remember what time I left here. I think it's 5 o'clock. So 10:30. Just need to take work as tomorrow. Says I am not going to do anything that's really right. Correct number 7. There's 3 men in there.
Okay.
I've got in my
and they'll come out today.
A couple of things, personal things. But China, yeah, having vulnerable life in his life. Yeah, it's happening on Saturday tonight. Very old for doing this.
I know exactly where the name was going to.
It's a Sabbath day now.
We have a forest around the corner. I'm getting some Monday one. Or some plants.
Oh, okay.
I don't think it's down to that one. Does the water and plants and all that from the house. She's up to. She's like, you're calling for the door and get pregnant. She's doing rituals with food. Order one. It's crazy. The guy walked up already with one of the booty beans.
Yeah, so basically they want to digitalize the borders. You know. Oh, that film I've got to rewatch. Somewhere distant.
So Cecil saying probably a weed or something. Oh, the damn red car. Oh, wait. It's funny because they need this weekend talking about us. We can do well. And we can. You know what I mean? I'll do this shit for fun. That's so true. And then girl sometimes. should stand there. Yes. Animal noise let them. Like I do with the guys. They come here, they just stand at the corner. And they can't come on. I refuse to let them. So, approximately, it's Friday. Yeah. Well, Saturday.
You keep off my phone, are you? Better have it completely now.
Someone made one of the bombs. It's really easy one. It's a hot one of the plant name. Unless you need a bump ground. Yeah. Tell me, switch it off. Plants. I mean that, but switches. Someone give us a gift. Pray over it. You get this one.
I got the same
You apologize. You know, could accept an apology to give them, but still pre-order the gifts they give. Very strange. Next. Yeah, I guess I don't have that much business, so it's not really doing much. Same time as in here. And then you do have it, right? So you always spike on the house. What's happening over there? Very crazy. It's going nuts. I don't even know so much about us people didn't do anything. That makes sense. We can't think about them, but they know everything about us. So one thing they know everything about us. They don't shit. They just know something that somebody we know who used to know told them, which is lies. The liars so they believe it. In a couple more minutes. Usually somebody.
Oh, Lord.
Nice. Smoke trails. Somebody was burning. I'm not sure if it's electricity in the house. Breakers needs to be replaced, so ultimately, should I break it down? Well, it's 2 months. I don't know what they're doing. That's us.
Major issues at FedEx. Let's talk about it. So our supply chain, the global supply chain, has been under attack for years now. Okay, how many disruptions and things have we seen that are affecting it, slowing it down, bringing it to a halt? Right, and now it's getting to your doorstep. Okay, now it's not even just like, oh, over in China, we're over in the seas, or the ports, or the warehouse, or the facility in your town. Now it's getting right to you. Now the deliveries that go to your doorstep are being affected as well. So this affects everyone. Right? So we'll get to that in just a second, but let's talk about this. The truckers are shutting down the port of Oakland. All right, this is huge. This is major news. This is also going to affect the supply chain. All right, and look, I get their frustrations, but at the same time, it's just I always have to wonder with stuff like this, with these massive things. I don't think the people, the individuals going there, but is this organized by somebody? Is this like a false flag or something to make the supply chain issues even worse? Because I think it said like 70,000 truckers are there or heading there. So how many people is that taking off the road? How many trucks? And then also shutting down this port. Shippers are avoiding the port of Oakland. It's just shut down right now because nobody can get in or out. So why would you bring your ship there and just get stuck there in another line of ships? And it's going to take a while.
Port dump being held up in.
Tens of thousands of trucks, massive trucks. It would take days just for them to clear out if they started right now. Just for them all to turn around and find space and get out of there. It's going to be a disaster.
The holding
So,
back shipment
shout out
on
to the
deliberately.
truckers. We love the truckers here, but I also just wonder sometimes, like, what's going on? Is this just plans to make things worse? I have no idea. I'm just throwing ideas out there. But we love our truckers. I get their frustration. And if the trucks aren't moving, you're not getting your stuff, all right? And now it's not just owner-operator truckers. It's FedEx drivers, too, are having major issues right now. So I did some digging on a FedEx forum for FedEx workers, and the stuff that they were saying is insane. Alright, so stick with me. We're just going to hit a few of these things that people are saying. This is crazy. So just to start off, this was 28 days ago. They said, hiring freeze? Has anyone else's district been put on a hiring freeze and viciously cut overtime hours? Wondering if this is a sign of the company preparing for the recession. This is what the owned workers workers at FedEx are saying on this forum. So they're saying they think the company's preparing for a recession because they have a hiring freeze, and they're also cutting all their overtime. And here's another person. They said, I want to quit ground so beeping bad. Alright, and then they showed a picture of their truck in the back and how it's stuffed. And I was seeing people, they're doing hundreds of deliveries a day. 2, 3, sometimes 400 deliveries in a day. I don't even know how that's possible. Right? I saw tons of 2 and 300. I saw one guy post 400 deliveries. I don't even know, like, that's, like, how these, I can't even process that many deliveries. That's insane. And this guy says he wants to quit. And then there was multiple people in the comments backing him up too. They said it's definitely getting worse. Now you add people quitting, and it's terrible. These are real people that work at FedEx. This guy said it's the effing worst. Last year I was forced to keep working 6 days past peak season, ending for months because they were short-staffed. I kept asking for 2 days off, and they just kept saying they couldn't get it. I had multiple breakdowns. So these people are being burned out. They're being pushed to the edge, working 12.
The crazy loophole where you just do 4 hours and it generates a new income stream that keeps paying you forevermore. How good does that sound? Well, the thing about most ways to make money online are that you have to do lots and lots of work, but there's only one of you. So when I came across a strategy where I could do 4 hours of work once, and then that work paid off again and again and again, I didn't ever have to redo that work, but I kept being able to make more sales, then I knew I was onto a winner. And this is a strategy I've been developing over the last year or two. It's selling digital assets. And I'm not going to go in this short little video into exactly what it's all about, but I would love you to come and join me for some free training where I
14. People are saying they show up at houses at 10 o'clock at night, you know, to just get their last deliveries in. They're working all day and night, some of these people. And multiple people backing up saying it's mentally exhausting, and they've got to the point where they want to have a breakdown too. So these are the workers on the front line of FedEx telling you this stuff. This is the stuff they want to tell you when they show up to your door. They just have to post it in forums, so they can just talk to other people and like get it out in bed, because they're being pushed to the limits, right? And he also said, I've been in extreme physical pain for 3 days now, and I'm too afraid to call out and take time to rest because I can't afford to. We are super short-staffed, and I don't think there's anyone to run my route if I call off. I don't get sick days. F ground, F working for a contractor. I've been looking for a new job for a year now, and I'm trying to pay even above what I get paid here. I get paid per stop. So that's why a lot of them want to do so many stops, because they do get paid per stop, and they also have quotas where it's like you have to do at least 100 though, or 200 though. So this is the big news coming out of corporate. It says FedEx ground to drop Sunday deliveries in certain markets. So FedEx is going to stop delivering packages in certain places with lower
Because they want to go AI.
And this is a huge red flag. This is a huge sign
Going to use
of what's to
drones.
come. And the letter also goes on to say, Patton's letter made clear that many contractors are struggling to stay alive amid dramatically rising costs and the inherently low margins of delivering an increasing portion of cheaply priced e-commerce shipments from one residence to the next. So the boom in e-commerce, the boom in all this e-shipping the past few years has started to shift on these companies, and now we're also entering a recession, and all these increased fuel costs, all these input costs are also increasing. And it said contractors are struggling to stay alive. Right? Contractors who incur significant capital expense in purchasing delivery territories in the hopes of making them profitable and eventually selling them out at a healthy profit are seeing those opportunities evaporate. So nobody's gonna be a contractor, and the contractors are the ones that hire the people that work. So there's contractors, and then they have like hundreds of drivers or employees. under their umbrella for that region. So they buy out certain regions to service for FedEx, and then they have their employees, but they are not able to even make money. So who's going to do this? Who's going to get into this business? New people are not going to get in, and people that are already in are going to get out. And this is going to cause huge shipping disruptions. And if FedEx goes down, that's an iconic shipping brand. There's only a few other shipping brands in the United States. So that's like one of the big ones. That's like Walmart going down or Costco going down. So this is serious, guys. They are struggling. They can't make enough money, so they're stopping Sunday deliveries too. They're trying to see if this will increase their margins at all. Because the way they're operating, it's not working. They're losing money. They're going to get out of business, and it's just going to compound the supply chain crisis even worse. So thank you guys so much for watching. You guys are a blessing. Super blessed to have you as my viewer. Every view counts, guys. I love you guys. You have a big, blessed, beautiful day. Thank you.
Did you know that there is a natural way to regrow teeth and gums that only 3% of the population even knows about? Scientists at the National Institute of Dental Research have invented a powerful sour liquid that can regrow teeth and gums almost overnight. How is this possible? This liquid contains microscopic healing ingredients that reach deep inside the gum pockets and in between your teeth, something not possible until now. This method is 10 times more effective than any existing solution and means you'll never have to step foot into a dentist office ever again, as this method can easily be done from home. The crazy part.
Start hacking then.
Hopefully you have no issue with my stream and my audio. Let me know in the comments if you do. And also be sure to share the link around. We are just about to get started. Best way to get across. Okay. All right, more about the Jesuits working with the trafficking victim in the United States. In the heart of Silicon Valley lies Santa Clara University, a comprehensive Jesuit university founded in 1851, Society of Jesus. According to David Icke, Jesuits do not believe in Christianity. That is just a front. They are a part of a Babylonian brotherhood who support mind control programs like Project Monarch and MK Ultra, which he has many examples of in his books. The president of the Jesuit Conference is also the religious superior of Santa Clara University, and many politicians have graduated from here, like Governor Gavin Newsom did. He just appointed 4 Superior Court judges to Riverside County, California. These will be the ones in charge of the lawsuit that the neglected foster care system children are filing against Riverside County that we discussed in yesterday's video, which I'll link above. Governor Newsom did them. He appointed them on the first day of the fiscal year for the Leo A. Deegan American Court. This is an organization of attorneys founded after a Jesuit, Leo A. Deegan, in Riverside County. Leo A. Deegan presided over the Chowchilla bus kidnapping trial, the largest kidnapping in American history, where a school bus filled with kids was kidnapped. And Mr. Deegan here gave the kidnappers the ability to get out of jail. So, I don't know, do you believe that the Jesuit organization Newsom appointed will prosecute their coworkers that have been found guilty of failing the foster kids of Riverside County? Post in the comments. 3 months ago, a bunch of farms in North Carolina were found guilty under the Trafficking Victims Protection Reauthorization Act, turning migrants into indentured servants. The lead of North Carolina Farm Worker Unit, who was working with these trafficked victims, are Jesuits. Here we have Ted Penton, who's the Secretary of Defense of America, and he worked with the Jesuit Volunteer Corps, and through this organization is how he found out about Jesuits. He worked with the Legal Aid of North Carolina Farm Worker Unit from his bio here. And here is one of the farms that was found guilty for trafficking children. And just trafficking. They were found guilty for trafficking. They were at a Boys and Girls Club event here in 2019. We just learned that the CEO of that foster care group was found dead. Anyway. Okay. More breaking news. Coming out today, a Hyundai plant in Alabama is caught trafficking multiple underage workers. Children found at the plant have been reported abducted. And they were found there. This comes days after the news of the secret flights of migrant children going in Alabama. And the GOP, John Wall, says that it will be extremely concerning if the Department of Homeland Security is conducting these secret flights to Alabama. They're noticing E-red patterns.
These are Nephilim, reptilian shapeshifter demons.
There's a lot going on in Alabama.
They're not just in America as well.
Santa Clara University Jesuit grads caught up in large-scale government child neglect scandals include Jeanette Napolitano. We've covered on this channel. President of the University of California. She allowed abuse by the school gynecologist to go on for decades. David Icke's research brought him to the understanding that Jesuits are based on the same structure as the Templars with the same goal.
Yeah.
The Jesuits and the Knights of Malta are esoteric secret societies which hoard and use the secret knowledge. This secret knowledge while outwardly claiming to be Roman Catholic and Christian.
Exactly.
The Vatican, the Pope position.
The Templars.
They like to control both sides of the story.
That's right.
So, for example, the whole esoteric underground of the church, which they condemn, they control that underground as well as the top part that condemns them. So they do the opposite
Knights
in
Templar.
secrecy of everything that they say.
Knights of
They
Malta.
say the underground is bad, they control it. Another example of that, we're also finding out today. We did a video on how Biden administration is working with the super cartel of the oil of the world called OPEC Plus.
There's nothing new.
Finding out also, it's a pipeline that the European Union is using to give Russia 10% of the proceeds. We're also finding that Putin just had a phone call with the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, I knew about the deal.
And focusing on the needs of furthering coordination with OPEC Plus. So Putin is now also working with OPEC Plus, just like the rest of them.
It's all
They're
about
not cutting off funds whatsoever in which way at all to Russia.
Exactly.
Your daily debunk of the fake Russian propaganda. Okay, so regarding the secret knowledge that the Jesuits are hoarding the public, there's been a lot of discussion about the med beds. When are the med beds going to come out?
Yeah, advanced technology is already
Here we
out.
have a former member of John of God's team explaining their largely untalked about med bed technology to heal ailments. Cassidy.net, the Jesuit John of God organization that had these crystal healing beds, and this technology was talked about at a conference in Florida.
It's years old, this
All these
technology.
crystals are actually coming from one big block of the same quartz crystal in Brazil. And this is a Vogel-shaped crystal. And John Vogel, named after John Vogel, who was actually a research scientist for IBM.
Okay, that is a lot to take in right there. Just sit and think about it. The crystals come from Brazil, where John of God was, and the technology of creating the design on the crystal, the Vogel, comes from IBM executive. It's Jesuit technology.
For 27 years, he was experimenting with different shapes and different types of crystals to find out which ones and which shapes would produce the highest level of energy and frequency. And as you may know, crystals of all kinds have an energy and a frequency all their own. But when they are manufactured and honed into different shapes and different types of crystals, the energy frequency can actually be increased. So in each one of these sockets, representing each one of the 7 chakras, there is a crystal that is shaped like this called the Vogel crystal. And it sits in the socket like this. This is considered the female end of the crystal. And when the light and the color come through this end of the crystal, the frequency is heightened, and the frequency travels down through the crystal to the smaller end of it, and it picks up frequency and it picks up speed, so that by the time it gets down to the point, the intensity of that energy that's coming through there actually enters the chakra. When you put them on the table, we line these up so that they're in line with each of your major 7 chakras. So the energy goes into that chakra. And the purpose, of course, is to completely balance and to bring about a state of peace. Now, this system can't do this by itself, so we have to have the recipient have, of course, an open mind and an open heart. And what we ask people to do is to set an intention for a healing when they lie down on the bed. The intention could be something mental, emotional, spiritual, or physical. And whatever people receive is what they were meant to get from the healing. People can experience different things on the crystal bed. Sometimes you will feel sensations, perhaps.
All right, so I'll put links to all of these beneath this video, posted to my Rumble. I like to say all of my sources. And post it in the comments section below.
Go and check out this
Also,
channel.
don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you have not already. Don't forget to become a member either on the YouTube or on the Patreon. We post exclusive.
So, still human in Australia likes to gaslight other target individuals and slander them to other people. Wayne in Australia is drunk. Drunk. He likes to go in Discord. He likes to slander innocent disabled people. Making connections and stalk. Right. Oh look, he's Wayne. Trauma-based mind survivor from Melbourne, Australia. What are you doing going Newcastle then, Wayne? What you doing going stalking people? What you doing slandering people? What you doing certain things I found out what you've been doing too. You've been going on Discord and getting everybody to go onto your chat and disrespecting right. Can't hear it because its sound has gone down. So let's see who went into this last Saturday. Coming in and chat, please. So let's have a look. Oh, he didn't. He deletes it, does he? He slanders people and deletes it. Look what he does. He uploads things to make him look legit. Right? When do you see him evidence of people and actually his own living evidence? Not just talking, you know, showing you physical evidence that he has a house break-ins, he has something to do with gang stalking. Right? He obviously must be paying for the service to download and upload videos. Look. Yeah. He takes information of other sources I'm aware of too. Right? But you never... Oh look. He has to seem legit by Freemasons space. So let's see if you can see if he's got any other people's channels on. No. Wonder why that is, Wayne. He's taking an image of a thing I have. But anyway, each to their own. So he's got comedy, live streams. Let's have a look at his playlist on live stream, shall we? When he used to just chat on live stream to get people in to his chat. Yeah, people I used to... And, lost you. You tell me how he doesn't... When I went on his chat before, I said, Wayne, how come you're not getting that into your... Now he started playing computer games. How he's not... Unfortunately, his lovely two birds passed. But you don't really know why. Oh, he gave up his job. He knows his way around computers.
Hey! Hello, hello.
Let's see, go into his chat. No, none of his chats is. Oh, look. Previous.
The worst thing I have, like, I took the heart of that out of my
Individuals weren't true.
out of the neural level, and I can sort of put that in.
Just because you put yourself on camera and talk about things don't prove nothing. Right? It's very much, I'm hearing other stuff, that he's got family connections in certain parts of Australia where he doesn't live. And there's certain things I've found out about him. So, he's gone and pulled people that used to be on my chat last year, pulled me other channels, but took it down. And I've been censored ever since. So, you tell me what target individual out there that doesn't get this. But anyway, that's him.
Burger King, Nissan, they all.
I'll go back. So, since there's a liveness, obviously he deletes it. Who knows? Who cares? Not when he disrespects an individual I'm aware of. As you can see, the hacking into my network still. What's the time? She's playing on this great big TV with the internet on it. So, it's not working. So you tell me in Australia how you could afford your own house, pay your bills, and you're not working in Australia, in this area. I know certain things by a certain individual that knows full well what it's like struggling. Yeah? And he's got a car, so how does he pay for insurance? For his car, for his petrol, and it's not working. Makes you wonder what he does in a day when he is not asleep. So, and then he goes on. I said, stop effing hacking, go and do one. Wayne Morris. AA Key still here. We're gonna put something on there. Let's have a look.
Okay, crash is fucking go. Fast now. Straight into it. Oh, you know, man. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, shit. All right, you know, man.
Well, very good evening, and thanks for clicking on to the Friday edition of Hogan's European Outlook. We're rattling through July, and we are only days away from approaching the final month of summer. Just incredibly quickly, the time has went, and today we're going to look at the prospect of through the remainder of July and on into early August. Now, in the next few days, I will release an August forecast, and unfortunately for me, that August forecast may in fact be quite different to what I originally had in the overall summer forecast, and even thoughts during the first half of summer. We may see some alterations on thinking regarding the outcome and what may happen. And it's based a lot on what may happen with Manjulian oscillation, which I believe was a big player in terms of the heat, the record-breaking heat in recent days. And of course, we're starting to see that changeable theme kick back in again. Low pressure to the north, high pressure to the south. There's a kind of pull back and forward between low pressure and high pressure. Over the next few days, we're going to see an approach of low pressure off the Atlantic, and then we're going to see high pressure building off the Atlantic. go towards the final days of July. But the Man-Julian Oscillation, I believe, like I say, has been a big player. We've seen rotate through the Indian Ocean and the western coast of the Pacific Basin, so therefore enhanced thunderstorm activity western and central coast of the Pacific. That led downstream to large-scale sinking, downward movement of air, which has allowed high pressure to rise up. As I play through the loop, this is, of course, the velocity anomaly here, so it indicates the setup here. So upward motion green, downward motion is the orange colours, and you can see here widespread downward motion through the tropical Atlantic, but extended up towards the North Atlantic and the UK. That in turn helped shift the mean upper ridge to Western Europe as opposed to Eastern Europe, and of course, in consequence of that, warm sea surface temperature, dry ground, has allowed the temperature to go to unprecedented levels, of course, in our lifetime. Temperatures in Scotland, 35.1 Celsius. I never thought we'd see that temperature would be in the mid-30s all the way up to Scotland. You can see here the difference in terms of the greenness of eastern and southeastern portions of England. July 17th, 2021, of course, last year, versus the 19th of July this year. And it's just an incredible difference, and incredible how much of an influence this dry, baked ground has on the atmosphere and, of course, the temperature. But as you can see here, according to the GFS ensemble, this is the setup with the Man-Julian Oscillation that helped produce that heat wave across Western and Central Europe. As we play it through the next several days here, what you will see is a bit of a breakdown in that widespread sinking, and therefore this is essentially opening the door to more pressure and a more changeable theme over Western Europe through this weekend and then on into early next week. You can see here off the GFS ensemble. As we play it through the next several days, we start to see the area of low pressure approach from the west of the Atlantic. And of course, with this we've got, of course, a building of heights to the southeast, obviously winds, tropical system to the west and northwest, and we open the door to temperatures coming back up over the southeastern half of the country. So we're going to see temperatures into the low 30s once again through the course of the weekend and on into early next week. Then that system bodily moves across the UK like a bowling ball, so to speak, dropping the temperatures, keeping things fairly unsettled, as you can see here. And it's interesting off the ensemble here, you notice that the high pressure becomes a little bit more influential, moving back in off the Atlantic here, so we expect temperatures to come back up. We'll start to see the disturbed weather move north, but you notice here, far away is those blues represent below normal heights. Therefore, you would expect this potentially right over the top of that of high pressure to the south here. As we play through the loop and into the month of August here, you can see that the mean area of high pressure stays to the southwest of the UK, low pressure up towards Iceland and Scandinavia, and you have the potential, at least, for the flow coming over the top of that high. If it stays to the west and the southwest, you've got winds coming in more from a northwesterly direction, just kind of trimming back the temperature and the potential heating, even though the sun is a bit. You'll see it this any time of the year now. And then, of course, as we play through the first full week of August, high pressure, according to the GFS ensemble, tries to move into the British Isles. Do we have the potential for something significant in terms of we're seeing some outliers in some of the models indicating upper air temperatures back into the 20s again, and the potential for temperatures into the mid-high 30s once again during early portions of August. That is not out of the question. It's based on the fact that the Madden-Julian oscillation is expected to go back towards the phases that produced the heat, several days ago. You notice here this strong pulse of upward motion here moving through the Indian Ocean, heading towards the Indonesia region, and as a result of that, start to see these large-scale sinking developing over North America, over the Atlantic here. Notice the focus of the downward motion over the Atlantic as opposed to over the UK. So therefore, that would possibly reflect more high pressure to the west of the UK island here. So therefore, that would mean that we just don't see quite the same type of heat as what we've seen back during Tuesday, of course. But certainly, if we can see the progression back towards the western portion of the Pacific with the upward motion, then you would focus the downward motion and focus of high pressure over Western Europe as a result of that. So we'll keep an eye on this setup here as we go forward, that's for sure. And it looks to me like the core of the ridge of high pressure will be centered over the southwest of Europe here with low pressure towards the north. This is quite a different type of look according to the GFS ensemble. This would be the early portion of August here. So you can see here the focus of Green's upward motion centered over Indonesia, the focus of upward motion over the Cape Verde Islands here. So therefore you would expect possibly some very hot conditions developing over northwest Africa, possibly extending up into Portugal, Spain. And therefore, of course, if you've got the right setup further north with the areas of high pressure and low pressure, there's always that possibility of the door opening for temperatures coming up here. So let's have a very quick look at the day-by-day scenario here of the charts here. So looking at the 2 meter temperature anomalies here for the 5-day period, they look like this here. So we've got, of course, temperatures marginally below normal across the north of Scotland, at or below normal, at or above a normal over Ireland, central and eastern portions of England. You notice here, very hot across much of mainland Europe, as you can see here. The 6 to 10 day looks like this here. We've got warm to the south, cool to the north, indicative of the trough to the north, high to the 11 to 15 day, you can see here it stays the same. So it's slightly different to the scenario we've seen just back during the course of the week. And I think there is the room for some terms of significant heat lifting northwards into the Seychelles as we go into the month of August here. So we'll have a look very quickly. GFS, this is the 850 temperatures. You can see towards the second half of the weekend, we've got some very warm temperatures at 850 over Iberia, over the south of France. They kind of perch slightly ahead of the frontal movement off the Atlantic, so we've got those temperatures back in the 30s once again across the southeast. Then it gets kicked out of the way with that system bodily movement across the UK. And then if you notice here, we've got this southward plunge of cooler air from the north here, so that just restricts the amount of daytime heating, which you can still with sunshine in this time of year get comfortably into the 20s, even with the 850 temperatures for cool. Then you see this battleground, so to speak. We've got these more waves of very hot conditions trying to move from Africa up into the south and central portions of Europe here. You notice that, but we've got this back and forth once again. So low pressure gathering more to the north, high pressure to the south, and we've got this kind of back and forth battle, so to speak, here. But you notice here, it always kind of tries to push to the north. We've always got that kind of deflection of the Atlantic and off low pressure to the north here. Look at that. This is the 6th of August here. Very hot conditions across much of Europe. Trying to move up towards the UK. It's getting deflected by an area of low pressure in Scotland here. There's always that possibility of some of that heat lifting north. All you need to do is see that area of low pressure move away, doors open, we're back to seeing some extreme warmth once again here, so we can't rule anything out as we go forward here. So thanks for watching. I do appreciate it. Please like, share, and if you haven't already done so, hit that subscribe button and stay up to date. Thanks for watching. Enjoy the rest of your Friday. Bye for now.
One of the best.
Utdanning i IT-sikkerhet, hands-on bransjerelevant kompetanse som gjør deg klar til å gå rett ut i arbeidslivet. Cyberangrep er en reell trussel mot samfunnet og næringslivet. Tyveri av sensitiv informasjon kan få katastrofale konsekvenser. I løpet av 2 år lærer vi deg å bekjempe hacking og datakriminalitet. Det akutte kompetansebehovet for IT-sikkerhet gir solide jobbmuligheter etter studiet. Nettverk og IT-sikkerhet har blitt et av våre mest populære studietilbud på Noroff. Derfor er studiet tilgjengelig på alle våre campuser i Oslo, Bergen, Stavanger og Kristiansand. Du kan også studere på nett. Velg med nettstudier for den tilsvarende kompetanse som på campus. Fordelen med nettstudier er at du enklere kan tilpasse utdanningen til din hverdag. Velger du å studere på campus, får du tilgang til et høyteknologisk skolesenter og blir del av et raskt voksende teknologimiljø. Av våre studenter får jobbtilbud allerede før studiet er ferdig. Det er også et svært interessant og gøy studie. Faglighet er selvfølgelig godkjent i lovklassen. Studieplass på noroff.no.
Hi everyone. I want to read a piece for you today that I wrote recently, over about a month, carefully assessing it with a number of experts on foreign policy. It's called Russia versus Ukraine, or Civil War in the West. We are now several months into the conflict with Russia. I say we, because we are all pretending here in the West that the real war is between Russia and Ukraine, but nod, nod, wink, wink. If we clandestinely, in some sense, provide full support to Ukraine, maybe the Russians, foolish and backward as they are, won't notice, and we can simultaneously pretend we aren't flirting with the prospect of a long, arduous, and inconceivable war. I want to say at the outset that I think what Putin has done is unconscionable. God only knows what the impact will be, as all 4 of the horsemen of the apocalypse are on the march again. I also think that the collusion of the leadership of the Russian Orthodox Church is even more unforgivable. Be that as it may, I also believe that the attempt to deeply understand the motive forces for this war, as it is very difficult to set things right, let alone avoid a similar future catastrophe, even to stop this conflict from spreading in the absence of such understanding. I have spoken publicly on my YouTube channel and podcast with American foreign policy expert Frederick Kagan, who was recommended to me by some of my conservative associates in the U.S., people with extensive political experience and simultaneously policy. Kagan is rather hawkish in his outlook and reputation, and was criticized for this, as I was for hosting him in the social media comments section accompanying my YouTube channel. Our joint episodes, by the way, have been viewed or listened to by at least 3 million people. I'm saying this just to provide evidence that these discussions have some impact in the broad public sphere. Dr. Kagan essentially put forward the thesis that Vladimir Putin is a prototypical authoritarian. And Russia's foray into Ukraine might be properly viewed as an expression of the imperial expansionism that characterized the Soviet Union. So this is Cold War round 2. Accompanying this view is the interpretation of Putin as a thug in the Hitlerian mold, carrying a chip on his shoulder, interested primarily in self-aggrandizement and capitalizing on Russian patriotism and an associated populist appeal to fortify his pretensions to empire and desire for an unlimited extension of personal. This perspective, which appears to characterize what might be called the Western response to the Russian incursion, has its very real justifications. It appears part of uniting in response to an enemy, justifying what is necessarily a binary decision. Are we at war or not? If yes, then the question arises, is the enemy bad? By definition, otherwise the war is unpardonable. And if we believe that to be the case, we will enter the fray demoralized and compromise our chances of victory. But one of the primary reasons for a war, perhaps, is that we have something to gain. I see that we have little to gain in the current situation, and certainly much we could lose. Russia is a nuclear power, and we run the very real risk of backing them into a corner. And that currently face us. Many people watching my exchange with Dr. Kagan suggested that I broaden my understanding by reviewing the work of Dr. John Mearsheimer of the University of Chicago, who offers an alternative information, one that more specifically highlights the faults of the West. And Dr.
Well, desperate to have gun, isn't it?
Things still going? Of course it is. I don't know, am I? What?
Everybody, 7th to 22nd of July, 2022. 22nd of July, 2022, Cincinnati, Ohio, USA. About 5 minutes after sunset. 9:05 p.m. Eastern Time. What's that?
Very specific. So now there's no RPG. What the fuck, going? Look at that. Fucking.
Constantly hacking everything I own.
Good deal.
one that has his name.
Oh, right. Whoops. Giant fucking cool expense for a second. And that's it, one round.
Look at this fake Chinese.
One fucking round. Oh, boy. What else is there? Gotta be more up there. Grenade? Grenade? Nothing for the...
I don't think so.
I'll try to see if I can do the Alice voice. Okay, everybody, I'm the real chief handler. Yes, I'm hiding from the whole TI community. I've deceived you all, is the reality of it all, Alice. I don't know if I got it spelled right, but that's about the best I can come up with. And below that, she says, oh, God, yeah, that sounds about as stunted as these twits. Now, who used the word twits? Only the chief. To twats. Because she knows she screwed up typing in twits. Nobody can see this but me, because I'm the one that's seen all these twit posts in all of the live streams I was doing on the Chief Handler when he was commenting in all my streams. It was the Chief Handler joins live chat. It was one of my videos. Unfortunately, the account's gone and the chat replay is gone, so I can't play that, but I've seen it 3 times in the video. So here we go. Okay, so it says, if bed now, probably 8 or 9, sleep is a bitch, yep, I hate it. It's just real small talk. I mean, there's nothing really going on here. She was a really boring person to talk to. LOL, thanks. Wanted people to know it wasn't perp. I don't have videos to get someone assuming it. You read bright light tool. Nah, it was the long laptop screen. Boring stuff. That's a boring one, so I'll go to the next screenshot. Some of these are doubles. I just didn't have time to sort them out. I don't have time to waste millions of hours into this like Alice did. Okay, so Alice says she has, my creepy uncle does weird jokes like this. Unless he's being mind controlled. She told me her creepy uncle, like, sexually stalks her. And she said over the phone or in a different text message, not this one, but I guess he was trying to have sex with her. So Alice has a complex from her creepy uncle. He's been creeping on her. And she may have, you know, had sex with her uncle. I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, she's talked about the creepy uncle so many times and what he has done to her. She may be a victim of incest from her own family. That's how screwed up Alice is. Nobody knows about the creepy uncle but me. Her creepy uncle does weird jokes like this. He's being mind controlled. Too weird. Well, there's nothing in these screenshots. There were some other text messages, I believe, that we did. And she said that her creepy uncle would watch her undress and do some real sexual perverted shit. I think the creepy uncle was probably the one that was actually providing her a roof over her head, so she had to do what he wanted. So this is where she gets the complex from. This is where we're building off of here. We're getting to the bottom, the root of the beginning of Alice. Why she's doing the things she's doing to me. And other TIs on here. She's trying to fool all of you. We're going to get to it a little bit better. Okay, I'm wondering if it's the perps on my side. I think it's just me, sorry. It's the content. The perp section asked me nonstop. My apologies. Who knows, sort of time frame, blah, blah, blah. Copyright system, hearsay, back something, going back to. Okay, so we'll go to the next one. She was saying that C-Dub was sexually attacking her. He didn't really say anything bad at all. She's got this over paranoid thing that people are sexually attacking her because her uncle probably had sex with her, and she feels so ashamed of the sexual encounter because that's all she ever talked about was her creepy uncle. Oh, my creepy uncle's watching me. I can't stand it. I can't deal with it. And she will not say what the creepy uncle did. But you can just use your imagination and figure it out. This is why she's acting out towards men this way. Because her creepy uncle probably raped her, or maybe she gave sex with her uncle. I don't know. I'll leave it up to you guys, to the viewers. Yeah, they are working on me right now, blah, 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 in terms of frequency. I mean, this was 3 days of chat. She made it sound like we had one chat session with 4 screenshots, and she's not showing you everything. There's always 2 sides to a story. She says, these people are hired to create. Nobody's hiring me. I'm not hiring anybody. I do this to help the community. This is what I get. Some dog shit from this Alice bitch. Okay, so it says her Jew handler sits just off screen and throws coins in her super chats, all while claiming she isn't materialistic. I wouldn't doubt she's begging. It's very sick and hilarious. She's a literal prostitute. Well, Alice, you're probably a prostitute to your creepy uncle. I need to upload my story. Yeah, you really do. I want to hear the whole story about your creepy uncle, Alice. Tell the whole internet world about your creepy uncle. What kind of sex you've had with him. I'm sure everybody wants to know. I'm not here. Or do a video on this. I'm curious. Blah, blah, blah. Nothing else too much there.
Boy, what the fuck? That appointment. Oh, he was so quick to make it. The new social worker, they had called him out of the city, somewhere else in the city, because they had a sudden shortage of social workers when it came my time to see him. This appointment's been canceled, but it's all a game. It's a game. I told the lady clearly cancel it, but it's still there. It doesn't mean it's in the computer, but it may well be. My last response is we pattern for the next wave of torture and harassment. And so this is my appointment, August 1st. I don't have a July 26th appointment. They changed it after I came. Started routing all the appointments to mental health for people who were
destroyed by the government and forced in colonies. They're veterans, that includes them here anyway. So 402, that's mental, that's where the, oh, but it's HVAC. It's not mental health. It's in the mental health building, and mental health staff will help you. Or I should say mental health department. So it's a game, and it's impossible because a supercomputer sets the blueprint. I can get up and start walking somewhere, and within seconds, there's someone they're using against me that'll head me off, or if it's a vehicle, it'll be vehicular stalking. If it's, cyber, if I'm online, it'll be cyber stalking. If I'm just, walking, it'll be, street theater by, whoever. It's informants and perpetrators turned into provocateurs. But it's a computer, and they don't even know that a computer is talking with them. They think it's a person. Some may know, but I doubt that the masses know. And the sheer number, I can't understand what benefit they get from harassing the victim brutally like that, and attacking the victim violently, and severely hurting it, either killing the victim, putting the victim in the hospital, attacking the victim in the hospital and the dentist's office, wherever. What possible benefit is there? I mean, are they getting paid for how much pain they inflict? I just can't figure it out. I can't figure it out. I cancel this appointment. I'll have nothing to do with any mental health agency because I've already been set up in a trap. Not just by mental health, but through the police doing it. And you say, well, the police don't know. Yes, some of them do know what's going on and participate in the game against the victim. And they just keep manufacturing evidence and manufacturing evidence and manufacturing evidence. It's a daily game of manufacturing evidence over and over. So the victim is constantly recorded and he's discredited because he can't function and survive when he's being tortured. Mild, moderate, or severe pain, constant 24/7. Head and ears pulsating in pain. Well, it's not just that, it's all these scripted mind games. The victim is forced to play the hyper game to function and survive.
It's time to say oui to golden horizons. Oui to discovering local treasures. Ooh la la. Oui to knowing your holiday is in great hands. If you're longing for an escape like this, oui is the answer. Summer's here. Say oui to Brittany Ferries and book today.
It's time for Friday night's press preview. It's our first look at the front pages of Saturday's papers. So time for checking out the headlines with HuffPost UK's political editor Kevin Schofield and the Sun's political editor Kate Ferguson with us from now until just before midnight. So good evening to both of you. We'll chat in a moment after we've had a look at the front pages, starting with the FT leading with the lengthy inbound queues to the port of Dover caused by delays with post-Brexit border checks. The Telegraph reports that Foreign Secretary and Prime Ministerial candidate Liz Truss has told French authorities that the tailbacks are unacceptable and that they must get the situation under control. The Star raised the frustration of younger passengers of those queues, asking, are we really there yet? On that same story, the Mail claims, wish you weren't here. And the Mirror has the simple headline, polls chaos. The Eye carries a prediction from the economist Patrick Minford that Liz Truss's tax policies could mean interest rates reach as high as 7%. The Express splashes with a poll suggesting Liz Truss would beat Sir Keir Starmer in a general election, while The Guardian says that hundreds of laws on employment and environmental protection could be scrapped if Liz Truss carries out her pledge to axe all remaining EU regulations. Meanwhile, our opponent, Rishi Sunak, has given an interview to The Times in which he declares that Britain is in a state of national emergency, given the current landscape of the economy, the NHS and illegal immigration. And The Sun has word that TV personalities Paddy Guinness are in their knowledge. And don't forget, you can scan the QR code you can see on screen during the programme, and check out the front pages of tomorrow's papers along with us. And tonight I'm joined by Kevin Schofield and Kate Ferguson. Lovely to see you this Friday evening. Pretty much all the front pages covering the chaos that many holidaymakers faced today as they headed to Dover. Kevin, the front of the Mail, wish you weren't here. Really, really bad start to the holiday, isn't it, for so many families?
Yeah, it's awful. I mean, the timing could hardly be worse, and you feel really sorry for all those families. The kids have just gone off on holiday, you know, forward to getting away after a pretty tough couple of years, maybe well with their first holiday abroad for a couple of years. Probably trying to avoid the airports after reading about all the trouble getting flights. I think we'll try and get around that by going via Dover and getting snarled up with lots of traffic jams down there as well. It just feels like there's been a massive breakdown in the process, essentially, for enabling people to get from the UK into France. All sorts of accusations being thrown around by the UK government, accusing France of being ill-prepared, not having the correct border officials there to process passports. France saying that there's a technical issue in the Channel Tunnel, and it's just a real mess. And obviously, unfortunately for the people who are left affected by it, stuck in traffic jams for up to 6 hours, kids, fractious kids in the back seat, obviously not very happy. The weather's pretty warm, and it's just a pretty miserable start to the people's summer holidays.
Yeah, we were debating in the newsroom which you'd rather do, be stuck in an airport with miserable kids or be stuck in a car with miserable kids. I'm not quite sure which one is better. Front of the Daily Star, Kate, are we nearly there yet? Sort of echoing what Kevin was saying there. And there is this real blame game going on.
Yeah, I mean, it's really grim, isn't it? Especially the first day of big summer getaway. You've got 10 hours to I think people heading there in their cars are being told to stock up on food and water before you get here. Sort of quite stark warnings. But as predicted, as soon as things like this happen, a bitter blame game immediately erupts. So you have the Brits blaming the French. We're saying, the guy that runs Port of Dover is saying France woefully failed to turn up with enough staff to man the booths where you would go through border checks. France are hitting back, insisting that they had planned for this day for a long time, but that a technical glitch apparently sent everything south. And managed to get on the court. Interestingly, we're seeing Liz Truss, who will talk more about tonight. I think I call it unacceptable, totally avoidable, and that they should sort it out. While the blame game rages, I think Brits stuck in those kind of horrific queues will just want it sorted out as quickly as possible. But it looks like it's going to stick around at least for a few days. Warnings by some of the travel companies that we could face 4-hour delays tomorrow still. So pretty grim.
Really grim. It's interesting, Kevin, Adam Parsons, our Europe correspondent, saying tonight that sources are telling him that extra French personnel were brought in as planned, but they were late because they went to Folkestone and on their way to Dover got stuck in traffic. I mean, you couldn't make it up, could you? But he was also saying, making the point that, in the past, before Brexit, you sort of could just wave your passport pretty much to get through, whereas now you have to have it physically stamped, and that is slowing the situation down. It's sort of reflected in the FT row over post-Brexit border checks, its big holiday getaway.
Yeah, that's right. So I think even if everything was working as it should, I think it would still take a little bit longer than they would have done pre-Brexit, as you say, because people have to get the passport stamp now rather than just showing them to the passport staff. But as I understand, I think that there should have been 12 booths there manned by French border officials, but only half of them were manned. So, you know, you add that to the fact that, you know, as we say, you have to get passport stamped as well, that just adds a further delay onto it, which, you know, if it's for that for each person and there's thousands of cars trying to get through, it all adds up to, you know, these tailbacks that are lasting up to 6 hours, which must be absolutely horrendous for families concerned. So yeah, as I say, things would have been a little bit slower as a result of Brexit. However, you can't just blame Brexit for what's happened there today, and as Kate says, it's probably going to continue for quite some time.
Yeah, it's just a new procedure, isn't it? And clearly they're still sort of trying to work out the details when it gets incredibly busy. And talking about customs issues, let's move on to the story in the Daily Express, Kate, regarding the Northern Ireland Protocol.
Yeah, I mean, we've had this bubbling along for a while, haven't we? We in Britain are obviously tearing up parts of the Brexit deal, the Northern Ireland Protocol, without wanting to get too bogged down in the detail. This is a big row about, again, excessive checks, excessive border checks on goods going between the mainland GB and Northern Ireland. Britain has said we're going to tear up that protocol effectively so that you can have free movement of goods between GB and NI. That's obviously caused a massive blistering row with the EU, and right in the middle of this Tory leadership debate, they've announced they're going to go ahead and sue us for breaching the Brexit deal. Now, there's a few cases rumbling in the courts here, but I think if you look at the politics of it, it's interesting the EU have done this now. Brexit will play quite a big role in this Tory leadership contest, and both candidates have taken quite a hard line, saying they would pursue this policy of carrying up the protocol, that it's important we stand up to the EU and sort these problems of trade out. And so this seems to be the EU asserting, I guess, quite early on in this contest that they're not going to sort of roll over and take that, and that they're willing and ready to have a big dust-up in the courts about it.
Yeah, Kevin, a quick thought on this before we head to the break?
Yeah, well, it is actually an opportunity, I think, for both Tory leadership candidates, you know, to stamp their pro-Brexit credentials. Probably more pressure on Liz Truss, given, as you know, she campaigned for Remain back in 2016, and she doesn't really miss an opportunity to stress that now she's fully on board with the whole Brexit project.
Okay, great. Thank you for the moment. Coming up after the break, is Rishi Sunak right to say that Britain is in a state of national emergency? That and the other Tory leadership stories when we come back.
We're standing up for full-on flavour with our delicious new slices, pasty and sausage rolls. Rich and tasty, from the first bite to the very last crumb. So join us and stand up for full-on flavour. New from Pucker, bakers of the People's Pie.
Hello again, you're watching the press preview with me, Kevin Schofield and Kate Ferguson. Front page of the Times, Kate, I mean, the next 2 weeks I think are going to be pretty crucial, aren't they, in the leadership contest. Rishi Sunak has got some ground to make up, and he's making a big pitch in the paper, and he's saying that Britain faces a national emergency on a number of fronts.
Yeah, exactly. So we're into the Tory leadership contest in earnest now. It goes over to the Tory grassroots. So expect lots more big interviews from the two contenders laying out their stall. This is Rishi Sunak's kind of first big policy interview, I'd say. He's had less to say on policies than this. And he's saying a few things. Number one, it's an economic emergency, he says. Number two, he says he's going to concentrate on doing 3 things, focusing on the economy, clearing the NHS backlog, and restoring order to our borders. And his kind of guts of the policy announcement he's doing today is that NHS backlog announcement. So he's saying, I'm going to create a vaccine-style task force. I will get waiting list times down by the beginning of next year, and I'll bring this brewing crisis under control. To my mind, it'd be interesting to hear what Kevin thinks too, but I think that's quite a clever idea of Rishi Sunak. He's obviously come under massive pressure in recent weeks about the fact that he backed this national insurance contribution rise, this big tax rise to fund the NHS. And I think what we're seeing Rishi here do is double down on that and back himself in the NHS flag. And he's trying to create sort of a clear dividing line between him and Liz Truss there, which I think is probably quite clever. You can't sort of out-tax cut Liz Truss. She's offering £34 billion of tax cuts. So you've got to embrace your offering, really, and give voters a clear choice.
Yeah, it's interesting, Kevin, isn't it? Because so much of the debate so far has been on economic policy, and clearly he's now trying to pitch other policies in order to try and sway some of those party members who aren't sure about it.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail right in the head at the beginning there when you said it's only going to be a couple of weeks before these ballot papers go out, and then obviously a lot of members will send those ballot papers back straight away. So, there's really precious little time for Rishi Sunak to be able to change people's minds before they actually vote. And I mean, I did have a little chuckle when I saw the front page as well. You kind of tend to forget that these guys have been in power for quite some time. So if the country's in a national emergency, you wonder whose fault is that? I mean, Rishi Sunak was Chancellor for a couple of years and he's talking about an economic crisis. I'm not sure that reflects terribly well on his time in charge. I mean, obviously, you can say they had the pandemic to contend with. However, it's just a little bit ironic, I think, that both him and Liz Truss are now saying they are the change candidates when both of them have been central parts of the government for quite some time.
Yeah, that's a good point. Kate, front of the eye. Now, most people, I'm sure, haven't heard of Professor Patrick Minford, but he's causing quite a stir, isn't he? Tell us why.
Yeah, this kind of economics professor that's been thrown to the front pages the past couple of days. He's one of Liz Truss's favourite economic experts. She quoted him approvingly earlier this week. But anyway, he's gone and given an interview and admitted that Liz Truss's big tax giveaway will fuel inflation and will lead to big interest rate rises. So he's suggesting it could see interest rates go up to about 7%, which would obviously be a massive increase. We've kind of got a home trying to pay the mortgage. I think some of the mortgage experts quoted on the iFront page that you just showed there, suggesting it could cover families with another 700 quid on their monthly mortgage bill, which is eye-watering amounts just as obviously the cost of living crisis bites. Not very useful interview for Liz Truss. Her team have been distancing themselves from his comments today, insisting that yes, while she has quoted The Economist, she's not a formal advisor to her. But yeah, again, you're seeing this clear dividing line between the two camps, aren't you? Do you believe Liz Truss can do these tax giveaways and it be pain-free, like Liz said? Or do you subscribe to Rishi Sunak's way of thinking, which is, you sort of have to kind of grin and bear it with the economic crunch that we're suffering now, because tax giveaways could have other punitive consequences on your interest rates and mortgage bills?
Yeah, although he does say they will come eventually, doesn't he? And let's finish with the front of the Daily Express. Again, talk about Liz Truss. They've done an exclusive poll, Kevin, who say that voters back her to beat Keir Starmer in a general election.
Yeah, although if you look at the detail, I think it's 1 percentage point between her and Starmer, so it's well within the margin of error, and we're obviously a couple of years out from a general election. However, it is undoubtedly good news for Liz Truss. I mean, one of Rishi Sunak's strong arguments has been that he is the most likely candidate to be able to beat Labour at the next general election, because that's the other thing that Conservative members have now got to make their minds up about. It's not just who's going to lead the Conservative Party, who's going to be the next Prime Minister for the next sort of year or 18 months. It's who is going to lead the party into the next general election, and they hope beat Keir Starmer. Now, they're starting off from a pretty poor position. They're round about anything up to 10, 11 points behind Labour right now. So, but yeah, it is a boost for Liz Truss, and again, it just puts Rishi Sunak on the back foot, because it puts a doubt in members' minds about whether he is actually the guy who can beat Labour at the next election. So again, as I was saying earlier, he doesn't have a lot of time to try and convince Tory members that he's the guy that they should vote for, and this poll certainly won't help.
Okay, just a couple of sentences on this, Kate.
I mean, Rishi Sunak's big pitch, his main pitch is, vote for me, I'm the only guy that can beat Keir Starmer. If we start seeing more polls show that Liz Truss can as well, it massively chips away at that whole selling point and will be a problem for him. But let's see what the polls say.
It's time to say, oui, to golden horizons. Oui, to discovering local treasures. Ooh la la. Oui, to knowing your holiday is in great hands. If you're longing for an escape like this, oui is the answer. Summer's here. Say oui to Brittany Ferries and book the day.
Claire Coutinho, many other MPs that have called out Boris Johnson, Andrew Zowie, Alicia Kearns, lots and lots of MPs who have said today that they've absolutely had enough of this leadership, gone in there quite bullish really, lots of laughter from the committee room that they're currently gathering in. Dominic Raab did turn up, he didn't speak to us, he didn't answer any of our questions, stayed in the room and then left not too long later, so he's not there anymore as far as we know. We still are waiting to find out what the outcome of this meeting is going to be, whether the 1922 committee are going to change those rules that may allow them to have that second confidence vote or not. But what I'd say so far is relatively cheery tone from a lot of the MPs going into that committee room. And actually one backbench MP walked past a group of journalists in the corridor and said, "Are you ready to be lied to?" So I think, and kind of laughed about it. So I think the tone is very much, they've half given up really on Boris Johnson and all the lies they feel that they just, they can't stomach anymore.
Okay, Mari, thanks very much. And those are live pictures you're seeing of the windows of the meeting in the room in which that meeting is taking place. But it sounds from what we're hearing here in Downing Street from Beth Rigby, our political editor, that it may be done before that. The number of cabinet ministers pitching up here to greet the Prime Minister seems to be growing. What are you hearing, Beth?
I've just heard or been told that Priti Patel, the Home Secretary and uber loyalist of Boris Johnson, is also now in number 10. So we saw Anne-Marie Trevelyan go in. We saw Priti Patel, I'm told, is in there. Simon Hart, Nadeem Zahawi. There's some rumours that Michelle Donnellan, that has just been made Education Secretary, is part of this delegation. Brandon Lewis, and also, as we understand it, Michael Gove was also a cabinet minister earlier today, asking the Prime Minister to consider his position. That's 7, Mark. That is 7 that I can count at this moment. There could be more. That's on top of 2 resignations of the Chancellor and the Health Secretary last night, and the resignation of Oliver Dowden, the party chair, after those by-election losses when the Prime Minister was Chogum in Rwanda. That's 10 cabinet ministers, and that's what Boris Johnson is coming back to face.
Okay, Beth, stay with us, and you can see in that top right-hand corner of your screen, government resignations, 35 MPs, and it's been quite a torrid day for the Prime Minister. The former Health Secretary, Sajid Javid, made a statement in the Commons today, explaining the reasons for his resignation.
The tightrope between loyalty and integrity has become impossible in recent months. And Mr. Speaker, I will never risk losing my integrity. I also believe a team is as good as its team captain, and that a captain is as good as his or her team. So loyalty must go both ways. The events of recent months have made it increasingly difficult to be in that team. It's not fair on ministerial colleagues to go out every morning defending lines that don't stand up and don't hold up. It's not fair on my parliamentary colleagues who bear the brunt of constituents' dismay in their inboxes and on their doorsteps in recent elections. And it's not fair on Conservative members and voters who rightly expect better standards from the party they supported. When the first stories of parties in Downing Street emerged late last year, I was personally assured at the most senior level by my right honourable friend's then team that, and I quote, there had been no parties in Downing Street and no rules were broken. So I gave the benefit of doubt. And I went on those media rounds to say that I'd had those assurances from the most senior level of the Prime Minister's team. Then we had more stories. We had the Sue Gray report, a new Downing Street team. I continued to give the benefit of the doubt. And now this week again, we have reason to question the truth and integrity of what we've all been told.
The Mercedes-Benz online showroom. Search all available cars in one place. See all the latest retailer offers. And get an instant guaranteed part exchange valuation. Sensationally simple. Search Mercedes-Benz online showroom and buy online today.
Jjjj, a personal statement, a powerful personal statement in the Commons earlier. Beth, was that the Geoffrey Howe moment, relating to when Mrs. Thatcher had to go?
I think the real bombshell moment was actually last night when Sajid Javid became the first cabinet minister to go over the top, followed by Rishi Sunak. It blew this all open, and since then the snowballing of resignations has now turned into an avalanche, and cabinet ministers that were supporting the Prime Minister publicly last night are now going into number 10 and saying to Boris Johnson, your time's up, it's time to stand down, and if he doesn't do that, there's going to be the confidence vote. But if you lose the support of your cabinet, really as a Prime Minister, you lose all your power, you lose all your authority, your position does become untenable. But if you go back to that statement of Sajid Javid, I think it was two things. Yes, it was the Geoffrey Howe moment where he was calling out the Prime Minister, made all the more potent, I felt, by the fact it wasn't in anger, it was almost in regret. And what he was also doing there, as you were mentioning or asking me, was it a job application?
Yeah.
In that Sajid Javid, what was he doing there? He was fleshing out his credentials, his backstory as a kid from a deprived background in which he didn't have any breaks, he didn't have the right school tie, he went into the city and he faced opposition from bankers that didn't think that this kid should be there, and he climbed up the ranks, and he was very clear to make in that speech the point that he was all about integrity. He said, I didn't come into politics to be somebody, I came into politics to do something. So trying to really...
Was it a risk, though? Was it a risk? Sorry to disturb your train of thought, but was it a risk being first last night to resign and then standing up today with the only personal statement in the conference?
Sometimes in these moments, Mark, no one wants to be the person to wield the sword, because the person who wields the sword doesn't wear the crown. That's how it goes. So for weeks, people have been saying, what will it take for cabinet ministers to actually try to call time on this rolling crisis of Boris Johnson's government of recent weeks? I think the thing with Sajid Javid is he ran for the leadership in 2019. He didn't get that far, but he made a good fist of it. He no doubt wants to try and run again, but if you ask MPs, realistically, he wouldn't be necessarily the front runner. But by positioning himself in this way, he gets the profile. He looks like he's done the honourable thing in the eyes of many colleagues, and then he can build his own leadership bid, or indeed tack on to another leadership bid if his falls at some of the early stages, which is what happened last time when there was runners and riders in the end. The MPs then decide to fall behind who they think will win.
We're jumping ahead a bit. Just talk about the logistics of the next few moments, because
Boris Johnson at the liaison committee. He's now coming back to Downing Street, and there are these cabinet ministers waiting to see him. So will he rock up here in his car and walk in? How will this?
I'm expecting that he'll come up in his car. In fact, there's cars coming up now, and this could be the Prime Minister. Let's have a look.
It is.
It's certainly.
An empty car, so not the Prime
Anyway,
Minister,
so he will, we're waiting for him to come back. He will then go in and face this delegation. After that, what happens, I can't tell you yet. It might be that he comes out. It might be that he holds on. He might say, no, I want the confidence vote. He might take time to consider his options. It's really, Mark, these things don't happen very often. It's really unclear about how it's going to go. The last one I covered was Theresa May. And what happened for Theresa May, she, like Boris Johnson, survived a confidence vote. She then went on for 6 months until Sir Graham Brady, who was the chair of the backbench committee that organises the backbenchers, tapped her on the shoulder and said, if you don't resign, we will force a second confidence vote in you. And at that point she said, it's better to resign and organise an orderly transition than be shoved down. And you know, Margaret Thatcher in the end chose to resign, and I guess what Cabinet are inviting Boris Johnson to do now is take control of your departure and resign in order to avoid what will be a very brutal battle. But if he loses the support of 7, 8, 9, 10 cabinet ministers, I mean, he's done. He can't replace his top team.
This is a bizarre situation where you had Nadhim Zahawi appointed last night as Chancellor, living here, moves in, and he's already on his first day. He's already on his first day.
Grant Shapps is coming.
Okay.
Grant Shapps, is it time up for Boris Johnson? Grant Shapps, do you want the Prime Minister to stand down? Is that the honourable thing to do, sir?
Visa knows competition is at its best when everyone has a chance to take part. Whether it's taking a shot at golf or taking on a new business venture. But many barriers prevent people from reaching their potential. That's why Visa are proud sponsors of UEFA Women's Euros 2022, helping women from youth leagues to the Women's Champions League, providing the technology and tools to help entrepreneurs turn small ideas into big businesses. Because when more of us play, all of us win.
Stern-faced.
Well, there you go. So Grant Shapps, the Transport Secretary. We saw Anne-Marie Trevelyan go in when the Prime Minister stood at the liaison committee. I'm told Priti Patel is in there, the Chief Whip is in there. I'm told Nadhim Zahawi, the Chancellor, is joining that delegation. Brandon Lewis, the Northern Ireland Secretary, is part of that delegation, though he's physically in Belfast. And then Simon Hart, the Welsh Secretary. So Boris Johnson's going to have to face these cabinet ministers when he returns.
This will be it. But, you know, he does stick these things out. But this doesn't seem as though he can go much further, does it?
Every time we have asked the Prime Minister in various trips with the groups of journalists who are interviewing him, will you resign? What circumstances would you resign? He is so consistent on this. His view is, I won a mandate from the British people in 2019. 14 million people voted for me. I won a majority of 80. That is where my mandate lies with the public, and I'm not going to be forced out by recalcitrant MPs or MPs opposed to me. So he won't want to resign. My point with what's happening now is whatever he wants, this is entirely beyond his control. And if his cabinet desert him, his position is simply not tenable. But we'll have to see how it plays out.
Okay, we'll keep an eye out on that door behind us, and we'll talk about what happened a little earlier, because it's been an extraordinary day, a dramatic day. And at Prime Minister's questions this lunchtime, Boris Johnson insisted that he planned to, as he put it, hang on in there and keep going. He then faced the chairs of all the Commons Select Committees, as we were saying, at the powerful liaison committee in a session that lasted 2 hours or so. He said he couldn't see why he should resign. And when he was questioned by Labour's Darren Jones, he said this.
it's not brave for you to carry on doing this. I think, in my view, you're hurting the country, Prime Minister. Just on a very human level, surely you must know that it's in the country's interest for you to leave now, isn't it?
I think that the country is going through tough times, and I think that we have the biggest. You're making a point about duty, right?
Yeah.
And I look at the issues that this country faces. I look at the pressures that people are under, and the need for government to focus on their priorities, which is what we are doing. I look at the biggest war in Europe for 80 years, and I cannot for the life of me see how it is responsible just to walk away from that, as I said earlier on in PMQs, particularly not when you have a mandate of the kind that we won 2-3 years ago.
I'm just hearing another PPS has gone. Peter Gibson, I think from the Department of Trade, he has resigned, so it's mounting up. Now let's get some reaction from the liaison committee member, Darren Jones, who asked that question then of Boris Johnson. Thank you for being with us, and it would appear that the game is up.
Yes, but the only person that doesn't seem to know that is the Prime Minister, and as I told him during the committee, there's a delegation of his cabinet colleagues waiting for him in Downing Street. I understand he's now back in Downing Street, and maybe he's going to start to realise now that it's time for him to leave.
But he doesn't seem to want to go. He does stick around. I mean, do you think it's inevitable that he will go in the coming hours?
I think he has to. I mean, I just can't see how he can carry on. And as I put it to him in the liaison committee, all of this political drama is distracting the government from getting on with the issues the country faces. People are deeply worried about the autumn and winter ahead. They can't pay their energy bills as it is. They're going to go up again later this year. The cost of living crisis is a problem for so many. The economy is in a mess. We need a government that can deal with those issues.
It was an extraordinary performance in some ways from Boris Johnson in the liaison committee. I mean, this is a man on the brink, on the very edge of having to leave office, and he was just batting away questions about that and was talking about other issues as if it was perfectly normal and he was going to be carrying on for months, if not years.
The man is deluded. I mean, what can I say? I mean, he was talking about convening a roundtable on fertiliser supplies. I mean, fertiliser supply is an important issue for the country, but his government is falling apart around him. I hope that now, when he sat down in Downing Street with his cabinet colleagues telling him his time is up, that he will realise and do the right thing and resign.
I mean, it's not great for Labour if he goes, is it? Doesn't it suit you better if he just staggers from one crisis to another and stays in office?
I mean, sure, but it's not good for the country. I mean, as I've already mentioned, we've got enormous pressures facing us now. They're going to get worse as we get towards the end of the year. We need a government that can focus on the issues. It's in the interest of the country for Boris Johnson to resign as Prime Minister. But as I put to him today, it's not just his failure, the Conservative Party's failure. Over the last 12 years, taxes up, debt up, growth down, pay down. It has been a decade of failure on the economy and public services by the Conservatives. And so they should all be ashamed of themselves.
You said that he was delusional in his performance at the liaison committee. What did the Tory members of that committee make of it? What were they saying afterwards?
Well, they all look pretty gloomy to me, in the same way they all look pretty gloomy during Prime Minister's questions. And I think it was your news channel that had the rolling figure of resignations that we were looking at on our phones during the session. And they saw what was coming before them. I think probably all of the Conservatives in the liaison committee, I probably shouldn't speak to them, but I think all of them know that Boris Johnson's time is up and he needs to go, and they probably want to get on with it as quickly as possible.
Just going back to the issue of when he goes, or whether he goes and what happens when he goes, a new leader of the Tory party, a new Prime Minister, will get a honeymoon period like most new leaders do, and could start doing well in the polls and could be a bigger threat than Boris Johnson at the next election.
Yeah, look, I don't think the Labour Party should feel cowed by that. I mean, the bar that Boris Johnson has set is very low, but the Conservatives' record on the economy and on public services over the last decade speaks for itself. I think the British people want a change in government, a government that's going to get on with those, fixing those issues for people on pay, on public services, and on the economy and people's living standards. And the Labour Party should be very confident, it is very confident, about taking that message to the British people whenever the next election comes.
And what about your own leader, Sir Keir Starmer? I mean, if Boris Johnson clings on somehow, he may well have to go if Durham police decide that he broke the law.
Yeah, I mean, it's a hypothetical question. I hope that Durham police will quickly announce the outcome. We're all very confident that Keir Starmer will not be fined because he didn't break the law. But we can then draw a line under it and be focused on the election.
And is your leader making the kind of impression that he should be with the Tory party in utter disarray?
Yes, remember that only 2 years ago in 2019, the Labour Party was nearly decimated. It was nearly killed in that general election, our worst electoral defeat since the 1930s. Keir Starmer has managed to turn around the Labour Party at great speed over the course of the last 2 years, and the polling shows that on economic competence, on preference for Prime Minister and their ability to lead, on support for public services and so on and so forth. Keir Starmer and Rachel Reeves as our Shadow Chancellor are performing very well in the eyes of the public, and that's why I say we will be confident in going to the British people with our offer to them if an election is called either in the next few weeks or in the next 2 years.
Okay, and just finally, how do you think this will play out? What is your hunch?
Look, I don't know. I mean, part of me assumes that Boris Johnson is not a man that will stand outside Downing Street and resign. We've just heard the 1922 committee has not changed the rules to trigger another vote of no confidence early. What does that mean? It means that either the Prime Minister could call an election and take it to the British people, or Conservative MPs are going to once again fail to get rid of him and continue to prop up his political vandalism for longer than needs to be, to the detriment of the country and the British people.
Okay, Darren Jones, thank you very much indeed. And we were talking there about Sir Keir Starmer. Let's take a closer look now at what happened in the Commons today at Prime Minister's questions. Boris Johnson's future dominated exchanges, of course, with Sir Keir Starmer. Our political correspondent, Ali Fortescue, analyses what happened in PMQ's Unwrapped.
At Pucker, we're standing up for full-on flavour with our delicious new slices, pasty and sausage rolls. Rich and tasty, from the first bite to the very last crumb. So join us and stand up for full-on flavour. New from Pucker, bakers of the People's Pie.
It was an extraordinary PMQ. MPs waited. Some wondered if he'd even show up. But as the Prime Minister arrived to a solemn front bench, any cheers were very quickly drowned out. Starmer capitalised, and the chamber was silent as he asked his first question, relaying the details of an alleged assault by Chris Pincher.
He says, he grabbed my arse, and then he slowly moved his hand down in front of my groin. I froze. I accept that's not easy listening, but it's a reminder to all those propping up this Prime Minister just how serious the situation is.
The PM tried to rally his side, focus on policy, but it wasn't working.
Not least the 500,000 people we got off welfare into work in the last 6 months alone, Mr. Speaker. Those are things that are making differences to the lives of people up and down the country, and I'm proud of them.
Here's Starmer.
Labour unimpressed, but look at the PM's own side. Their faces said it all.
What a pathetic spectacle. The dying act of his political career is to parrot that nonsense. And as for those who are left, only in office because no one else is prepared to debase themselves any longer, the charge of the lightweight brigade.
And if we look more closely at what was going on the Tory benches, Sajid Javid arrived late to support from rebels like Mark Harper, but avoiding eye contact with his old cabinet colleagues. Missing from the front bench today was Housing Secretary Michael Gove. No word yet on his position. The mood, though, was glum. This was PMQs in January. Jonathan Gullis cheering on the Prime Minister at the height of Partygate. But look at him today, after resigning his junior role in government last night. Elsewhere, Tory backbenchers used the opportunity to have their say.
Does the Prime Minister think there are any circumstances in which he should resign?
Today, I ask him to do the honourable thing. Put the interests of the nation before his own interests. Nothing left for him to do other than to take responsibility and resign.
The Prime Minister's response here to Labour's Ian Lavery perhaps sums up the tone.
Hang on in there, Mr. Speaker. That's what I'm going to do.
And after PMQs came the scathing statement from Sajid Javid, who left the chamber to pats on the back. Boris Johnson, though, couldn't have exited much more quickly. Labour keen to bid him farewell. Keir Starmer had a good PMQs, but it was an easy day to be leader of the opposition. MPs behind the Prime Minister who cheered him on through thick and thin was solemn today. The Teflon Prime Minister losing a grip on his own side.
Well, that was then, this is now, and things are moving incredibly quickly. And Beth, it's fair to say that Boris Johnson is in deep, deep trouble tonight.
He is, Mark. We are waiting for him to come back to number 10 after the liaison. It might be that he's in the Commons in his office there talking to MPs, taking advice. What we do know is that his chief whip, Chris Heaton-Harris, is in number 10, and a number of cabinet ministers have formed a delegation to gently tell Boris Johnson that it's time for him to resign. Who are they? We know it's Simon Hart, the Welsh Secretary, Nadeem Zahawi, the Chancellor. There are reports that Michelle Donovan, who's just been appointed Education Secretary, is also part of that group. We've got Brandon Lewis, the Northern Ireland Secretary, over in Belfast at the moment, but coming back. Grant Shapps we just saw walk in, didn't we? Very stony faced. Anne-Marie Trevelyan also just went in, and I've been told, although we didn't see her, that the Home Secretary, Priti Patel, is also in number 10. So, Boris Johnson at PMQs today at the liaison committee, they insisting that he is going to fight on, that he's been given that mandate from the British people to govern the country, that he doesn't see the necessity for any election, that he is the man in power, and a number of his cabinet saying now, no, it's time for you to go. At this point of proceedings, it's hard to see how he can cling on if he has 10, 11 of his cabinet ministers either resigned or about to, if he doesn't do what they would say is the honourable thing and fall on the sword.
Precisely, and I was about to say before Grant Shapps distracted us walking in, very stony-faced, as you say. Extraordinary, Nadeem Zahawi, appointed Chancellor. And within 24 hours, he's telling Boris Johnson, soon he's part of the party telling Boris Johnson to go.
That in two ways. I mean, one of his supporters, and I said, Nadeem Zahawi is in the delegation, given that he's just been promoted. This person's view was, if the Prime Minister asks you to serve, the country cannot be without a Chancellor. So, of course, he stepped up to the job. Other people would say it's a Machiavellian move, and he took that position only to decide to oust the Prime Minister the following day with a group of other cabinet ministers. Now, Nadeem Zahawi would be considered a real runner and rider now to replace Boris Johnson. So Nadeem Zahawi now leading, if you like, a delegation to tell him to go. It's interesting, Mark, because I spoke to a very senior former cabinet minister last night, and this person is an old sage, if you like, been around a lot, seen a lot. And I said, what do you think? And they said to me, Boris Johnson's finished. And then they said, and so is Nadeem, because Nadeem had taken this position. And maybe Nadeem, overnight, Nadeem Zahawi had taken a view that actually it was more damaging to try and prop up a fatally wounded Prime Minister than to actually be part of a delegation wielding the axe. That former cabinet minister also said to me last night when I said, how long has he got? This person said, I'd give him days. At the time, I thought, I think it could take longer than that because the cabinet was supporting him, and we knew Boris Johnson wanted to fight on. So then we were turning to would the 22 change the rules to force the vote? But goodness me, events have moved very, very quickly since then. I think we've had now 36 resignations from Cabinet. When I was doing a live here at 10 p.m. last night, we'd had 9. That's how quickly things have moved today.
Now, you know him reasonably well. What is it about Boris Johnson that makes him so reluctant to go, so unwilling to sort of read the room on this?
I think the first thing is, and I don't try and interpret it, I kind of listen to how he answers questions and what people around him that know far better than I would say. I think genuinely he is of the view that he won an election with a huge mandate, the biggest Conservative majority, the most successful election winner since Margaret Thatcher, who served for a number of years as Conservative Prime Minister. And I think he is of the view that he has got a mandate from the people, 14 million of them that voted for him, and he's not going to be booted out by a bunch of MPs that no longer want him in power. And I think also there is a sort of sense in Number 10 too that some of these rows are about running the old arguments of Brexit versus staying in the EU, of the Leavers versus the Remainers, that there is still bad blood between Boris Johnson and the party. But what's so terrifying for him when he surveys the landscape today is that the disquiet and the desire for him to go goes across all wings of the party, and most worryingly, earlier today, I mean, you had people like Lee Anderson and Jonathan Gunns. I mean, they were jaw-dropping to me, Mark, because these were MPs that were die-hard lawyers. You would, even off record, even in private conversations, they would never say anything critical about the Prime Minister. And for them to actually come out and say the game's up, I mean, he's lost support everywhere. And the one thing he was clinging on to last night was those cabinet ministers coming out after Rishi Sunak and Sajid Javid resigned, saying we still supported him. And now he's lost that, there's nowhere else for him to go.
And he says, as you say, that, I was put in here by the voters, huge majority, 80 seats or so. Is there any chance that he could go to the country again? I mean, I did notice, to be honest, in the liaison committee that he kind of ruled it out.
So that was something we asked Jacob Rees-Mogg. Dermot and I went to interview Jacob Rees-Mogg last night, last night about 7 o'clock, and we asked Jacob Rees-Mogg shortly after those resignations this very question. He didn't rule it out, but you're right. What was interesting in the liaison committee is the Prime Minister did, and you could see a scenario where he says, I'm not going to allow you to vote now, I'm going to call a snap election. But I think any kind of attempt to do that, you need a base, you need some support in the parliamentary party, and that has, in your government and cabinet, that has drained away. And he did, as you noted, in the liaison committee. Let's just look at this. That was cabinet yesterday. The faces were absolutely, and I look at cabinet pictures every week as we put them together in our TV reports, and it was absolutely, there's Nadine Dorries, one of his arch supporters, just face forward. She looks really unhappy. Jacob Rees-Mogg looking very sombre there. Suella Braverman, the Attorney General, Chris Heaton-How in the middle.
Thoughts of Michael Gove there.
Michael Gove just looked absolutely...
What's Michael Gove's position? Is he in there?
Michael Gove wasn't at PMQs, and this set the hair running about whether or not Michael Gove was going to resign. And last night, people, because he didn't immediately show any sign of support, so people were wondering about Michael Gove last night until his team said no, he's staying on. I was told earlier that he had been in PMQ's prep with the Prime Minister this morning, but then it subsequently emerged and we stood up that Michael Gove had privately said to the Prime Minister, I think really you should resign. And I think the unspoken calculation in that for Michael Gove was, and if you don't, maybe I would consider my position. But you have to remember, Michael Gove wielded the sword in 2016 when he stood against Boris Johnson in the leadership, and both men then withdrew from the race and Theresa May became the Prime Minister. He then stood against Boris Johnson in 2019, and I think maybe at this moment in time, Michael Gove might not want to be the operator that wields the knife. So he's definitely in the scene behind closed doors. But It's been a lifetime,
Politics,
Mark.
eh?
A lifetime.
Politics, eh? Well, listen, it does appear that Boris Johnson's fate may well be being decided in Downing Street in the coming hour or two. But there is this other meeting going on of the MPs, the 1922 committee, the organisation representing Tory backbenchers in the Commons. They are meeting now, and our political correspondent Mari Aurora is there and joins me on the phone. So what is happening there, Mari?
Hi, yeah. So we know that the 1922 have not yet changed their rules, although they have brought forward their executive elections. So now the nominations are open. The vote will take place Monday afternoon. The vote will be able to be counted Monday evening, and then once that's been finished, then they can potentially discuss changing the rules to be able to hold that second confidence vote for Boris Johnson. One MP I spoke to said they changed those, they moved up that nomination essentially so that number 10 can't say that it didn't have the mandate.
You've got another cabinet
Nadine
minister.
Dorries, Secretary of State, is it time for Boris Johnson to resign? Nadine Dorries, is it time for Boris Johnson to resign? Do you still support the Prime Minister, Nadine Dorries? Is it time for him to go?
So Nadine Dorries is in. I mean, how significant is that? Obviously, an enthusiastic supporter of the Prime Minister.
I'm surprised. I would be surprised to see her in a delegation of cabinet ministers telling him to go. The reason I think she might be, if that is indeed why she has gone in, is because she cares deeply for Boris Johnson. They are actually very, very good friends, I think. And I remember when Boris Johnson pulled out of the race in 2016. Nadine Dorries, at the end of that speech, when they thought he was going to announce his candidacy, only to say he had decided not to, I remember that she was in tears. She was so upset. And she has supported him so loyally the whole way through. So it might be that she is in there because she wants to say to him, your time's up. I don't know.
Well, she had the look of a cabinet minister who was resigned to this government's fate, didn't she?
She did not look, and sometimes she would stop and say a few words, but not today.
Okay, Beth, stay with us and keep an eye and an ear out. Let's speak now to the Conservative MP, Andrew Morrison, who was, I think, the third MP to resign last night, stepping down as a trade envoy. Thank you very much for being with us, and it does appear that pretty soon the game may be up.
Yes, thank you for having me on. I believe the game is up, and I think it's important that Boris Johnson needs to leave in a decorous fashion. He needs to leave with some vestige of dignity now, and I hope very much that my senior colleagues are speaking to him as we speak to say, look, Boris, this isn't going anywhere, and you can either leave with dignity, which is your due, or you leave in an unseemly scrap, which I fear is really what he has been intent on up to this point.
Yeah, you see, you said in your letter last night that, what was it, your position has become unrecoverable. And it's been quite clear through the day today that he doesn't agree with that.
Yeah, I know. He's a political leader like no other in our history. Any other leader would have gone way before now, but Boris keeps hanging on. But there comes a point where that's simply not sustainable, and I think we're beyond that point now. He will go. The question is when and in what manner. And I sincerely hope he goes in a dignified fashion, goes now, rather than drag this out, which isn't in his interest. It's not in the interest of the party we both serve, and it's certainly not in the interest of the country.
And is it your understanding that these cabinet ministers here in Downing Street are here to tell him to go?
I hope so. I've been in touch with a number of senior colleagues in the course of the day, just trying to persuade them to use their wise counsel with the Prime Minister. So we bring this to a conclusion now. You know, enough is enough. It has to end. It has to end now.
And the extraordinary thing about this and this Prime Minister is he has brought all this essentially on himself.
Yeah, Yes, but you know, many of the faults and character issues that have brought him to this place are precisely the ones that we felt were necessary in order to get the job done when we supported him back in 2016 and 2019. At that time, of course, we had to deal with Brexit. We had to get it through, and it was proving impossible. And it seemed to many of us at that time that a big character like Boris Johnson was the only way to resolve this, and he's achieved that. He's done that. But here we are, 2 years later, and those characteristics and the character, I'm afraid, are coming home to roost. We can't go on like this.
Yes, you also knew at the time that you knew his character pretty well. You knew that he was a man who, actually put it, plays fast and loose with the truth. You knew all that, and yet you still made him Prime Minister.
Well, I think the circumstances at the time were very pressing. I don't think we truly knew the extent of what we were letting ourselves in for, if I could put it in those terms. That's being played out over time. But I think now, you know, those of us who have resigned had to face the equilibrium between loyalty, which we all feel, of course, to him, particularly those of us who supported him in the past, and the need to preserve integrity and decency and honesty, and make sure that our party, a great party in our political history, remains recoverable. And at the moment, if this drags on for any longer, I think that is seriously called into doubt. So this has to be dealt with now, either by senior ministerial colleagues or by the 1922 committee.
Is it the truth, though, that many Tory MPs are simply now worried about their seats?
Well, inevitably, we all face the electorate. That's the whole point of our democracy, isn't it? We're answerable to them, and certainly I've been left in no doubt by mine and by the electorate in Somerset, where I was campaigning during the local government elections in May, and in the Tiverton and Hodgson by-election more recently, the strength of feeling on the doorstep. People were very polite, and they're very nice, and they said, look, we're Conservative voters, we'll vote for you next time, but we're not going to vote for you this time because of your leader.
And Andrew, what was it for you that made you decide to resign?
Well, the straw that broke the camel's back for me personally was Lord MacDonald's letter to the Parliamentary Commissioner for Standards yesterday. I know Lord MacDonald from his time at the Foreign Office, where I was a minister. He's a man of complete and unimpeachable repute. So it was a question of whether he was telling the truth or whether the Prime Minister was telling the truth. And for me, there is no question about which one was telling the truth. So that made explicit what a lot of us knew all along about the character of the Prime Minister. And that is finally what made my mind up in terms of the timing of my resignation.
And just finally, what do you see happening in the coming hours? What do you hope happens in the coming hours?
Well, this is moving extremely fast, and the government is collapsing like a pack of dominoes. I don't think the Prime Minister will be able to fill the slots that have been left by departing ministers, and I expect more resignations later on today. That's just not a sustainable position. You have to keep government going somehow or another. And if you don't have credible candidates to fill those slots, what on earth are you to do? I just hope that cabinet ministers in particular, who must know that this is endgame, press upon the Prime Minister this evening that this is game over and he must go now.
Andrew Morrison, thank you very much indeed. Straight back to that meeting of the 22 committee, which I'm told is breaking up. Murray Aurora is there, joins me now. What is happening?
Yes, so most of those MPs now just filed out of the room altogether. I would say some somber looks, some kind of hands tied behind the backs, slowly walking away. So I wouldn't say it was as cheery as the tone perhaps when they went in, however, not as gloomy as perhaps it could be. We know that they have not changed the rules of the 1922 committee yet. They have brought forward that vote for the executive. So now we know the vote will take place on Monday afternoon, and then the results Monday evening. And if they do so wish to change those rules, that will then take place perhaps Monday evening after the vote results are announced. Now we know that also I saw Sajid Javid leaving about 5 minutes ago with Sakib Bhatti, who was the DPS who also resigned last night, as well as Sajid Javid. He looked in very good spirits. Dominic Raab supposedly has spoken about the Bill of Rights, which seems slightly ill-informed at this time. Another MP I was speaking to told me that the reason they brought the vote forward so that they could potentially change the rules on Monday night was so that Number 10 couldn't say that they didn't have the mandate of colleagues to be able to change the rules. So backbenchers trying to kind of cover their backs there and avoid any kind of accusation of hypocrisy or any kind of accusation of not having the mandate to be able to carry on with those rule changes. So yeah, I would say more of a somber tone than perhaps earlier when they were going in, but at the same time, I wouldn't say it was massively glum.
Okay, Mari, thanks very much indeed. Beth Rigby here in Downing Street. So Mari saying there that they're going to hold the election before deciding on any rule changes, which is pretty straightforward, I guess. But it's what happens here in the next few hours that could be the deciding factor for the premiership of Boris Johnson.
I think, Mark, it's moving so quickly now. I imagine from the perspective of the executive of the 1922 committee, they are not now thinking that their confidence vote is necessarily the route of deposing of Boris Johnson, because they can see what is happening in real time with the cabinet, and so they are probably taking the decision, well, we don't need to enact a rule change to try and force a vote, because they think perhaps this will come to a natural conclusion given what's going on in Number 10. And Nadine Dorries, I missed it because she was right down there. She was asked as she walked up, are you going to call for him to quit? She said certainly not. So Nadine Dorries has gone in there. As I said, she's an ardent supporter of the Prime Minister, going in there obviously to back him up against other cabinet ministers who are now waiting for him to tell him that it's time to go. I can see some cars coming up. I don't know if this could be the Prime Minister. I can see some cars coming. But we know that there's a number of cabinet ministers in there now that are going to tell him that they think it's time for him to go. So let's see how that plays out in the coming hours. The 22, there, as Mari was saying, has left themselves with this. So I'm just looking out to see who's coming next. Have left themselves with the option. There's Grant Shapps, the Transport Secretary, part of the delegation. But as Mari was saying, sorry, the number 22 have left themselves with the option of changing the rules early next week to force a confidence vote if necessary.
It's interesting, when I was speaking to Andrew Morrison, he was saying basically that the government is now collapsing like dominoes, he said.
Well, you've had 36 resignations. I mean, that is a huge chunk of your payroll staff, 36 resignations, and now we've got, well, we were counting, weren't we, 6, 7, 8, 9, potentially 10 cabinet ministers that are withdrawing support. The government has collapsed. It is in the process of collapsing, and that for Boris Johnson means if he can't hold together a cabinet, hold together a government, put enough ministers and aides into posts, he simply can't run the country. He's got no option but to resign.
Okay, hold fire just a second, because I think we could speak to Roger Gale, Tory MP, who has been pretty clear in the last few days and weeks that he wants Boris Johnson out. He was in the 1922 committee meeting, and I think can join us now and just give us a sense of the mood in that meeting, what was decided, what was the tone.
Well, what I'd say is that the mood was courteous. You would not expect me to divulge what actually was said in the 1922 committee. It's a private meeting and I won't do it. But what I will say is that it was a sadness to me to find a number of colleagues who yesterday were ministers, who of course are now backbenchers and were therefore attending the 1922 committee. It's a huge sadness that some very good, very talented young men and women have found it necessary to resign. And I think that probably indicates the strength of the problem that we're faced with, and it's a problem that won't be resolved until we have a new Prime Minister.
Is it your understanding, Roger, that the cabinet ministers turning up here in Downing Street will be telling the Prime Minister to go?
I have no idea what they're going to tell the Prime Minister. but I would hope that the Chief Whip will have spoken with the Prime Minister. I fear, however, that given the nature of the man, it's likely that the 1922 committee will have to change the rules and we will have to have a vote of no confidence. It would be much more dignified for the Prime Minister, much kinder actually for the Prime Minister and indeed his wife, who we have to remember also must be feeling some pain, if he were to simply understand the situation and leave with dignity and quietly.
So you think there's a possibility, do you, that even if cabinet ministers here suggest to him that it's all over, that he should just leave office, you think he could quite possibly stay on and wait for this whole process of MPs changing the rules of the committee and having another vote of confidence? You think that could actually happen, do you?
I fear that is the nature of the man that we're dealing with. He seems determined to cling on for as long as he possibly can. I don't think that's dignified. I don't think it's a sensible way forward. He needs to consider first the country, second his party, and third those close to him. And if he does all of that, then sensibly he would resign and clear the pathway for somebody else to be elected and to take over the government and to take us forward. At the moment, there is a huge division within the Conservative Party, and he unfortunately is the cause of that division.
But surely if his new Chancellor, the Transport Secretary we're seeing there now, other cabinet ministers who have arrived at Downing Street tell him to go, then even Boris Johnson will realise that that's it.
Mark, let us hope that common sense will prevail, as you suggest. But if it doesn't, then we're going to have to take the hard road forward.
So, I mean, the MPs that were in that committee, there's no question in your view that there are enough to, in the new elections, to have control over changing the rules and have enough MPs who will then vote, you know, to change those rules.
I think there is an overwhelming majority now of members of the parliamentary party who believe that this is the end game. We have to have a change. But it would be quite wrong of me to suggest that there aren't also people even now that feel that Mr. Johnson should remain in office. That is where the division lies.
Okay, Roger Gale, thank you very much indeed. Beth, I mean, extraordinary that Roger Gale thinks that even if senior cabinet ministers here are really telling him now that his time is up, that he may still carry on and may still let this sort of MP's 1922 process take place.
And the process will play out. I think what is clear, Mark, is you only serve as the Prime Minister not just through the confidence of the public and them giving you their vote, but also through the confidence and support of your parliamentary party and your senior colleagues. Politics can be brutal, people fight and argue and plot, but essentially a Prime Minister who has lost the command of his cabinet, his government and his parliamentary party, yeah, he can say half of my cabinet can leave, I will not step down. But if that really happens, at that point, the party will trigger a confidence vote.
And given how many cabinet ministers would have to go?
Well, look, given how many people have resigned today, 36, then we've got the delegation of cabinet ministers, they're not even in that count at the moment. You think 148 MPs already voted against Boris Johnson in the first confidence vote. The numbers don't lie. You just have to add them up. I mean, effectively, if he tries to continue, it looks like they will have the numbers in terms of the cabinet, the current resignations, the stream of other letters from MPs today to force him out.
Right, 30 seconds, Beth. People just joining us. What is happening inside Downing Street right now?
What is happening inside Downing Street now is a delegation of cabinet ministers are gathering to tell Boris Johnson that his time is up and that he ought to do what they would say is the honourable thing and resign. And they have gone as a delegation to tell him to go, to ask him to fall on his sword before the parliamentary party take matters into their own hands and try to force him out.
So, Beth, thank you very much indeed. So it really does look like the dying hours potentially for Boris Johnson's premiership. This is the News Hour on Sky News coming up. Boris Johnson is hanging on just as Prime Minister, but Cabinet Ministers are arriving here at Downing Street to tell him to go. Much more at the top of the hour.
The glacier that stood here for thousands of years is nearly gone, melted in decades. The time for promises is over. It's time for action.
We are engineers,
Startups,
grandmothers, kids.
and beyond. We have listened and changed through thousands of renewable projects and our electricity networks.
We've completely transformed our business for a carbon neutral world.
Find out how we're all taking action now.
Y con eso ya podemos ir evaluando entonces cómo el cambio climático va a afectar estos ecosistemas. Y eso cómo afecta prácticamente toda la cadena. O sea, si afectamos a los productores primarios, que son microalgas, vamos a ver afectado obviamente todo el resto de los organismos.
We support communities to grow food in lost and unloved places across the city. So our main kind of driving force is to get people growing.
This is the News Hour live from Downing Street. I'm Mark Austin coming up. The game is up. Cabinet ministers arrive in Downing Street to tell Boris Johnson that he has to go, but the Prime Minister insists he's staying on.
I'm not going to give a running commentary on political events, and we're going to get on with the government of the country.
36 Conservative MPs have now resigned from the government, saying they will no longer stand by Boris Johnson. And the Prime Minister now faces the prospect of another confidence vote at the hands of his own MPs. We'll bring you all the twists and turns live as they happen on another dramatic day in Westminster. Good evening from Downing Street, where time appears to have run out for the Prime Minister. Cabinet ministers are waiting in the building behind me here to tell Boris Johnson that he must now stand down. It follows the resignation of 36 members of his government in the last 24 hours. Despite the erosion of his support, the Prime Minister has remained pretty bullish, both at the Prime Minister's questions and before a committee of senior MPs.
It's being reported that there's a delegation of your cabinet colleagues waiting in Downing Street, including the Chief Whip, the Transport Secretary and your new Chancellor, waiting to tell you when you finish here today that it's time for you to go. How will you respond to that?
Darren, you're asking me to comment on...
This conversation will happen in a few minutes, Prime
It's
Minister.
so you say. But if you want to ask about what we're doing to help people with the cost of living, if you want to ask about what we're doing to build more clean, green energy supply, which this committee has taken an interest in.
That's going to be your answer to the cabinet colleagues in Downing Street.
Then I'm very happy to talk to you about it. But I'm not going to give a running commentary on political events, and we're going to get on with the government of the country.
There we are, Boris Johnson there, insisting pretty much all day that he's going to carry on. Our political editor, Beth Rigby, is with me. Can he carry on?
Well, Mark, we're in the end game now. He either carries on for a few days and then gets faces another confidence vote, and given the mood of the party, the number of resignations and the cabinet desertions now, it appears that that would be a hard vote to win, or he heeds the advice of those cabinet ministers gathering in number 10 this evening, and he chooses to stand down. Now, where have we got to? Well, I can give you an update of who is in there. In terms of cabinet ministers that we are sure have gone in to tell him to resign, we've got Nadine Zahawi, the new Chancellor, Michelle Donnellan, who is the new Education Secretary, so she was promoted, she's in the delegation. We've got Grant Shapps, the Transport Secretary, Brandon Lewis, the Northern Ireland Secretary. We've got Kit Malthouse, the Policing Minister, not in cabinet, but Kit Malthouse is one of Boris Johnson's key allies. He worked with him in London. We have Simon Hart, the Welsh Secretary. Also in there we have Anne-Marie Trevelyan, and we have the Home Secretary, Priti Patel. The other person that came in, but for very different reasons tonight, was Nadine Dorries. Now, she is the Culture Secretary. She is one of Boris Johnson's closest allies. She has backed him to the hilt since the very beginning. And she went in there, and she's gone in there to battle for him. So they are gathered in there. I imagine the atmosphere is pretty unpleasant.
You can say with certainty, can you, that that's what they are in there to do? They are in there to tell him, look, it's over, and you've got to go now.
Yes.
And presumably he will heed that advice, or is that a presumption too far?
Well, that's a presumption too far, because we don't know what goes on behind that door. But what we do know is that, let's just focus on what we do know and not speculate too much, because this could unfold very quickly and we don't know how the Prime Minister is going to respond. But what we do know is that a sizable chunk of his cabinet are now telling him that it's time for him to resign. So just to be clear, the people we definitely know that we have spoken to people on their teams or people close to them who are definitely calling him to go are Nadine Zahawi, Grant Shapps, Brandon Lewis, Simon Hart, Kit Malthouse and Michelle Donnellan. That's half a dozen cabinet ministers. 2 have already gone. and we also had Oliver Dowden resigning a week ago.
So when's the last time almost an entire cabinet? I mean, Dominic Raab is not there. Obviously, he's fighting his case, or was fighting his case. But when's the last time an entire cabinet walked in?
This is the point about convention with Boris Johnson and him defying convention and doing things differently. He's a maverick, he always has. I mean, Theresa May never got to this point because Graham Brady came in, the chair of the 22 select.
I'm just being told he's walked
Well, I've heard that he might become.
The cabinet.
Has he just walked into the cabinet office?
He's just walked into the cabinet.
Somewhat. Yes. Okay.
Number 70 Whitehall.
Right,
so you tell me what that means.
The reason I've been slightly looking over your shoulder, Mark, is not because I'm looking at someone else apart from you, but I was looking to see if Sir Graham Brady was going to come up the street because he was spotted walking down here. 70. All that is another entrance. 70 Whitehall is another entrance to Downing Street. So you go through the cabinet office. So now we know as well that Sir Graham Brady, the chair of the 22 committee, is also waiting for an audience with the Prime Minister, and I have no doubt that he has gone in there to relay to him the mood of the party. So they're all in there, and now we're waiting for Boris Johnson to come back. It might be that he has come back by another entrance, and we haven't seen it. But I think in the circumstances he'd want to come in through the front door.
So after months of all this speculation, and which is, there's been peaks and troughs. He quietens down when he goes abroad, and then he comes back for another domestic crisis. After months of all this could be the night that Boris Johnson is told that he has to go. Well, it will be the night he's told he has to go, but it could be the night he goes.
Last night, when those two cabinet resignations happened, Sajid Javid at about 6 p.m. and Rishi Sunak a matter of minutes later, we all thought at that moment, this is it. Is this the beginning of the end? Is this the dominoes? And then what happened was the cabinet shored him up. But there was a question, and we reported it last night. Could this be the moment that the curtains come down, that after months of scandal and crises and arguing and the confidence vote and resignation letters and disquiet and unhappiness, was this going to be the moment that finally tipped the balance? And it wasn't entirely clear last night. I came to the conclusion last night that it had moved from a question of can he survive to how long he can survive. But events have moved incredibly quickly today. As I was saying last night, when we were standing here, 9 resignations, there are now 36. So from overnight to now, 27 of his ministers, ministerial aides, members of government have quit, and then you've got another group of cabinet ministers threatening to do the same. I mean, it really has snowballed. It's become an avalanche, actually. And I think it is literally just going to completely smother him.
Let's just talk about what's been happening earlier, because at Prime Minister's questions this lunchtime, Boris Johnson insisted that he planned to hang on in there, as he put it, and keep going. He then faced the chairs of all the Common Select Committees at the powerful Liaison Committee in a session lasting about 2 hours. He said he couldn't see why he should resign when he was questioned by Labour's Darren Jones.
It's not brave for you to carry on doing this. I think, in my view, you're hurting the country, Prime Minister. Just on a very human level, surely you must know that it's in the country's interest for you to leave now, isn't it?
I think that the country is going through tough times, and I think that we have the biggest. You're making a point about duty, right?
Yeah.
And I look at the issues that this country faces. I look at the pressures that people are under, and the need for government to focus on their priorities, which is what we are doing. I look at the biggest war in Europe for 80 years, and I cannot for the life of me see how it is responsible just to walk away from that, as I said earlier on in PMQs, particularly not when you have a mandate of the kind that we won 2-3 years ago.
Boris Johnson there. Well, let's speak now to the Labour MP Chris Bryant, chair of the Committees on Standards and Privileges, who was at that liaison committee hearing, and thank you for being with us. What did you make, first of all, of Boris Johnson's performance in the liaison committee?
Well, it was all the usual stuff, wasn't it? It's kind of bluster and sort of Billy Bunter nonsense. He never wants to accept responsibility for anything. He always wants to sort of let people off, let himself off. And it was, I mean, what was really bizarre about the meeting was it felt surreal, because we were talking about questions. He was saying things like, we're going to, I'll get back to you next week on that. And I was thinking, you're not going to be getting back to anybody, I don't think. Not least because some of us could look at our phones and we could see what was going on outside, and we had a better idea of what was happening to him than he did. There's one thing that really, really worried me, though. He uses this term, his mandate, as if it was a presidential election, and it's not. We don't run a presidential election in this country. We have a parliamentary system, and that means he is accountable to Parliament. If he loses the confidence of Parliament, he's out as Prime Minister. But also, if he loses the confidence of his Conservative MPs, which it's pretty clear he already has, then he's out as leader of the Conservative Party, and we have to have a new Prime Minister. But he seemed to be saying he was still going to cling on like some barnacle, or like Rasputin in the icy flows. You have to kind of stamp on his hands to make sure that he's gone.
I mean, he did seem to rule out a snap election, but what do you make of what is happening
after we tried 5 times with him?
Yeah. But what do you make of what is happening here right now, which is this group of cabinet ministers in there telling him that it is time to go?
Well, if that's what they're doing, I don't know, why didn't they do that 6 months ago? Why didn't they do that after Boris Johnson completely mishandled the whole Owen Paterson scandal? Why didn't they do that over, the lying over Partygate? There's so many moments when Boris Johnson has proved himself completely personally unable to learn from an event. And they should, I would have thought the Conservative MPs, I mean, they knew what they were getting when they elected him. They knew it, because this is him, this is how he operates. The reason some of his allies, his closest allies in particular, took liberties is because they know that he takes liberties and he doesn't mind other people taking liberties. There's no sense of, I think some people in the country for a while thought, oh, it's rather charming having somebody who doesn't always play by the rules. But actually, when you have somebody as Prime Minister who tears up the rule book all the time, and there's scandal after scandal after scandal after scandal, and there'll be more next week and the week after if he remains in office, there just comes a point at which people have to go, all right, up with this we will not put.
But doesn't it benefit you, in a sense, if he stays in power and staggers from one crisis to another, and it makes things easier for you in a sense, because the Tory party will be in utter disarray?
I'm terribly sorry to sound pious, but I'm going to. I mean, in the end, this is about the country's future, not about any political party future. And you could argue that it would be better for us, for the Labour Party, for Boris Johnson to stay in place, and we'd fight him in the next general election, because I think the voters would, deal the final blow. But to be honest, look, we've got an international crisis in Ukraine, and we've got a national crisis in terms of the cost of living, which is meaning that people are worrying about whether to heat or eat. And you cannot face either of those major challenges with a Prime Minister, led by a Prime Minister who has no moral authority left. Because, there was even this extraordinary moment earlier on this week when one of the Daily Mail journalists asked the Downing Street press lobby, are you going to tell us the truth today? Government, you govern by consent. If you don't have the consent of the British people because you've lost the trust of the British people in what you're saying being the truth, then you're toast. I mean, you may not be fully toasted toast, but you're certainly toast.
Yeah, but my point is that all new political leaders, all new prime ministers have a honeymoon period and, have a pretty good time at the polls.
Do they? I mean, I think the difficulty for the Conservative Party is that Boris Johnson has corrupted the whole of the Conservative Party. All those people who've been on television and defended him day in, day out for ages, they are the people who, will now be wanting to take over the Conservative Party. And we're just going to say, sorry, mate, I remember what you did. I remember you defending all the indefensible time and time again. And, there are people who are resigning as PPSs tonight. Really? Bit late. If you couldn't spot the writing on the wall when it was 7 foot high and it was in, flaming letters, you shouldn't be in politics.
All right, well, it's not that very subject. I think we've got another resignation. Beth Rigby is with me. Chris Bryant, by the way, thank you very much indeed. Beth, what is the latest resignation?
Well, this is a more junior resignation. This is a trade envoy. David Diggood now resigns. That's the total tally is now 37. When I started watching the liaison committee at 3 p.m, so that was what, 2.5 hours ago, it was 27, so that's 10 more resignations in the past 2.5 hours. And it's getting busy in there now. We've got Sir Graham Brady has gone round via the Cabinet Office, presumably for an audience with the Prime Minister. His Chief Whip, Chris Heaton-Harris, is in there. Who else is in there? His arch supporter, Nadine Dorries, has gone in, no doubt, to try and shore him up. We've got Priti Patel in there, we've got Anne-Marie Trevelyan in there, and then we've got who we know are, because we've been told by their allies and other sources that they are in this delegation asking him to leave. Let's see if I can remember. Grant Shapps, Simon Hart, Brandon Lewis, Kwasi Kwarteng wants him to go, Kit Malthouse, Michelle Donnellan, who is the new Education Secretary.
It's easier to say who's not there. Dominic Raab, who was went to the
Dominic Raab isn't there. Liz Truss isn't there. Jacob Rees-Mogg is not there. Mark Spencer is not there. So there are some who are not partaking in Alistair Jack, actually the Scotland Secretary of State. I haven't seen him. I'm not sure where he is. So there are some. George Eustace, the Environment Secretary, he has gone to ground. So it's not everyone, and by far it's not everyone, but not comfortable.
No, it's been a very uncomfortable day for Prime Minister. But is it tenable that, given what you've just said, given the names of the people who are in there, is it tenable that he could say, nope, I'm not going, and if you want to resign, resign?
Look, convention would suggest that if that number of cabinet ministers are saying to the Prime Minister, you no longer command our confidence and we think it's time for you to go, historically the precedent would be that the Prime Minister would recognise his time was up, or her time, and they would stand down. But this is Boris Johnson, and he does things differently. I mean, part of his appeal during the Brexit referendum and into that general election was the fact that he did politics differently, that he managed to reach parts of the electorate that other Conservatives couldn't reach. I mean, you remember they called him the Heineken politician, because he had this appeal that other people couldn't seem to harness, right? So he was deeply popular, he does things differently, so he might well say, I am not stepping down, you're going to have to vote me out. In which case, then we move to another process, which is the 22 committee then will call, I think, a confidence vote in him. But either which way, Mark, it's hard to see how he's going to be in there for much longer. That
tally I'm just looking at on the screen at 38, someone else has gone. James Sunderland, I'm told, PPS from DEFRA. Okay. So the tally goes on, but no other senior cabinet ministers resigning.
No, because there have been 2 resignations, and what the cabinet ministers are doing instead is they're saying, we'd like you to resign, and if you don't resign, then we will resign from your cabinet. So we would just make it impossible for you to govern the country.
I mean, that's a point. Do we reach a point? Do we reach a point soon? 38 government resignations. Do we reach a point soon when, it's going to be impossible for him to govern?
But that's exactly, but Mark, that's exactly the conversation I imagine the chief wouldn't be having with him, which will be 38 people have resigned. I don't know if I can fill the post. I mean, one former minister was saying to me this morning that colleagues were saying, to the whips, don't bother phoning me, I don't want to serve in the government, right? So that is an issue, not just the level of resignations, but have you got the talent or the willingness within the parliamentary party to join the government? So that is a huge problem now. Politicians are canny in that they will sense that this is a sinking ship. They will think, is it in my interest to try and prop up this failing government and failing Prime Minister any longer? And they'll probably think, no, I don't want to do any of that. Also, you have to think about how it looks for their constituents. I mean, lots of constituents have been, you know, very unhappy with what's going on.
Let's have a listen to James Bob. Making his way across Westminster, saying that the Prime Minister has his support. So he still does have some supporters. Those who were mentioning, Dominic Raab, Liz Truss hasn't really said anything, not here as far as we know. So, I mean, as it possibly goes on, it just seems that it's just seeping away. Certainly at the junior ranks, it's seeping away, isn't it? Also,
you can have the support of some cabinet ministers, but if a number of your cabinet does not support you, you have a real problem. There's no other way for me to put it. Yes, Jacob Rees-Mogg might be in support. Yes, indeed, Dorries might still support him. Yes, a number of cabinet ministers might want to keep their counsel and not form part of this delegation. But we've had his Chancellor has resigned. He's the second most important person in government in the middle of a cost of living crisis. He's lost his Chancellor. He's lost his Health Secretary. At the moment when COVID is beginning cases have grown again, and there's a huge backlog at the NHS. The two issues most on voters' minds: the cost of living and healthcare. Yeah. And he's lost the cabinet ministers. I mean, you can't run the government if you can't manage your cabinet and you can't manage your departments.
And on the subject of the Health Secretary, or the former Health Secretary, Sajid Javid made a statement in the Commons today, a personal statement in the Commons, explaining the reasons for his resignation.
Finding the tightrope between loyalty and integrity has become impossible in recent months. And Mr. Speaker, I will never risk losing my integrity. I also believe a team is as good as its team captain, and that a captain is as good as his or her team. So loyalty must go both ways. The events of recent months have made it increasingly difficult to be in that team. It's not fair on ministerial colleagues to go out every morning defending lines that don't stand up and don't hold up. It's not fair on my parliamentary colleagues who bear the brunt of constituents' dismay in their inboxes and on their doorsteps in recent elections. And it's not fair on Conservative members and voters who rightly expect better standards from the party they supported. When the first stories of parties in Downing Street emerged late last year, I was personally assured at the most senior level by my right honourable friends then team that, and I quote, there had been no parties in Downing Street and no rules were broken. So I gave the benefit of doubt. And I went on those media rounds to say that I'd had those assurances from the most senior level of the Prime Minister's team. Then we had more stories. We had the Sue Gray report, a new Downing Street team. I continued to give the benefit of the doubt. And now this week again, we have reason to question the truth and integrity of what we've all been told.
There we are. That was the former Health Secretary speaking earlier in the Commons. Beth Rigby with me on her phone.
Well,
she has been most of the day, but we can understand that. It was a very powerful statement by Sajid Javid, personal statement by Sajid Javid. And are we being mischievous to say that it was also sounded a little bit like a job application?
I mean, it was clearly a job application. The guy has ambition. He was the Chancellor. He ran for leadership in 2019. So it would be odd to think that he might not try and take a tilt at the top job again. Whether he has the support in the party, we'd have to wait and see. But he's definitely decided to break ranks. He, in his view, saw the writing on the wall. Both teams, the Sunak team and the Javid team last night, when we were asking them about these decisions, was it a calculation, was it a pact between these two men, might they run on a double ticket? All of these questions we obviously asked. I mean, the view from Javid's camp very much was this was all about integrity. and him being a politician of integrity. And I think what you saw with both Sunak and Javid's resignations were that they were all predicated on, we are politicians of integrity. You saw Sajid Javid really drill into that in the Commons today when he talked about enough being enough, that he couldn't in good conscience keep defending this. He said actually in the comments, he said, it's not fair on cabinet ministers having to go out to defend lines that keep changing. It's not fair on MPs having to try and defend the government's conduct against on the doorstep with angry voters, and it's not fair to the Conservative Party voters and supporters that they are being let down by the government. That was Sajid Javid's pitch, but within all of that was a lot about who I am as a politician, which I think was the firing gun, wasn't it, on the leadership.
But listen, let's just stick with Boris Johnson for a moment, because he's in big trouble tonight. But I mean, most of it is self-inflicted, isn't it? What has happened? It's not policy. There's not, great disputes within the Tory party. I mean, there probably are, but not huge disputes on policy. It is about his personal integrity and his honesty and so forth. But he's brought it all on himself. Am I right to say that?
I've sort of been reflecting on that a bit, Mark, because I remember at the beginning of 2020, before the COVID pandemic struck in February into March, and I remember thinking, we're going to be doing politics very differently from the past decade when I'd been covering Westminster, because he had got the sort of majority we hadn't seen since the days of Tony Blair. And Labour went on to, be in government for 3 terms. He had a ginormous majority of 80 MPs. It was the most successful run at the election for a Conservative leader since the days of Margaret Thatcher. Before that, we'd had a coalition government with David Cameron and Nick Clegg of the Lib Dems. That was quite contested and politically difficult. Then we had a small majority for Cameron. Then we had Theresa May with a minority government propped up by the DUP, and the politics have been scrappy, and it was hard to get policy through, and it had all been about the political battles and factions and rivalry. And then Boris Johnson won this huge majority, and I thought, well, that's it then. It's going to be, he's going to do whatever he wants, and what we'll have to really drill in is on policy, and is he going to deliver the promises he made? And then we fast forward to 2.5 years, and he is about to be ousted from number 10, despite that huge success. And then you think, as you said, how did that come to pass? And it wasn't about
2.5 years after.
And it wasn't about policy issues. It was about politics. It was about character, and it was about his personal conduct. And that is perhaps for him the most difficult thing, I would imagine, that you have to accept, which is that really these are, what we have seen is a series of unforced errors from the Prime Minister that has led him to this place. And I remember
also about the people he surrounded himself with. One thinks back to the whole Dominic Cummings saga, and he's had, well, I mean, how many teams has he had? I don't know, but
some MPs would argue that part of his problem in terms of politics and policy delivery was the way in which he stacked the cabinet with arch loyalists, that he cauterised really parts of the party, so he didn't make it an inclusive cabinet, so sort of those that were Remainers or those that had challenged him, such as Jeremy Hunt, a very accomplished minister, he was put out to pasture, as was people like Greg Clark, the former business minister. So Remainers really, or One Nation Conservatives that maybe weren't arch Brexiteers. So he excluded a big chunk of the party, so you make natural enemies anyway. And then some people would argue that what he did, as one former cabinet minister put it to me, was he surrounded himself with short puppies. He wanted to be the king. He wanted to be not first among equals, but just above everyone else around him, and that loyalty mattered more to him than political execution and ability. That's what some of his detractors would say, and there was a view, I think, with some of those in the Conservative Party, that he had built around him a weak cabinet in order to make sure he didn't have confrontations like he's now getting, and to ensure his support, but that actually became in the end Achilles' heel because he couldn't get policy done and he didn't have enough ability around the table. That's what some in his party have put to me.
It is really an extraordinary political drama. Beth, stay with us. We await the verdict on what's happened in there. How has Boris Johnson reacted to these ministers who are in there? You're watching the News Hour on Sky News, the News Hour at 6 coming up. Cabinet ministers are gathering here at number 10 to tell Boris Johnson it is time to go. It's over.
We support communities to grow food in Gloucester and other spaces across the city. So our main kind of driving force is to get people growing.
Welcome back to Downing Street. Cabinet ministers have gathered here at number 10 to tell the Prime Minister to resign. It comes as 38 MPs have now handed in their resignation. That's in the last 24 hours. The Home Office Minister Kit Malthouse has just left the Cabinet Office. Let's just have a listen to what he's got to say.
What's happening in there, Mr. Malthouse?
The Prime Minister's
for a long time. But you must be sad. You've been with them all the way. You came from Sixth Form into Parliament.
Macron not commenting any further. Sorry, backing the Prime Minister in that. Is it all right?
What's the mood in that?
Excuse me.
Kit Malthouse there, policing minister, difficult day, he said, which is putting it mildly. How significant could he be in all this?
Well, not commenting there, but not saying as Nadine Dorries did that he was still supporting the Prime Minister, saying only to that gaggle of reporters chasing him down Whitehall that it had been a difficult day and he wasn't commenting. But we do know from other sources that Kit Malthouse was one of those senior figures in the party, along with those cabinet ministers that had gone in and told Boris Johnson, or perhaps related to the chief whip, Chris Heaton-Harris, to tell Boris Johnson, we don't know if he saw him face to face, that he thought it was time for him to resign. And as we were saying earlier, Mark, the reason why Kit Malthouse is significant is Kit Malthouse has been with the Prime Minister for a number of years in his political career. They go back all the way to City Hall when Boris Johnson was London Mayor. And Boris Johnson has kept Kit Malthouse in positions in his government. You know, you would say, if you're going to say who were Boris Johnson's allies, Kit Malthouse would certainly be viewed as one of them. So for Kit Malthouse to go in and say to the Prime Minister, the time, you know, your time is up, that's difficult for the PM, I would imagine, because he is a really loyal ally. I have to say, what I'm interested in as well is Priti Patel is in there. Now, she too is a very, very close ally to the Prime Minister. She supported him when he was London Mayor. She campaigned for him a lot. They go back a long way. She was instrumental in getting him into power in 2019. I can't get a handle on whether she's in there to support him or as part of the delegation. Those in her team and around her simply won't say. We've got to wait for her to come out, but Priti Patel is in there.
Right, I've got a couple of guests coming up now, but just pull all this together for us briefly. Where are we then? There's cabinet ministers in there. We've had the meeting of Tory MPs, which is over. So, look, where are we, do you think, tonight?
We're now in a position of waiting to see what Boris Johnson does next, whether he heeds the request from his cabinet to do what they would say is the honourable thing, and the only tenable thing actually now they would view it, which would be for him to resign. And if that doesn't work and he chooses not to, which is his prerogative, then what we do is we roll over into this position now where the party will hold a confidence vote, change the rules to hold a confidence vote to force him out. But either which way, Mark, it's hard to see how he can continue past the coming few days.
Okay, Beth, for a moment, thanks very much. Stay with me. Not a chance I can do this without you. Let's speak to Sebastian Payne, who is the Whitehall editor at the Financial Times. Lauren McKevitt, a former Conservative special advisor. Thank you both for joining me. Lauren, first of all, do you think the game is effectively up?
Absolutely. I think that if you've lost this many ministers within 24 hours, if you've got the 1922 committee, 100 years old this year, saying that it wants to change the rules to oust you, those rules are in place for really good reasons, and it's traditionally been quite hard to arbitrarily get rid of Conservative leaders, and in certain parts of our history that's been quite a good thing. For the 1922 committee to be considering upending that rule is monumental in terms of the Conservative Party's organisation. And then, if it doesn't work, the other options are even more monumental. He's seriously sitting in number 10, contemplating staring down the Queen and asking her to dissolve Parliament, to call an election, asking her to back him and not call anybody else up, to form a government instead of him if he loses the confidence of the MPs but can't be ousted by a vote. We're in truly extraordinary circumstances here for the Conservative Party as an organisation. But yes, I think he absolutely has to go, and he has to go very soon if the party itself is going to be salvageable.
Yeah, extraordinary circumstances for the country as well. Sebastian Payne, what's your sense of where we are tonight?
Well, I don't think it could really be more over than it is over right now. The simple fact is is that this cabinet delegation in Downing Street right now telling the Prime Minister that it's up, it's over, urging him to quit with dignity. And the real question is, will he do that? Throughout the past 24 hours of remarkable events here in Westminster, it's been said the Prime Minister will not willingly or easily go. He will cling on to the last bitter moment. And we've now reached that point. There was a meeting of the 1922 committee executive that Lauren was just talking about, and they've decided not to change the party's leadership rules, but what there will be a series of contest positions on that executive committee on Monday. And I think if Boris Johnson is not gone by Monday, the people in that contest would win. The slate that wants to change the rules would win that, and then they would change that, have a contest, and leave out the Prime Minister. But I would be quite surprised if we get to that. The fact is, I think the majority of the cabinet have lost confidence in Boris Johnson. We've obviously seen Rishi Sunak and Sajid Javid resign. And I think what those ministers will be telling Boris Johnson right now is, if you don't quit, if you stick around, we'll quit, and there's no one left to replace them, because we've seen an extraordinary number of resignations today. I think 36 at the last count of the government. There simply aren't any more Conservative MPs, let alone credible MPs, who take the place of the cabinet. So it is over. It's just a question now of exactly how it ends.
Yeah, it's 38, I think, now, Sebastian. And Sebastian, just you say it could go to the MPs. I mean, do you honestly think that if these cabinet ministers in Downing Street behind me here tell him to go, he could say, no, I'm fighting on, and let it go to the process of the MPs?
Well, if Boris Johnson does really fight on, as his allies have been urging and saying that he will do, then I think that certainly could happen. He could say, I'm not going anywhere. My mandate comes from the British people who voted for me in the last election, not Conservative MPs, not the party, and that if you want to get rid of me, then you have to call a general election. Now, I don't buy anything into that, even though the Prime Minister did hint at that in the liaison committee appearance earlier. So, yes, he might try and dig in, but I think if he does that, the fundamental point is that the cabinet will just resign, and there'll be no one left to run the country. And I think at that point, you get to a very murky constitutional area, because, of course, while we're watching this in Westminster, just up the mile at Buckingham Palace, they will be watching events very carefully too. And there will be a moment, of course, when it's clear Boris Johnson does not have the confidence of the House of Commons, it doesn't have the confidence of the Conservative Party, and doesn't have the confidence of the Cabinet, then they might look at ways of signalling that he needs to go as well. And of course, no one wants to get into that tricky constitutional water, but if he does stick around when the Cabinet say his position is untenable, there will be an unprecedented times, and I don't think anyone would want to predict what exactly will happen.
Yeah, that's an interesting point to make. Lauren, you've got experience of these things. Well, you probably haven't got experience of anything quite like this, but you've been inside, Downing Street with David Cameron and so forth. Just give us a sense, if you can, of what will be going on within the Johnson team. What will they be doing? What will they be thinking about? What will be happening?
Mark, I don't think anybody who's gone before this team could in any way indicate what's going on in there. You have two rival teams of cabinet members, like West Side Story, one half of whom are trying to pass the Prime Minister a whiskey and a revolver, the other half of whom is still cheerleading on his behalf. I don't see how any aide, political or apolitical, can handle this situation with, delicacy or finesse. We are truly beyond the looking glass of anything that the Conservative Party has experienced in the past. Doing the decent thing appears to be completely beyond the realms of possibility for this Prime Minister, and I don't understand how it is that in any recess of anyone's mind, they could be considering that a general election, when we do not have a party chairman, when it is highly unlikely we'll be able to fundraise significantly enough for a war chest for a snap election. And by the way, when it's highly unlikely that there'll be any Conservative Party prospective candidate willing to stand for the party in an election, that's where we might have some really difficult troubles, is trying to get people on the approved parliamentary candidates list to stick their head above this particular parapet and stick their flags to this mast. This is a completely unprecedented situation. Even when Gordon Brown was struggling to come to terms with leaving Downing Street, it wasn't this undignified. And I think that any aide within Number 10 right now who isn't lining up behind the cabinet ministers, handing out the whiskey and the revolver, is making a huge mistake on behalf of our party, because I think the Prime Minister is wrong. We don't elect a president in this country. We elect an individual representative. That representative goes to Westminster. The majority party in Westminster forms a government with a Prime Minister by majority approval of the governing party. We do not elect the President, and he must stop behaving like one, because he's doing it badly.
Just another quick thought from Sebastian. And does there come a time, Sebastian, when Boris Johnson is unable to govern? Have we reached the time when he's unable to govern?
Well, obviously we've had, as you said, Mark, those 38 ministerial resignations, and I don't think there's much thought in Downing Street going to how they're going to replace all those people who have quit government. So not very much at that point. The exact moment he's unable to govern is if the cabinet walks away and you see a mass resignation from that delegation that told him it's over, and he simply can't finish it. You know, some government departments, the Department of Education, for example, there's actually one minister left, the Secretary of State. In the Department for Levelling Up, there's just one minister left, and that's Michael Gove. Everyone else has quit the department today. So, you know, the ship is clearly sinking, and everybody is fleeing it very, very quickly. I think, you know, as I said, it really just up to the Prime Minister now about how sort of dignified this exit can be, because I don't see the MPs who are going to take over this role. I don't imagine anyone would want to at this exact juncture. And yes, he might try some wild ruses to keep his government going, but I think throughout Johnson's time as Prime Minister, we've always said he defies the laws of political gravity, that he does things no other Prime Minister can do, that he's the Teflon leader. The fact is that the laws of political gravity do kick in. We're seeing that right now in Westminster, and there's absolutely no escaping from that fact.
Sebastian Payne and Lauren McKevitt, thank you both very much indeed. And Beth Rigby is still with me. And Beth, I mean, this number in the top right-hand corner of that screen, 38 MPs have now resigned.
Yeah, and Sky News has done some number crunching, and actually this is a record of ministers that have resigned in one day. Never has it been higher than this. 14 ministerial resignations in one day. The last time a number anywhere near that was approached was back in 1932, when 11 ministers resigned. And the reason I'm giving you that stat is to try and really impress upon everyone just how extraordinary this is. This was started by 2 cabinet resignations, and then it snowballed into this series of resignations, and also letters from backbench MPs going public to say we cannot support you anymore, Prime Minister. And now we have 38 MPs have resigned from government, and there's several saying there. Part of the issue for Boris Johnson, and actually I'm just looking because I saw some outriders going across. We're waiting for Boris Johnson to come back to number 10 from Parliament. But as Sir Payne was saying there, part of the problem he's got now is how on earth does he fill the government posts that have been left absent, particularly if he doesn't heed these appeals from Cabinet and decide to try and stay on. Then what you're facing is potential mass cabinet resignations, and the gates are open in Durban, and another car's coming in, and I don't know if that is the PM or not, but we'll keep an eye down the street, because we...
Call me Dermot.
Huh?
You just call me Dermot.
Did I call you Dermot? Sorry, I
yeah.
can see that's because I can see Dermot.
It's okay. It's okay.
To...
We've got bigger things to...
we can see
We've got bigger things to worry about.
Some car coming. But anyway, let's see who it is. But we know that there's a number of cabinet ministers in there, and the question is, what does Boris Johnson do next? And that is a big unknown, I have to say.
And there's the fallback process of the MPs now as well.
That's exactly right, the fallback process of the MPs, which is if the Prime Minister doesn't go of his own accord, they will force him out. So it's just, it's funny, isn't it? Boris Johnson was sometimes described, a not particularly nice analogy, as a greased piglet. I think that was the description that maybe some of his old colleagues put upon him, because he seemed to escape from every single scrape and just managed to survive and, you know, skip free and keep going. But now, finally, it seems that tonight the whole scandal that emerged around Chris Pincher has been the straw, if you like, that broke the camel's back. A senior former cabinet minister said to me the other day when we were talking about when might Boris Johnson go, could he survive, they said to me that they thought it would be a death by 1,000 cuts, that there would be a series of scandals or missteps or disappointments that eventually would tip enough of the party over the edge to make his position untenable. And you know, you never know when that moment would come. Yeah. Was it going to be the by-elections of 10 days ago? And now here we are, the moment is here.
But it seems extraordinary that, you know, when an issue like sexual misconduct in the workplace, like predatory behaviour in the workplace, is such a you know, touchstone issue, and quite rightly, that it is, he just seemed to have a blind spot on that with Chris Pincher. It was allegations, but there was, do you think it's fair to say, well, he's admitted there was a blind spot, because he said, I should have, you know, acted differently.
I don't think it was necessarily about Chris Pincher per se. It was about what it represented. Yeah, exactly. Right? Precisely. It was about the fact that what it represented was a few things. In the short term, Number 10 was saying one thing and changing the story and not telling the truth, which MPs were sick and tired of, because that was the whole saga in Partygate. The Prime Minister saying he knew nothing, and then slowly it built and built and built until they eventually ended up with 126 fixed penalty notices over 8 different events. So that was, you know, that was the kind of line in the sand there. And then this happened. And then again, the Prime Minister wasn't aware of allegations, then he wasn't aware of specific allegations, only for it to emerge that he was aware of a formal complaint made in 2019 against Chris Pincher when he was Foreign Secretary. And for many MPs, what that smacked of was, this guy does not have a moral compass in terms of how he runs the who he thinks is okay to appoint, and also he's not being truthful in terms of what he's telling us. Now that's the view of some MPs, and that's what took them over the edge. But I think, as I said, in terms of what it represented the inability really of the Number 10 operation to get a grasp on events, to run the government properly, to get back onto policy, rather than being constantly embroiled in political scandal. And it wasn't just Chris Pincher, it was the by-election losses that rattled the party. It was Lord Geit, his ethics advisor, in the end resigning because of the Prime Minister's conduct. It was, you know, it was Partygate and all of the issues around that. So, you know, there were a number, you know, it started really, I think, back with Owen Paterson, when the Prime Minister sought to defend him and asked the party to defend him when they felt it was indefensible. And you have a number of small grievances, if you like, and it builds up. And then, of course, with the Chris Pincher, you're quite right. Why was someone who had multiple allegations made against them and a formal complaint made against them, why was he put in a position of power where he was dealing with the welfare of MPs? And for some, it was just unconscionable.
Just hearing in my ear that Boris Johnson is due to speak to the Queen this evening on the phone. It's a routine weekly.
I think she might be at Windsor Castle.
Yeah, she is, and so there is a phone call taking place. It's interesting to speculate on how she would view what's going on.
You love to be a corgi on the floor in that phone call when you want to be.
But it's a point. Sebastian Payne made the point, and it is quite an interesting one, that the Queen has a very clear interest. Well,
the Queen and the Palace will in no way want to be involved in any matters of government in this way. But that might be a consideration for the Prime Minister as well, that he wouldn't want to put the Queen in that sort of position, because, as Payne was saying, constitutional difficulties could arise if he seeks to torpedo the government or, you know, call a general election.
Right, Beth, we've got a minute and a half or so till the end of this particular programme. Dermot Murnahan here to carry on, but just to sum up for us, where are we, what is going on in there, and what was happening a little earlier with the MPs? Just bring us up to date.
Where we are now tonight, Mark, is that we are in the final moments, really, of Boris Johnson's premiership, that one way or another, he can't really carry on. He's lost the support of a number of his cabinet. It looks like even potentially the majority of his cabinet. He's had 38 ministerial resignations. The 1922 backbench committee are mobilising to change the rules to force him out unless he resigns. And it's interesting, isn't it, that prime ministers have so much power, but once that authority begins to ebb away, it can suddenly go very quickly. And overnight, he has gone from being in office there to being a man that is about to be forced out of number 10, either by his own decision or by his party.
So what do you think the 30 seconds, I mean, what do you think the timeline could possibly be?
That's
30
hard
seconds
to read because it depends on how Boris Johnson reacts to this. It depends on whether he heeds the appeals from his cabinet, and it is divided, I should say. I mean, Nadine Dorries is in there, and she might be leading a little delegation of loyalists trying to keep him in place. So it's not as simple as everyone wanting him gone, but the timeline of it depends on, does he heed those warnings and decide the game is up, I'm standing down, or does he carry on and then there is a confidence vote in him as early as next week?
Okay, that was the News Hour at 6. Thanks for watching. Dermot Murnahan is coming up.
Y con eso ya podemos ir evaluando entonces cómo el cambio climático va a afectar estos ecosistemas. Y eso cómo afecta prácticamente toda la cadena. O sea, si afectamos a los productores primarios, que son las microalgas, vamos a ver afectado obviamente todo el resto de los organismos.
We support communities to grow food in lost and unlost spaces across the city. So our main kind of driving force is to get people growing.
It's 7 o'clock. I'm Dermot Menahan. This is Sky News Tonight, live from Downing Street, where Boris Johnson's premiership hangs in the balance. Tonight he faces a delegation of cabinet colleagues calling for him to step down as leader and, of course, as Prime Minister. Among them, his new Chancellor, Nadine Zahawi, after less than 24 hours in that role. But Mr Johnson is adamant he'll stay the course, despite a bruising day of questioning from MPs in committee and in the House of Commons.
The tightrope between loyalty and integrity has become impossible in recent months. And Mr Speaker, I will never risk losing my integrity.
I'm not going to give a running commentary on political events. I'm going to get on with the government of the country.
Well, the Prime Minister's future now rests with the influential Committee of Conservative Backbenchers, the 1922 Committee. It's been meeting throughout the day. A very good evening, live from Downing Street, where for a second night, the Prime Minister is fighting for his very political survival. Having faced 38 government resignations today alone, he tonight faced a delegation of cabinet ministers who are calling for him to resign. Now, we await what Mr Johnson has to say after that meeting. It is still continuing here at number 10 Downing Street. At Prime Minister's questions earlier today, he insisted he plans to hang on in there and keep going. He then faced a 2-hour session with all the chairs of the House of Commons committees, the all-powerful liaison committee. There, Mr Johnson said he couldn't see why he should resign when questioned by Labour's Darren Jones.
It's not brave for you to carry on doing this. I think, in my view, you're hurting the country, Prime Minister. Just on a very human level, surely you must know that it's in the country's interest for you to leave now, isn't it?
I think that the country's going through tough times, and I think that we have the biggest. You're making a point about duty, right?
Yeah.
And I look at the issues that this country faces. I look at the pressures that people are under, and the need for government to focus on their priorities, which is what we are doing. I look at the biggest war in Europe for 80 years, and I cannot for the life of me see how it is responsible just to walk away from that, as I said earlier on in PMQs, particularly not when you have a mandate of the kind that we won 2-3 years ago.
Well, with no prospective resignation from the Prime Minister, his future now lies with the 1922 Committee, the influential group of backbench Conservative MPs. Now, they've been meeting throughout the day and the evening, so let's take a look at them and their roles. So they meet every week formally when the House of Commons is looking to set the rules for the Conservative Party. It marshals votes of confidence, of course, in the leader. And after facing one of those votes, you'll remember, just last month, Boris Johnson should be safe from another for a year. Those are the existing rules. But now the group is considering membership and rule changes that could allow another vote to take place much sooner. Nominations for new executive members are open right now and will close, we hear, on Monday afternoon with results later that evening. Well, after those election results, the committee can then discuss any potential rule changes to allow another vote of confidence sooner. That means Boris Johnson could face another confidence vote, perhaps within weeks or even days after that. However, any vote would need to take place before Parliament goes on its summer recess. That's taking place in just over 2 weeks' time. Or if it doesn't happen, it would be delayed until after the 4th of September when they come back. Well, our political editor, Beth Rigby, is here with me now. So, Beth, how this all pans out all depends on what is going on behind us right here, right now.
There are lots of cabinet ministers in there right now. The chief whip, Chris Heaton-Harris, is in there. We also know that Sir Graham Brady, who is the chair of the 1922 backbench committee, he basically is the envoy of all the backbenchers, has also gone in via the cabinet office. We didn't walk up the street. And we know that there are at least half a dozen cabinet ministers who are in there as a delegation to tell Boris Johnson that they think now is the time for him to resign, and if he doesn't, then they will leave his government, that he has lost their confidence. But there's also other cabinet ministers in there, Nadine Dorries for sure, who is in there to back Boris Johnson up. So there's cabinet ministers in there and some division. And I honestly, tonight, at the moment, what will Boris Johnson do? You know, he has said repeatedly, all the time that I've interviewed him in recent weeks about his future and his fate, he's very clear. He repeated in all the comments today, I have been given a colossal mandate. He would say, I have been given the support of 14 million voters. In 2019, I was the most successful Prime Minister in a ballot box for the Conservatives since the days of Margaret Thatcher, and you guys are not going to force me out. My mandate is via the public, not via you. So, you know, in his heart, his instinct will be to fight to the very end. So it might be...
I mean, just sorry to interject there, but of course, if he fights to the very end as it stands now, what we know, you know, we're only imagining what might be taking place in there. As you say, we can't know. But what we do know is the number of ministerial resignations that took place today. You cannot function as the Prime Minister without a government.
No, but he might, I don't know, he might say, I'm not going to resign, bring it on, force this confidence vote, you have to force me out. Now, that would go against all convention. I mean, if you end up with, you know, a sizable chunk, if not the majority of your cabinet, quietly tapping on your shoulder saying, you've lost the confidence of the cabinet, you've lost the confidence of the parliamentary party, you've lost 38 MPs from your government, you actually can't run your government, you can't run the country. At that point, most prime ministers would say, the game's up, I've got to go. But you know, I can't predict what Boris Johnson will do. All I can tell you is what I have seen in his mind, which was a fierce determination, come what may, to carry on, which is why how this plays out tonight will be so interested in what he decides to do in the coming hours.
So if it does come down to the 1922 committee, as I described there, you know, they're changing the committee, there are elections to the committee, they could then change the rules and perhaps hold a vote sometime next week if they do change those rules. Is there another way that that could be speeded up if Graham Brady has gone in there, the chair of the committee, and said, well, look, you know, I've already got these letters coming through, Prime Minister, they're in the hundreds now or whatever, plus the number of resignations you've had from your ministerial ranks who presumably voted for you last time.
Yeah,
the game's up.
Yeah, you're quite right, Dom. I mean, what Graham Brady can do is go in and say to the Prime Minister, look, I've got a parliamentary majority, have sent me letters saying that he wants the PM to resign, that they want the Prime Minister to resign, and Graham Brady could show him the evidence and say, I can tell you, you will be forced out in a confidence vote unless you resign. So I'm a bit jumpy because I'm kind of looking around just to see what's moving around. But yes, he could. Graham Brady could just say to him, these are the facts, you cannot stay on, you will be voted out, and then the cabinet say you have to resign. And at that point, Boris Johnson will have to take his decision. But in terms of the process of the 22, there was talk earlier today, before this sort of crescendo really built with the resignations, that they might try and force a rule change for next week, or rule change now with a vote next week, or a vote even earlier than that. And actually tonight, the committee didn't decide to change the rules. They've just brought forward the elections of a new executive. They were going to do that right before recess, and they're going to do that next Monday. So if he doesn't go in the next few days, at that point they could trigger a vote. But I have to say, it's hard to see how it comes to that if there is a mass walkout of the cabinet, and it's clear that he will lose that vote. But we'll have to see.
I just want to get your take on, you know, those that we think are telling Mr. Johnson that time is up as Prime Minister. Nadine Zahawi, still less than 24 hours as Chancellor of the Exchequer. That would be quite extraordinary if he has now decided, after we heard him all over the breakfast programmes this morning telling us what a good job the Prime Minister was doing, if he's now telling him to go.
He is in the delegation. I've been told that, my colleague Sam Coates has been told that by different sources. We've both been told that Nadine Zahawi is in the delegation telling the Prime Minister that it's time for him to resign. And I did ask so, I said, well, hang on a minute, why did he accept the job last night if he didn't have confidence in the Prime Minister. And this person said to me, if the Prime Minister taps you on the shoulder and says, please serve as my Chancellor, it's very difficult to say no, because the country needs a Chancellor. But a more Machiavellian view could be that he'd already decided to go and he decided that the Prime Minister needed to go and tried to orchestrate this to happen.
And are you hearing anything about,
There's a reverse in
Indeed. Used to be, well, let's keep a close eye on that and talk this way. The potential leadership challenges, putting teams in place covertly and things like that.
Let's just see who's in and out of this. Jacob Rees-Mogg, I've just been told in my ear that Jacob Rees-Mogg is going into Whitehall. So he's going to maybe see what's going on within number 10. We know Jacob Rees-Mogg is a key ally.
Well, it'd be extraordinary if Jacob Rees-Mogg tells him.
Well, I mean, I can tell you, Dermot, because I'm pretty confident of this, that Jacob Rees-Mogg will be going in to stand next to Nadine Dorries and defending the Prime Minister rather than calling for anything else. He's a die-hard loyalist. So it's interesting that these two camps are inside number 10. The unknown is, I don't know where Priti Patel stands, because she's in there, and I know that she has been an uber loyalist to Boris Johnson. They go back a long way, but I can't get a handle on which way.
What about Liz Truss?
Liz Truss is out of the country, so we don't know about Liz Truss. She has left the country. It might be the best thing to do at the moment.
Shades of John Major, so this was the dental appointment.
And Brandon Lewis, who's part of the delegation that I think that the position of the Prime Minister is untenable, he's actually in Belfast flying back. You've then got Simon Hart, the Welsh Secretary. You've got Kit Malthouse, the policeman. I'm sorry, I'm just a bit jumpy.
You keep an eye on that.
There's a car waiting, and there's a door, so there's someone coming out.
We've got someone I want to talk to now about Boris Johnson. Pauline Latham was a firm supporter of the Prime Minister. Good to see Pauline Latham, but of course broke with Mr. Johnson over Partygate, wasn't it, earlier this year? Tell us, what do you think the Prime Minister should do if he is in there being told by cabinet members, colleagues to go?
Well, I don't think anybody can have any doubt about what he must do. He has to resign. You can't have so many ministers and cabinet members resigning and just stay where you are. You just can't do it. I mean, it's untenable, and it's never, in my knowledge, ever happened before. And it's a farce. It's a complete farce, and it does make you wonder what his mindset is, because he's like a wounded animal desperately trying to stop being killed, and actually he needs to move across and allow room for somebody new who can run the country properly with a moral compass to come forward so that we can get back on track and take the country forward, because there's enough issues to deal with and he's not dealing with them.
I want to ask you about, as you described there, his moral compass going wonky, I suppose, from your point of view. But what happens if he doesn't? If he decides, you describe him as a wounded animal, he decides to fight on?
Well, I genuinely don't see how he can. If he's not got the confidence of the parliamentary party, which I don't believe he has anymore, he's certainly not going to have enough people to replace all these ministers and PPSs who have resigned, rightly in my view. He can't replace them all. So how's he going to run a government without the right people in place? It just doesn't work, and it makes him look stupid. It makes the Conservative Party look stupid if we can't move on and get on with governing the country when there's enough issues that need sorting out. We have to do it. We cannot say, oh, Prime Minister, you've got to stay. I don't know how anybody can do that now. It's just gone too far.
And if it does come down to the 1922 committee having to organise another vote of confidence, change the rules and allow that to happen, are you certain that the Prime Minister would lose it this time? Of course, he won, what was it, by 211 to 184, just 4 or 5 weeks ago.
I'm absolutely certain he would lose it. I cannot see how he could survive that. But I don't want them to change the rules. I don't believe that we should change the rules just to suit local circumstances at the time. It should be a long-term considered thing to change the rules, and maybe we need to look at that later. But I think that the Prime Minister should do the right thing he has shown that he hasn't got the confidence of his ministers and PPSs. He really hasn't got the confidence of everybody, and I have to say the atmosphere in Parliament today has been glum. Everybody is depressed. We need to move on, and he needs to recognise that. I don't like to say this about my Prime Minister, but I think the time has come where he should see the writing on the wall and he should move on.
Just pause there. Transport Secretary Grant Shapps exiting the building very quickly there. Nothing to say there. The car was waiting right outside the door of number 10, straight in a tight-lipped, I think is the phrase, Grant Shapps. So Pauline Latham, let's then look at if he does go, if you get what you want, he goes now or fairly soon. You say you want to move on, but then of course the party has to go through an election process in choosing the next leader and Prime Minister, and given the number of runners and riders potentially, that could be a pretty bruising process. You don't get that stability you crave for quite a while.
Well, we do have a Deputy Prime Minister who is perfectly capable of running the country until that time, until we have chosen the next leader. So there's absolutely no reason why we couldn't move on and we couldn't have a leadership campaign, which, as you say, is fairly protracted because it has to be to make sure we get the right person. But we have got a very competent deputy who could do it. We've got a Chancellor and we've got a Health Secretary, and I'm sure that if they knew that there was going to be a new Prime Minister, other people would step up and take the jobs that are vacant.
Have you got anyone that you personally would like to see taking up? You don't have to tell me their name, but do you have someone in mind?
No, I don't, and that I think has been one of the difficulties, why it hasn't happened before, in my view. I want to see who the runners and riders are, and then I will listen to what they've got to say and see who best aligns with what I want the government to do.
And can I just ask you, back to the here and now, and the Prime Minister, and it's not just you saying it, lacking a moral compass, or it's broken. So 38 ministers, PPSs, and of course cabinet ministers in total resigning since yesterday alone, and you're clearly not alone in that view. What was it for you that made you come to that decision?
It's been an accumulation of things. I mean, on a personal level, Boris has been very helpful to me. He's backed my private members bill, the marriage bill to raise the age of marriage to 18. If he hadn't backed it, it wouldn't have gone through, because they don't go through without the Prime Minister's backing. So I'm sorry about this, but I just can't support him. And I really feel that it's just been an accumulation. It started really with Partygate. It started with what looks as if things have not been entirely truthful, and then it's finally, I suppose, is a Chris Pincher affair. And it's no good the Prime Minister keep coming and saying, oh, I'm sorry, I got that wrong. He seems to have got quite a lot of things wrong. And if he's that bad at his judgment, he's not in the right job.
Well, I think it's fair to describe you as heavy-hearted. Pauline Latham, thank you very much indeed for joining us there from Central Lobby there in the House of Parliament. Well, we mentioned there the 38 MPs who've resigned from the government since just yesterday, including 2 cabinet ministers. Well, resignations continued this evening, so let me take you through the state of play. There are some of the pictures. Since the resignation of the Chancellor and the Health Secretary last night, there's been a deluge of Conservative MPs handing in their letters of resignation. The total, as I say, is 38. Another Conservative MP threatening to resign if Boris Johnson doesn't step down. Well, chief among them, the former Health Secretary Sajid Javid. Of course, you remember his dramatic resignation just over 24 hours ago. He made a statement in the House of Commons today explaining his reasons for resigning.
The tightrope between loyalty and integrity has become impossible in recent months. And Mr. Speaker, I will never risk losing my integrity. I also believe a team is as good as its team captain, and that a captain is as good as his or her team. So loyalty must go both ways. The events of recent months have made it increasingly difficult to be in that team. It's not fair on ministerial colleagues to go out every morning defending lines that don't stand up and don't hold up. It's not fair on my parliamentary colleagues who bear the brunt of constituents' dismay in their inboxes and on their doorsteps in recent elections. And it's not fair on Conservative members and voters who rightly expect better standards from the party they supported. When the first stories of parties in Downing Street emerged late last year, I was personally assured at the most senior level by my right honourable friend's then team that, and I quote, there had been no parties in Downing Street and no rules were broken. So I gave the benefit of doubt. And I went on those media rounds to say that I'd had those assurances from the most senior level of the Prime Minister's team. Then we had more stories. We had the Sue Gray report, a new Downing Street team. I continued to give the benefit of the doubt. And now this week again, we have reason to question the truth and integrity of what we've all been told.
Well, let's just fill you in on the information we're hearing about what's going on behind us in number 10 Downing Street. We know the Prime Minister is in there, Beth Rigby, with cabinet colleagues, telling him to go, some perhaps supportive of him. We were wondering what the position of Priti Patel would be, the Home Secretary.
Matt Daffin from The Times has just tweeted out an exclusive, which he must have presumably picked up from some of her team members, saying that Priti Patel has sided with a group of cabinet ministers calling for the PM to go. One of Mr. Priti Patel, as I was saying, is one of Boris Johnson's most loyal supporters. So the Times there reported that Priti Patel has not sided with Nadine Dorries and Jacob Rees-Mogg, who are also in there, but actually sided with the delegation, saying that Boris Johnson needs to go on the basis that he cannot continue to govern with the support of his party. And I imagine if Priti Patel has done that, she has done it with a heavy heart, because she has been hugely supportive of the Prime Minister.
As he has been of her.
As he has been of her. And I have to wonder whether when someone like Priti Patel puts it to him, that it gives him pause for thought, because if your most loyal lieutenants, such as Kit Morehouse or Priti Patel, are telling you your time is up and it's over, will he take that on board and heed that advice? And
big unanswered question, Beth. We're going to be addressing it, I suspect, most of the evening. I want to talk now to Lord Howell. Let's get an interesting perspective, I think, because he's a former government minister who served several prime ministers, including, of course, Margaret Thatcher, Lady Thatcher. Good to talk to you, Lord Howell.
Thank you.
And I want to ask you then about, the end days of Margaret Thatcher and her premiership. Are there, different every time round, I know, but are there some parallels between now and 32 years ago, or nearly 32 years ago, when senior cabinet members went in and told the PM it's time to go?
Well, there could be parallels, because remember what happened after that was that the Conservative Party came to regret, or a large part of it did, that had ever occurred, and that the calculation that someone else would win the election, although it turned out to be right with Sir John Major, was only just right. And ever since then, there have been sore feelings in the Conservative Party about the way in which Mrs. Thatcher was told to go. And the feeling was then, and I can't help sharing it slightly now, that in a sort of frenzy mood, when you've got the whole media against you, when you've got the BBC against you, when you've got denunciations on all sides, and you long to try and distinguish between the purely partisan stuff, which of course is justified, the opposition always pile in and so on, and the more reflective and genuine and cool assessments. You long to hold on to the final decision until tempers cool down a little bit, and I think probably that will happen, because this procedure is going to unfold over the next fortnight or so, so perhaps there will be reflective thoughts, if not second thoughts, but it's a frenzy is not something that I suppose older generation of politicians really welcome, because it's in frenzies that sometimes the most terrible mistakes are made.
So would your advice, Lord Howell, to current cabinet members be, I suppose it's the old axiom, act in haste, repent at leisure?
I think that could be, who knows? The whole mood is very much against his survival. And on the other hand, we are in a moment, this nation faces some terrifying threats. For the first time, we're rediscussing nuclear war in relation to Russia and Ukraine. The world is gripped by the most hideous food shortages and imported inflation, which is crippling half the households of this country. We are in a very, very serious and desperate position, and the protests are mounting. With many others, the pandemic is over, but it has been some of the worst challenges ever faced by governments. I mean, this man, this Prime Minister, whether you like him or not, has had to govern through three of the biggest challenges, or more, as Ireland as well, of course, and the Brexit thing, through bigger challenges ever faced by any government anywhere. We're in a world of 7 billion people, so even compared with past pandemics and past crises, this is enormous. So let there be some careful thinking as to who the replacement is. I'm not sure anyone's got any idea. They're talking about runners and horses and so on as though it's the Derby day, when it isn't at all. And let them be careful about who is going to bring the Conservative Party, which has many factions and two very powerful wings, one particularly the one that went for Brexit and really Boris Johnson rode to power on. Let them consider very carefully before they rush, because more haste, as you say, is always best. And we have to be very careful what's going to happen.
Lord Howell, it'd be interesting to get your assessment, though, which seems to be behind so much of the anger, and it is anger within the party, about Mr. Johnson, and it's his personal qualities, you know, as they describe it. I don't know if you would, I want your take on it. They describe it, you know, his lack of a moral compass, was just hearing that from one of his MPs, his lack of integrity.
Well, you hear these things on all sides, of course, very largely, as I say, from opponents who don't like him personally, although not necessarily always. Personal dislike is not necessarily always the best guide to counsel it or thinking about the nation's welfare and political stability. But that's coming from personal dislike. It's coming from political opponents, of course, in a flood, cascade, as it is said. And amidst it all, there are cool reflections, which may be on the side of what you just said, that he's too casual with the truth in certain things and doesn't pay to detail, and that leads him to sort of say what pleases people at the moment, even though it's not turned out to be accurate. All that may go on. All I'm saying is we're in an immensely dangerous situation. I think we need an entirely new economic approach to this hyperinflation hitting us, and that's why I rather welcome the new Chancellor, Mr. Zahawi. He sounds like a very sensible man, and frankly the policies so far are simply getting it wrong. They don't understand how this inflation should be addressed. I could give you in a longer interview 5 or 6 or 7 moves which I know would bring down the inflation rate immediately and therefore bring down public expenditure and begin to unravel the whole head of steam into which it's
That would be very interesting, Lord Howell. Yeah, I mean, clearly at a later date. But could I just ask you finally, you know, what would your advice to Boris Johnson be right now, who presumably is being told, you know, the game is up, it is time to go? We don't know what his mindset is, whether he will fight it all the way and have to be dragged out there kicking and screaming. Would you say, look, it is, whether you like it or not, all prime ministers, their period in office comes to an end, either at elections or through this process, just go with dignity?
Well, I think that is, you know, that's for him to decide. I think if he really reckons that the game is up, then the sensible thing is to go with dignity. After all, it could take, with 70 candidates in the field, it could take several months to get up to the party conference in October to get this straight. So there will have to be either a stand-in, the Deputy Prime Minister, or he will have to stay on a few weeks and give the guidance the country needs every minute of the day as we face these existential crises which are closing on us around the world. I think it's a very, very dangerous time where we should not rush, we should move very carefully indeed. That's all I ask.
Well, Lord Howell, it's been so interesting talking to you. Thank you very much indeed. It would be great to interview at a later date about those ideas you have for bringing down inflation. But for the time being, thank you very much indeed. Now, I just want to check in with Beth Ridley, our political editor, here with me in Downing Street, first of all, because we were discussing Priti Patel, the Home Secretary. She's in there. What we imagined she would be saying to the Prime Minister.
Yeah, so we knew she was in there, and we weren't sure about which side she was going to fall onto, because she's an Uber loyalist. Was she going to be in the Dorries and Jacob Rees-Mogg camp? But as I understand it, following on from Matt Datham at the Times, I've been told that Priti Patel has spoken to the Prime Minister this evening, where she's conveyed to him the overwhelming views of the parliamentary party, and we know what the overwhelming view of the party is that he should go. So I imagine what she has done, and I imagine she's done it quite reluctantly given how supportive she is of him, but she's conveyed to him that the time is up, that the parliamentary party will not carry his support. I think she could be different as a cabinet minister to others. I mean, we know that delegation that have gone in are no doubt perhaps saying to the Prime Minister, either you go or we will walk out. I don't imagine Priti Patel has necessarily said that to the Prime Minister. Maybe in the same way that Michael Gove said, I think it's time for you to go, without explicitly making a threat on the back of that. But this is hugely significant. Priti Patel is an absolute Boris Johnson die-hard loyalist that put him in to Downing Street back in 2019, a key organiser in the ERG Brexiteer for the Brexit campaign again. They are good friends. She was with him when he was mayor, campaigning for him in London. So for Priti Patel to tell Boris Johnson that the time is up, that really is a moment.
Okay, Beth, thank you very much indeed. Let's talk to our colleague Sam Coates, Deputy Political Editor in Central Lobby in the Houses of Parliament, and talking there about the mood of the parliamentary party, that being conveyed to the Prime Minister, amongst others, the Home Secretary. Tell us about the Conservative MPs you've been talking to, Sam.
So I've just had an update from, as it were, the rebel camp, the MPs in Parliament. Now, their view is that they've done the heavy lifting for today. When you tot up the resignations and you put them together with Conservative MPs who've restated their lack of confidence in Boris Johnson, you get to a figure well over 100. And that's the thing that cabinet ministers have been going in armed to Downing Street with. That's the thing that Graham Brady's gone into Downing Street armed with. And so really, the rebels think that the action is currently all behind closed doors over at Downing Street and with the Prime Minister at the moment. And I understand from people talking actively to some of the people in the conversations that it's that threat from cabinet ministers that they will resign if the Prime Minister refuses to. That means that this is more likely than not to actually come to a resolution, to mean that everything is forced to a resolution tonight. There hasn't been a resolution yet, but according to the promises of the people as they were going in to see the Prime Minister, either he goes or they goes. So if Boris Johnson tries to cling on, then suddenly he would be without a second chancellor, theoretically. For the second time in 24 hours, he would be out without a number of other high-profile figures. There would be huge gaps in his cabinet. It would look unsustainable. And at that point, as he acknowledged to the liaison committee earlier today, if you can't govern, then in those circumstances, he might actually be prepared to step down. But the rebels also say that in the now less likely event that he manages to cling on with whatever the cabinet he's able to salvage behind him, then it will be on Monday when they now fully believe that the rules will be changed, that they can hold another vote of no confidence. That vote will take place on the Tuesday, and at that point he would be out. There is this sense there needs to be an acceleration. There is a sense, there is a discussion about what would happen if Boris Johnson quit suddenly. Creating a vacancy before a leadership contest has resulted in a name. There are now Tory MPs talking openly that Dominic Raab, the Deputy Prime Minister, could once again step into that gap. The conversation has shifted so much in 36 hours, it's difficult to describe. But because of that dynamic of cabinet ministers going into number 10, threatening to resign if he, the Prime Minister, doesn't go himself, that's the thing that's making people start to think that we are going to come to some kind of resolution tonight.
Okay, Sam, thank you very much indeed. Sam Coates, our Deputy Political Editor, with the latest that he's hearing right in the heart of Parliament there. That we could hear something this very evening. Let's get the news on that then with the former Government Minister, Alistair Burt, who briefly had the Conservative whip removed in 2019 when he voted against Mr Johnson's government over a no-deal Brexit, and former Foreign Office Minister as well. Good to talk to you, Alistair Burt. Well, no doubt you heard Sam Coates there saying, and you must be picking up that feeling, that it really is over Mr. Johnson as Prime Minister, and it could happen as early as this evening.
Yes, I think that's right. Things have moved extraordinarily quickly, but in my experience, that is what happens. You can't plan these things. I remember the end of Mrs. Thatcher's time as Prime Minister, the challenges against John Major, Ian Duncan Smith and the like, and of course the concerted efforts to remove Theresa May by many of those who have been supporting Boris Johnson. These things take on a life of their own. They're all slightly unpredictable, but there's a speed and there's a tipping point that everyone seems to recognise instinctively in Parliament, and that seems to have happened over the last 24, 36 hours.
But if it's stability the party and the country are after, are we going to get it then, given the number of people who would wish, one imagines, to replace Mr. Johnson?
Yes, because the current threat to stability is that there is a government that is completely distracted by the leadership issue based around the personality and character of Boris Johnson. And it's obvious that parliamentary colleagues have come to a conclusion that that instability, what appears to be a lack of focus on the issues that really affect the nation, just cannot be settled as long as he's there. Accordingly, if that is dealt with, then of course there's a period while the Conservative Party has to decide who comes forward as the next Prime Minister. I heard what David Howell was saying. I know there shouldn't be a rush, but it will need to be done relatively speedily, because there must be a sense of direction for the country, and there must be a new Prime Minister put in place as quickly and effectively as possible.
But you know what happens when a Prime Minister is replaced mid-term, then the calls grow louder for some kind of validation fairly soon through a general election.
Yes, but most new governments resist that one way or another. There's no constitutional principle that requires it. Each new Prime Minister in those circumstances know that they must get validation in due course. That's absolutely correct. But the timing is up to them. And I think there's plenty of precedent to say what a new Prime Minister needs to do is settle the country, deliver, make good the sort of problems that have removed a previous Prime Minister. There is only so long that this government has to go anyway. The election was in 2019, so it's not all that far away from a general election in due course anyway. I hear the calls about mandate and everything else. All previous Prime Ministers that have been replaced in these circumstances have been through that. I think the most important thing will be to recognise the country faces a number of immediate storms, and what is happening abroad everyone is well aware of. The economic storms will get worse. The situation economically will be more difficult come October as energy prices rise and energy consumption increases. You will have the food issue, the fuel issue, and I think at that stage no one will want to throw a general election into the middle of that. So let's see a new Prime Minister, a new government, settle things down, and then there'll be a general election in due course.
But does a new leader heal the Conservative Party? You'll also have heard Lord Howell talking about the rancour, the poison that was injected into the veins of the party 32 years ago with the ejection of Mrs. Thatcher that still then has resonance today. Well, Boris Johnson won his vote of confidence, 211 MPs there. Even if that's now whittled down a bit, that's still a considerable number of MPs sitting there fuming.
It is, Thurman. It's a shrewd observation by David Howell and a good question from you. I'm one of those who believes that if Margaret Thatcher had stood down after her 10 years, if she had said to the party, I've done 10 years, it's time to go, the bitterness that was associated with her removal just wouldn't have been there. You're right to spot that it could be. That's why it would be right for Prime Minister Boris Johnson to recognise tonight the strength of feeling from his cabinet and go with good grace and not create a situation of bitterness. It would appear that the number of his personal followers are not necessarily huge in relation to the party, but there will be those who will feel a strong personal attachment and recognise his achievement in relation to the last election. But the most important thing is to recognise that things have moved on, and if the Conservative Party wishes to offer a good challenge for the future, promote all the things that it believes in, and offer a good choice to the British people, then it would be best to do it in some way that's united. Now, the Prime Minister has a lot of control over that. depending on how you lead, that sets the tone for what is going to happen. That and those who have supported him. Now, people have to be honest and remember that this Prime Minister only became Prime Minister because he and colleagues removed the previous Prime Minister. And people have been able to let that go. Now, his followers must do the same. It's only fair. So this is the approach that I think would be best for him to take. Then the party can be as united as possible. And then the public and the nation, because they are more important than any party, must then have a choice as to what should be the future.
And I've got to ask you this, Alistair, but personally, if Boris Johnson does go, I suspect you won't be shedding any particular tears. We all know about your open disagreements with him, and indeed that you felt he should never have been Prime Minister in the first place.
Yeah, but I think also people like you and people in the business know me well enough. There's no personal rancour at all. In a way, this will be, as always, a personal tragedy. You know, many of the factors that brought Boris Johnson to be Prime Minister are also responsible for his fall. I've no personal interest beyond that. I was disappointed and sorry not to continue in the party because I couldn't accept standing in an election where I had to pledge to vote for something which I couldn't do when I resigned on principle. But I resigned with no personal rancour in relation to the Prime Minister, and I wished him well. Now, it's not worked out because of things that were there in relation to how he would govern the country, the problems of taking on a campaign team to run the country, a bit like a campaign in October 2019. It's not worked, but I'm not one who celebrates anybody's downfall. What I want to see is the best choice offered to the British people at an election. I want to see a Conservative Party that's successful. I want my colleagues to do well, and I want the British people to have a good choice. It's not possible at the moment with what has happened, and being out of it, I've played no part in this. But there's a number of colleagues who left office and left government in 2019. Many of them, I suspect, are very keen to play a part in any restoration of the Conservative Party and the government if the country wants that to happen. So we're keen to get involved, and that's really my only interest at present.
Something to be explored a little later today. It's always good talking to you, Alistair Burt. Thank you so much for joining us on Sky News tonight. Let's bring you to some of the latest pictures from around here. Of course, number 10 is a huge government complex. We all focus on this door, but it's connected to the Cabinet Office with many other entrances. And there's the Brexit Opportunities Minister leaving.
That's like a sing time I've been asked. It is not within my powers. God bless you, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Good evening.
Well, Jacob Rees-Mogg, as you can see for yourself, looking very chipper there, pausing for a word or two, not saying anything of substance, but pausing there with a smile on his face. Just picking up every word he said. I talked to him last night, and he's been on the airways quite a lot over the last 24 hours. And his position is that the Prime Minister shouldn't be going anywhere because he's got a huge mandate, 14 million people and an 80-seat majority. That, we understand, is not the view of the majority of the Cabinet Ministers in there now talking to the Prime Minister. It's been a long day. Let's rewind to about 12 o'clock this afternoon, Prime Minister's Questions, when Mr Johnson faced MPs for that regular session in the House of Commons. And of course, the Chris Pincher scandal dominated exchanges between him and the Labour leader, Sir Keir Starmer. Our political correspondent, Ali Fortescue, has been analysing what happened.
It was an extraordinary PMQs. MPs waited. Some wondered if he'd even show up. But as the Prime Minister arrived to a solemn front bench, any cheers were very quickly drowned out. Starmer capitalised, and the chamber was silent as he asked his first question, relaying the details of an alleged assault by Chris Pincher.
He says, he grabbed my arse and then he slowly moved his hand down in front of my groin. I froze. I accept that's not easy listening, but it's a reminder to all those propping up this Prime Minister just how serious the situation is.
The PM tried to rally his side, focus on policy, but it wasn't working.
not least the 500,000 people we got off welfare into work in the last 6 months alone, Mr. Speaker. Those are things that are making differences to the lives of people up and down the country, and I'm proud of it.
Here's Starmer.
Labour unimpressed, but look at the PM's own side. Their faces said it all.
What a pathetic spectacle. The dying act of his political career is to parrot that nonsense. And as for those who are left, only in office because no one else is prepared to debase themselves any longer, the charge of the lightweight brigade.
And if we look more closely at what was going on the Tory benches, Sajid Javid arrived late to support from rebels like Mark Harper, but avoiding eye contact with his old cabinet colleagues. Missing from the front bench today was Housing Secretary Michael Gove. No word yet on his position. The mood, though, was glum. This was PMQs in January. Jonathan Gullis cheering on the Prime Minister at the height of Partygate. But look at him today, after resigning his junior role in government last night. Elsewhere, Tory backbenchers used the opportunity to have their say.
Does the Prime Minister think there are any circumstances in which he should resign?
Today, I ask him to do the honourable thing, to put the interests of the nation before his own interests.
Nothing left for him to do other than to take responsibility and resign.
The Prime Minister's response here to Labour's Ian Lavery perhaps sums up the tone.
Hang on in there, Mr. Speaker, that's what I'm going to do.
And after PMQs came the scathing statement from Sajid Javid, who left the chamber to pats on the back. Boris Johnson, though, couldn't have exited much more quickly. Labour keen to bid him farewell. Keir Starmer had a good PMQs, but it was an easy day to be leader of the opposition. MPs behind the Prime Minister who cheered him on through thick and thin was solemn today. The Teflon Prime Minister losing a grip on his own side.
Ali Fortescue catching us up there on Prime Minister's questions early today. I want to talk now to Alex Dean, Public Affairs Consultant and former Conservative advisor. Hello there, Alex. So what do you think the Prime Minister is being told behind me in Downing Street, presumably being shown the red card by some members of his cabinet?
Well, that's what people have assumed. You're right, but I've been careful about assumptions, particularly since the Neil Parish incident, when you will remember many people were going around the Westminster Village saying they knew for a fact that MP X had looked at pornography in the chamber, and it wasn't MP X. I'm not going to second guess the members of the cabinet who haven't resigned, who chose not to follow Sajid Javid and Rishi Sunak. I'm going to wait and see what they do. And I think Rees-Mogg's position...
I just want to butt in there, Alex. Because, I mean, could you paint a different scenario for us into what's happening there, that perhaps they're putting together a plan for Boris Johnson to stay in place?
Well, some will be arguing, I don't know whether they're in the building now or not, but some will definitely be telling the Prime Minister to fight on. That he has loyalists within the party, and there are some who will accept the argument that you've heard offered earlier by Jacob Rees-Mogg, that Boris Johnson has an enormous mandate that was won relatively recently at the 2019 general election. And some of those people will be persuasive and seek to say to Boris, our voters won't possibly wear it, won't possibly wear you being defenestrated. That's why they voted Conservative in the first place. Why are these MPs who owe their position in the House to you going to be able to overrule that? And I think there's going to be some force to that. I think that will be the alternative perspective.
So, Alex, I mean, do you not think, though, that the Prime Minister deserves to go, as so many in the party now think, because of his lack, I suppose, of being honest with them, particularly with ministers? You know, we saw over the Chris Pincher affair being sent out to say one thing and then being contradicted a few hours or indeed minutes later, and it happened before, of course, with Owen Paterson.
What you're talking about there is his character, I suppose, and to me, he's showing grit right now. He's showing amazing grit in the face of challenges like no Prime Minister in my lifetime has faced, and the kind of grit I want to see in a PM. Consider the runs of Prime Minister that we've had. Margaret Thatcher, tough as hell. John Major, surprisingly weak. Tony Blair, beneath the charm, very tough. Gordon Brown, surprisingly glass jaw. David Cameron, beneath the suave and languid nature, very tough. Theresa May, very fragile. You know, they seem to come one after another, and now we have Boris Johnson, extremely tough. You know, that's part one, Dermot. But the other part is, and this is more pragmatic, you can't beat somebody with nobody. they're going to have somebody they want to be the spearhead of the attempt against Boris Johnson, and right now it seems they haven't got it.
Well, I just want to put to you quickly, Alex, that the maths, though, here, if it comes down to the 1922 committee and they change the rules, there's another vote, then just look at their numbers there. 38 MPs have resigned from the government since yesterday. Let's imagine that they didn't vote against him last time round. He got, what, 211 votes against 184. If they switch sides or even abstain, then he loses in another vote of confidence.
That's true, but if you look at another perspective on the maths, it's that some of those 38 did vote against Boris Johnson. And given what they've said in the media afterwards, I would suggest that there's some force to that. Some people who were on the payroll vote voted against the Prime Minister, so they didn't have confidence in him, but in that time being, they hung on to their jobs anyway, which some people might regard as the wrong thing for them to have done. If you look at the maths that way, you assume that you might be able to get the members you want onto the 1922 committee, then you assume that the 1922 committee votes the way you want, and then you assume that they want to have a leadership contest, and then you assume the Prime Minister loses it. And each one of those assumptions are going to be tested, including the one which says Boris Johnson might win a second leadership contest.
Okay. Alex, what an interesting scenario you paint. Alex Dean there, good talking to you. Thank you very much indeed. Well, along the lines of that scenario, we've got some interesting information. Liz Bates is here with me because Sky Sources are hearing about the Prime Minister's mood, about the Prime Minister's, well, decision. Tell us.
Yes, well, we've had the latest on this. After everything that's happened today, we've seen cabinet ministers going in and out of this building, urging him to stand down. What we understand is that the Prime Minister remains defiant. He is not going to stand down. He is going to continue in post and try to keep this government going. And if you think that is quite incredible to be in that scenario where the Prime Minister of the day is having to confirm that he is going to stay in office, and that's purely because of all of the things that we've seen building up today. We just saw him in Prime Minister's questions. That was a really difficult moment for him. Lots of MPs sitting really glumly on the back benches. Well, things have hugely deteriorated since then, and we have the situation, cabinet ministers going in, urging him to stand down. Some of those cabinet ministers, some of the most supportive and loyal people around him, including people like Priti Patel. Also,
we understand that she has decided
to say she has switched sides and said to him with a heavy heart that it's time for him to go, that he can no longer carry on. Even the chairman of the 1922 committee, Sir Graham Brady, is understood to be preparing to advise him that he cannot continue and should think about his future. And at the same time as that's been happening over here, we've had MPs across in Parliament discussing whether they can change the rules to force another vote of no confidence. And so he's been pushed and pushed. It does feel like the walls are closing in. Even down at the gates here, Dermot, we can see that there's a wall of people. It feels like things are really closing in on the Prime Minister. And yet he is saying this evening he remains defiant. He will carry on. He still has a few supporters. We just saw Jacob Rees-Mogg coming out earlier. We know Nadine Dorries, Culture Secretary, a very loyal supporter of his, still on his side, but they are really dwindling at this point. But he is standing firm, not going anywhere.
But, I mean, the point I also put to Alex Dean as well about the 1922 committee, that looms then. The backbench committee that organises votes of confidence. Nadine Dorries. There we see the Culture Secretary, Nadine Dorries, being in there. So Jacob Rees-Mogg has left. Grant Shapps, we saw earlier, has left the building. And nothing to say there, obviously, at these tense times. But let's add that to what we're hearing about the Prime Minister's mood, his decision. We hear that he's remaining defiant and is intending to stay on. I'm discussing that with Liz Bates here. And but then the 1922 committee looms. If it has its elections to change the makeup of the committee, they allow another vote to take place, perhaps even with a higher threshold to trigger that. With these 38 resignations so far, you add those to the 184 that already voted against him, that's more than enough to do it.
Look, the feeling in Westminster is that if they can get to that position of having another vote of no confidence, so many MPs have changed their minds since the last one that there is really no way that he could survive. It doesn't mean that he wouldn't attempt to do so, but that is really the place that we're at the moment, is that the discussion among MPs is not when he will go, but how they can force him out of office. And we've seen cabinet ministers going in today. It was suggested that if they spoke to him and said that his time was up, then he may feel that he had to resign. If there's a mass resignation of cabinet ministers and he just simply can't fill those posts, he may then feel that he has to resign. But we know about his character that he has survived many scandals before, and he often hangs in there and feels that he can go on. So it may be that it comes down to that rule change, the 1922 Executive Committee, and they'll be having those elections on Monday, so it might be that we have to wait a few more days.
So he decided to buy some space, and it was thought that that perhaps was the situation last night when he rapidly replaced the Chancellor and the Health Secretary. But then today, of course, the drip, and it was more than a drip, let's call it a deluge of ministerial resignations and PPSs. If that doesn't happen tomorrow, will he feel that he can at least get to the weekend and then regroup?
I think that's possible, and again, I think this is what we've seen from him time and time again. He just feels that if he can get through the next hour, through the next day, he can figure out a plan and hang in there and continue in the role that he loves. And there's no question that he wants to continue as Prime Minister. I think it's interesting talking about yesterday, because what we've seen is real fluctuations in Westminster. When those first two resignations came, those big resignations, the Health Secretary and the Chancellor, the feeling from many Conservative MPs that I spoke to was that he had a matter of hours left after that, and we were going to see many, many more cabinet resignations. It did seem like he was regrouping last night, and he appointed a new Chancellor, Nadine Zahawi. He promoted Michelle Donnellan. Well, what we hear today is after that drip effect of resignations, they have now gone, after being promoted yesterday, and joined that team of cabinet ministers, we understand, who are suggesting to him that he needs to go. So it just shows how quickly things can change in a matter of 24 hours.
But on that we hear the Prime Minister is defiant. Well, you know, he hasn't actually changed his tune then during the course of the day. He's been out and about a lot in the public eye for such a long time. The Prime Minister's questions, where he made it very clear he was going to carry on, and then the bruising session at the Liaison Committee, where he made it very, very clear he continues.
Absolutely, and it's quite amazing, really, to watch how he performed in PMQs and in front of the Liaison Committee, given everything that's going on, absolutely defiant in his manner. Quite interesting at the Liaison Committee, you know, he's been asked questions about policy and government departments as ministers from those departments were resigning. There was even somebody on the committee, Hugh Merriman, who was tweeting a statement to say that the Prime Minister should resign as that committee was going on. So it's an incredible spectacle. But yeah, as I say, at this point, he remains defiant. He will stay on as long as he can.
Okay, and that is the latest. We're taking a short break now. Those are the latest we're hearing from here, live in Downing Street. The Prime Minister is defiant, will not resign. Stay with us for continuing coverage. It's 8 o'clock. This is Sky News Tonight with me, Dermot Mann, and the top story live from Downing Street, where Boris Johnson's premiership hangs in the balance. Tonight he faces a delegation of cabinet colleagues, some of them calling for him to step down as leader and, of course, as Prime Minister. Amongst them is new Chancellor Nadine Zahawi after 24 hours in the role. But Mr Johnson is apparently adamant that he'll stay the course despite a bruising day of questioning from MPs in committee and the House of Commons.
The tightrope between loyalty and integrity has become impossible in recent months. And Mr Speaker, I will never risk losing my integrity.
I'm not going to give a running commentary on political events. We're going to get on with the government of the country.
So the bright future now rests with the influential committee of Conservative backbench MPs, the 1922 committee. It's been meeting during the day. A very good evening, live from Downing Street, where for a second night the Prime Minister is fighting for his political survival. Having faced 38 government resignations today, he tonight faced a delegation of cabinet ministers who are calling for him to resign. Now, we await what Mr Johnson has to say after that meeting, but Number 10's sources are saying tonight that he will not stand down. Well, earlier at Prime Minister's questions this lunchtime, he insisted he plans to hang on in there and keep going. He then faced a 2-hour session with all the chairs of Commons committees at the powerful liaison committee. There, Mr Johnson said he could not see why he should resign when questioned by Labour's Darren Jones.
It's not brave for you to carry on doing this. I think, in my view, you're hurting the country, Prime Minister. Just on a very human level, surely you must know that it's in the country's interest for you to leave now, isn't it?
I think that the country is going through tough times, and I think that we have the biggest. You're making a point about duty, right?
Yeah.
And I look at the issues that this country faces. I look at the pressures that people are under, and the need for government to focus on their priorities, which is what we are doing. I look at the biggest war in Europe for 80 years, and I cannot for the life of me see how it is responsible just to walk away from that, as I said earlier on in PMQs, particularly not when you have a mandate of the kind that we won 2-3 years ago.
That was Mr Johnson earlier this afternoon. Well, resignations continued this evening, so let's look at the latest state of play. And these are the numbers and some of the people involved. Since the resignation of the Chancellor and the Health Secretary last night, there's been a deluge of Conservative MPs handing in their letters of resignation. The total now stands at 38. And another Tory MP, we understand, is threatening to resign if Mr Johnson doesn't step down. Chief among them, the former Health Secretary, Sajid Javid, of course, his resignation last night. He made a statement in the House of Commons today explaining his reasons for resigning.
The tightrope between loyalty and integrity has become impossible in recent months. And Mr Speaker, I will never risk losing my integrity. I also believe a team is as good as its team captain, and that a captain is as good as his or her team. So loyalty must go both ways. The events of recent months have made it increasingly difficult to be in that team. It's not fair on ministerial colleagues to go out every morning defending lines that don't stand up and don't hold up. It's not fair on my parliamentary colleagues who bear the brunt of constituents' dismay in their inboxes and on their doorsteps in recent elections. And it's not fair on Conservative members and voters who rightly expect better standards from the party they supported. When the first stories of parties in Downing Street emerged late last year, I was personally assured at the most senior level by my right honourable friend's then team that, and I quote, There had been no parties in Downing Street and no rules were broken. So I gave the benefit of doubt. And I went on those media rounds to say that I'd had those assurances from the most senior level of the Prime Minister's team. Then we had more stories. We had the Sue Gray report, a new Downing Street team. I continued to give the benefit of the doubt. And now this week again, we have reason to question the truth and integrity of what we've all been told.
The former Health Secretary, Sajid Javid there, explaining his reasons for resigning from the government last night. Let's check in with our chief political correspondent, John Craig, in Central Lobby there in the Houses of Parliament. And John, we're all trying to work out what might be going on behind me here in number 10.
Well, here in Parliament, I can tell you that MPs are aghast at the reports we're hearing that the Prime Minister has told his Cabinet colleagues, I'm not quitting. Now, I can tell you that that is indeed the case because it's just been reported to me that the ministers who went in to see the Prime Minister said to him, you've got to go, Prime Minister. And they said to him, no, I am not going. Well, they were aghast. I've just been talking to one of the ministers who resigned today. She said, no. But I can tell you, I have it on very good authority that the Prime Minister, from a senior MP, that the Prime Minister has told Cabinet colleagues he will not quit. Now, to assess that, I am joined by the Westminster leader of the Scottish National Party, Ian Blackford. What do you make of the fact that PM's refusing to go?
Well, knowing the character of the man, I suppose I'm not surprised. But, you know, we have to say to Boris Johnson, he's not a dictator. He's there in power because he's put in by the public, of course, at the election, but he's only there with the confidence of the MPs that serve in this parliament. He doesn't have the confidence of his own party. He doesn't have the confidence of his own cabinet. If he had any decency, any self-respect, any dignity, he would realise that for him this is over. He won't be dragged out next week because the Tory party will make sure the 1922 committee changed the rules. They can have a motion of no confidence. This is a man that just about universally Parliament wants gone. He cannot stay in office, but he needs to show some self-sacrifice. He needs to realise for him he should have been gone by now. And to dig his heels in when his own cabinet have turned against him, my goodness, this is unprecedented.
But he's been arguing today, both at Prime Minister's Questions, when you had your usual weekly joust with him, and also upstairs at the Liaison Committee, that he's got a mandate. He was elected in 2019 with a majority of 80. He claims he's got a mandate from the public.
He's broken the trust that was put into him in that election campaign. MPs are acting in the interest of their constituents, knowing that this man is now unpopular to such an extent. A man that we know that has misled Parliament, has lied, has cheated. He's lied again and put ministers in impossible situations this week. For him, it's over. And for him to try and cling on, desperately to cling on, this simply won't work. Parliament will do its job. And the fact that he's showing no dignity in his final hours, in his final days, really speaks about the contempt that this man has for Parliament. This is not his personal plaything. This is a man, let's not forget, that illegally shut down Parliament, the prorogation of Parliament. Once again, he's trying to cling on, but quite frankly, he's left with very few friends in this place.
You say Parliament will have its say, but the fact is he's still, even after a few by-election defeats, got a pretty big majority. There's nothing you as opposition parties can do, is there?
Well, let's wait and see. And I think first and foremost, what has to happen is Conservative MPs have got to take their own responsibility. We're in their hands. They can do that through the 1922 committee. Now, normally, it would be the case that a motion of no confidence would have no chance of success because Tory MPs would vote with the government, would vote with the Prime Minister. This is fracturing to such an extent that there is that option. If all else fails, that a motion of no confidence might be the only way that we can get rid of this Prime Minister. But my message to Tory MPs on Monday, they have got to do that job. They have got to make sure that they pass a motion of no confidence. Now, let's get this man that's besmirched the office of Prime Minister out the door. If he's not going to do it, then he needs to be dragged, screaming and kicking out of the door.
But I think I'm right in saying that a motion of no confidence on the floor of the House, that motion has to come from the leader of the official opposition, doesn't it?
It would have to come from the leader of the official opposition to be taken. That's absolutely correct. But let's make sure Tory MPs take their responsibilities next Monday when they have the 1922 committee, and that they make sure that there is a motion of no confidence. The House has to speak with a very clear voice. This man has to go.
Your colleague from the Plaid Cymru today in the Commons said that he was the Prime Minister, the current Prime Minister, was the best recruiting sergeant for independence of, I assume she meant Wales and Scotland. Secretly, we all know that you and he get on quite well across the Commons chamber there. You probably want him to stay because you think he's good for the cause of independence, probably.
I actually have no relationship with the Prime Minister. I want him gone. And we will win independence on the basis of the appeal that we put to the people in Scotland about how we deliver a greener economy, one that can deliver sustainable economic growth and fairness. We don't need Boris Johnson to do that. We will do that. But in the meantime, this man is a danger to democracy. He has to be gone.
Okay, Ian Blackford, thank you very much. Well, that's the view of Ian Blackford, the leader of the SNP here at Westminster, who denies that he's chummy with the Prime Minister, despite all the grinning across the dispatch box we see at Prime Minister's Questions on a Wednesday. Just to confirm, I have had it confirmed to me by a very senior Member of Parliament here that when Cabinet Ministers went in to see the Prime Minister and told him the game's up, he had to go, he told them, no, I am not going. That's the latest from here. And ministers and opposition MPs are aghast at that news, as we just heard from Ian Blackford. Okay, John, thank you very much. John Craig there, our chief political correspondent in the hearts of the Houses of Parliament there. And let's follow on from that then. If the Prime Minister is defiant, refusing to go, with no prospective resignation then from him, his future now could rest almost entirely with the Backbench 1922 committee. That's the influential committee of MPs, which you'll remember ran that vote of confidence in him just a few weeks ago. Let's take you through precisely their role. Now, this is what they do formally. Every week when the House of Commons is sitting, they meet to set the rules of the party. In Marshall's vote of confidence in the leader, after facing one of those votes last month, Mr Johnson is safe from another for a year. Those are the existing rules, but now elections are underway to change key members of the committee candidates, including the likes of Steve Baker and Andrew Bridgen, no fans of the Prime Minister, who have suggested they would then change the rules if elected to allow another vote of confidence much earlier than that 12-month deadline. Nominations for these executive members are open right now. They close on Monday afternoon with results later that evening. So that's next Monday. And after the election results, the committee can discuss any potential rule changes. Could happen very quickly. That means Boris Johnson could face another confidence vote within days, maybe weeks. However, any vote would need to take place before Parliament goes on summer recess in just over 2 weeks' time. Or then it would have to be delayed until Parliament reconvenes in September. Well, our Westminster correspondent Liz Bates joins me now, pointing out there the role of the 1922 committee, so it may well come into play. If, as we understand, we're hearing John Craig heard it there in the House of Commons, we're hearing from our sources as well here in Downing Street, that the Prime Minister is defiant and said to those cabinet members who said, you should go, Prime Minister, he said, no, I'm not.
Absolutely, that's what we're hearing tonight, that even after everything that's happened today, his own cabinet ministers confronting him in Downing Street and saying, your time is up, he remains defiant, he's not going to resign, he fights on, if you like. What he's going to have to start doing as well is start to fill those positions, those government positions, because we're still seeing that drip of people resigning. But it does seem like at this point, after everything that's happened, his position is, you are going to have to drag me out of office kicking and screaming, and that may very well be what happens. And one of the only mechanisms, one of the only processes that they have is a vote of no confidence. So it may be that it comes down to the 1922 Executive Committee to, as you've just outlined, change the rules. At that point, there will have to be another vote of no confidence. We assume at this point, because of the way that the tide has turned against the Prime Minister here in Westminster, so many of his MPs, many supportive of him over years, have turned against him and just believe that he cannot carry on. It does seem at this point like he would lose that vote. But time and again, what we see from Boris Johnson is he often, at very difficult moments, when he seems to have lost support, when it seems like his premiership is coming to an end, he will try to hang on just for another few hours, another few days. And what he will be looking at now is, if those 1922 elections are going to happen on Monday, that buys him a little bit more time. Maybe he can appoint some more ministers, rally the troops, and maybe he can survive a little bit longer. That's what he will be thinking.
And there are several ifs, aren't there, about the elections themselves and the nature and character of the MPs that are elected onto that committee, the new members, and indeed a rule change, because even those MPs that are opposed to the Prime Minister have asked for him to go or resign from his government are a little squeamish about changing the rules of the 1922 committee, because they say then, well, okay, in these circumstances we want to do that, to remove this Prime Minister, but then if they stay in place, then every leader of the party could face almost perpetual challenges.
Absolutely, and you're right to put it like that, because they are quite squeamish about that. They are quite protective of those rules and the etiquette that they've had to govern the party over many years. I just think that many MPs, not just people that have been critical of Boris Johnson, but even some of his supporters, are feeling like if he won't go, it is just too detrimental for the party to let him continue, especially with the government in this complete state of paralysis. You know, the country's also facing a cost of living crisis that we've completely forgotten about as well. And I think there's such a strength of feeling within the Conservative Party that they may well decide that they want to hold their noses and change the rules. But as you say, it will depend on who is elected to the Executive Committee and if they are prepared to push through with this. I mean, things can change very quickly, so we'll have to see if that goes ahead.
And what about what's going on in there now? So we are imagining, of course, that cabinet members, not all of them, of course, but cabinet members went in and said, Mr. Johnson, we think you should, we're asking you to resign as leader and as Prime Minister. He's defiant, saying, no, I will not go. Well, then isn't that back to those cabinet members, and they should resign?
Absolutely. Well, where does that leave them? I mean, it's quite interesting. We just saw, you pointed out, Nadine Dorries coming out as supporter of the Prime Minister. We saw Jacob Rees-Mogg, both looking happy. It was a show, I think, of defiance. They are some of those supporters that are still hanging in there and remaining loyal to the Prime Minister. But many other cabinet ministers going in there to confront him and saying you cannot carry on as Prime Minister. Well, how can they then carry on in their cabinet post? So something that we may see is resignations this evening if the talks behind those doors have gone the way that we think they have.
Yeah, and the significance of these, 38 resignations in total, the majority of them taking place during the course of the day. And these are not the front rank, this is ministers and PPSs as they're called, and many of them, the younger members of the parliamentary party, the intake from just a couple of years ago and the election before that.
Yes, absolutely. So that shows, I mean, I think what we've seen really over the past few days is there is no faction here that's turned against the Prime Minister. There are many MPs from different intakes, different sides of the Conservative Party with very different loyalties, and that raises questions, of course, where that leaves the party when this all kind of blows up. But what I think that shows is that this isn't a kind of concerted move by any one particular group. It's a lot of maybe small groups and individual MPs feeling that it's a matter of conscience that they have to stand down. But as you say, the thing to watch this evening is those cabinet ministers. Many of them still remain in post, having said to the Prime Minister, we don't believe that you should be leading this country anymore. So there was a suggestion earlier that there may be a kind of mass resignation from them in a kind of final attempt to push him into resigning. But it doesn't seem like he has any plans to do that.
What a fascinating knife-edge situation we are in, Liz Bates. Thank you very much indeed for the time being. We're taking a short break and you're watching Sky News Tonight live from the heart of Downing Street. Coming up next, we'll have the latest from today's fractious Prime Minister's questions and look ahead to tomorrow's action in the House of Commons.
Big stories don't always come from big cities. I'm Lisa Dowd and I'm Sky's Midlands correspondent, and this is where I grew up. We can reveal that the driver who hit Harry Dunn is 42-year-old Am Sakulas.
Just with the president, and we never thought we'd get this far.
This is what they're up against. That the wind is the really big problem. It is back-breaking work and the smoke is thick. It's been working well. Water levels are dropping, but no one knows what impact further rain will have. What would you do if this place wasn't open? We take you to the heart of the stories that shape our world.
It's really scary, terrifying.
In this community, I'm told that everybody knows someone affected by COVID.
Hopefully this will be the last wave.
I never knew they would make it. It's amazing.
Change seems tantalisingly close in this corner of the UK. Wales was the first to introduce the plastic bag charge. This is my patch, my specialism. It's also my home.
I'm Yvan Bourgnon, I'm a sailor. I spent half time of my life on the sea. We have a factory who can convert this plastic to energy. So after, at the end, we can minimize the footprint carbon of the boat.
Now then, Boris Johnson faced MPs in the House of Commons today at Prime Minister's questions. The Chris Pincher scandal dominated exchanges between him and the Labour leader, Sir Keir Starmer. Our political correspondent, Ali Fortescue, has been analysing what happened.
It was an extraordinary PMQs. MPs waited. Some wondered if he'd even show up. But as the Prime Minister arrived to a solemn front bench, any cheers were very quickly drowned out. Starmer capitalised and the chamber was silent as he asked his first question, relaying the details of an alleged assault by Chris Pincher.
He says he grabbed my arse and then he slowly moved his hand down in front of my groin. I froze. I accept that's not easy listening, but it's a reminder to all those propping up this Prime Minister just how serious the situation is.
The PM tried to rally his side, focus on policy, but it wasn't working.
Not least the 500,000 people we got off welfare into work in the last 6 months alone, Mr. Speaker. Those are things that are making differences to the lives of people up and down the country, and I'm proud of it.
Here's Starmer.
No one's cheering there.
Labour unimpressed, but look at the PM's own side. Their faces said it all.
What a pathetic spectacle. The dying act of his political career is to parrot that nonsense. And as for those who are left, only in office because no one else is prepared to debase themselves any longer, the charge of the lightweight brigade.
And if we look more closely at what was going on the Tory benches, Sajid Javid arrived late to support from rebels like Mark Harper, but avoiding eye contact with his old cabinet colleagues. Missing from the front bench today was Housing Secretary Michael Gove. No word yet on his position. The mood, though, was glum. This was PMQs in January. Jonathan Gullis cheering on the Prime Minister at the height of Partygate. But look at him today, after resigning his junior role in government last night. Elsewhere, Tory backbenchers used the opportunity to have their say.
Does the Prime Minister think there are any circumstances in which he should resign?
Today I ask ask him to do the honourable thing, put the interests of the nation before his own interests.
Nothing left for him to do other than to take responsibility and resign.
The Prime Minister's response here to Labour's Ian Lavery perhaps sums up the tone.
Hang on in there, Mr. Speaker. That's what I'm going to do.
And after PMQs came the scathing statement from Sajid Javid. He left the chamber to pats on the back. Boris Johnson, though, couldn't have exited much more quickly. Labour keen to bid him farewell. Keir Starmer had a good PMQs, but it was an easy day to be leader of the opposition. MPs behind the Prime Minister who cheered him on through thick and thin were solemn today. The Teflon Prime Minister losing a grip on his own side.
Ali Fortescue, and how the political winds have changed so dramatically for the Prime Minister. Let's talk to our chief political correspondent, John Craig. He's in Central Lobby in the Houses of Parliament, sniffing the wind metaphorically for us there. John, what are you hearing?
Well, there's shock at the news that the Prime Minister has told his cabinet he's not quitting. There's also some concern about the Commons business tomorrow, I can tell you, Dermot, because it's DCMS questions, culture, media and sport. Of course, Nadine Dorries, the ultimate, I suppose, Johnson loyalist, is still there, but one of her junior ministers, Julia Lopez, has gone. It's then Attorney General's questions. Now, Suella Braverman is still there, but the Solicitor General, Alex Chalk, has gone. So we're going to see a pretty sparsely attended government front bench tomorrow, by all accounts. Fortunately for the government, the main business of the day is backbench business, so probably not too many front benches required for that. But there is shock here, I can tell you, amongst Tories. One minister said no when I said he's refusing to go. Another minister has just said to me when I told him the news, well, we'll see how long that holds. So some feeling that perhaps be a change overnight, perhaps when the Prime Minister slept on, he might think again. Let's get a Labour reaction. We've heard from the SNP, joined by Steve Reid, the Shadow Justice Secretary. What do you make of the news that the PM has told his cabinet colleagues he's not going to go?
Well, it's staggering given the circumstances. He is the bad smell that just won't go away now, and he's lost so much support. He's lost so much support in the country, leave alone in his own party in Parliament. But for a Prime Minister to cling on when he's actually now damaging the good government of our country, the government is frozen. We have whole departments like education now that are bereft of ministers. Decisions are not being taken. Decisions about kids' futures in those cases, but that applies to every single part of government now. That man has become a block. He's putting his own personal ambition, his own self-delusion ahead of the interests of the British people. And what I want to see happen next is those members of the cabinet who have not resigned, which is actually all of them except two, they need to get in there, publicly quit their jobs now and force that man out of office so that we can get this country back on track again.
Well, they've gone to him, quite a few of them, a delegation, all said to him, Prime Minister, you've got to go, and he's just told them to go away. No, I'm not going.
Well, there's a nice way to do this and there's a nasty way to do this, and if the man won't agree to walk out the door, he has to be dragged. He has to be dragged out of the door. I mean, it staggers me that it's taken so many of them this long to realise quite what he is. But his behaviour right now is showing, again, his contempt for the country of which he is the Prime Minister and for the British people, as he did with his lockdown parties while the British people were making incredible sacrifices. He was allowing suitcases of booze to be wheeled into number 10 Downing Street. That same attitude of contempt towards the British people. They should have acted then, they need to act now, and that means resigning en masse from the cabinet to get that man out.
One thing you could do as the official opposition is to put down a motion of no confidence in the Prime Minister. It has to be the leader of the official opposition that does that. Will Sir Keir Starmer do that?
Well, there will be conversations going on with the whips, I'm pretty sure, if the Prime Minister refuses to go, because he does have to be removed now. He is a blockage to the good government of our country. He needs to get out of office, and if he won't go willingly, he will be dragged, kicking and screaming, one way or another, out of office.
But come on, surely you can tell me that Sir Keir Starmer will put down a motion of no confidence if necessary.
Not my pay grade to tell my boss
Well,
what
come
he's
on,
going
you're a member of the shadow cabinet.
what he's going to do. But if it needs to come to that, it will come to that, and it will be a negotiation across the parties and with those members of the Conservative Party who are finally seeing what the rest of us have seen for years. This man is unfit for office and needs to be kicked out.
Sounds as though Sir Keir's being a bit cautious here. You just said you have to have discussion with MPs of other parties, including the Conservatives. Why not be bold?
This is a
and put down a motion of no confidence.
This is a psychodrama inside the Conservative Party, and we need to see if they can find the backbones they've been missing for these past few years, and get rid of a leader who is now a threat to the good government of our country. If they can't do it, then I'm sure Parliament will come together and see what we can all do.
Yeah. When you say Parliament comes together, a motion of no confidence.
Well, that will be certainly one of the most obvious options on the table. It's not just for me to say this on your show. I don't want you to be rude, but there will be conversations involving a lot of people together.
Okay, Steve Reid, thank you very much. Well, there you have it. It sounds as though a motion of no confidence put forward by the official opposition is something that's being considered. We await news from Sir Keir Starmer whether he's going to do that. But Steve Reid, thank you very much. That's Steve Reid, the Shadow Justice Secretary, reacting for Labour. Real shock here. There's not an enormous number of MPs around. I can tell you the Commons and the Lords have now risen. There are still some MPs here. There is a mood of disbelief. Let me just confirm to you what I heard a short time ago from a very senior member of the House of Commons, that when the cabinet ministers went in, including loyalists, to tell the Prime Minister, including people like Priti Patel, the game's up, Prime Minister, you've got to go. He sent them away and said, no, I am not quitting. I have that on very highest authority here in the House of Commons, and that is what happened in the room. So the Prime Minister said, no, I'm not quitting. And now we've got Labour considering putting down a motion of no confidence. That we've already spoken to the SNP. They would obviously support that. Things now obviously will continue to move at a fast pace. I should also say, excuse me, I've just spoken to one government minister still in his job, the Minister of State, who said to me when I told him what the Prime Minister's reaction was, well, let's see if that holds. So there may be a change, of course, overnight. May well be that the Prime Minister changes his mind overnight, and in the morning, of course, Margaret Thatcher famously said, we fight on, we fight to win, and of course she bowed out. And in some ways it's similar to November 1990, except that night, I remember, the cabinet ministers all went into Margaret Thatcher's room here in the Commons, one by one. This time, they all went to see Boris Johnson in Downing Street, and they were all in the room together. So a bit different, but similar sort of picture, really, where you've got the cabinet turning on a Prime Minister.
John Craig there with a glimpse of the opening chapter of his memoirs. Thank you very much indeed, John. You're watching Sky News tonight, live from Downing Street. Coming up next, we'll get an idea of what might be going on behind that door tonight. For meetings, we know, with someone who's been on the inside. Welcome back to Sky News Live in Downing Street, where we understand Cabinet members have been inside behind that door for the last 2 or 3 hours or so, talking, some of them advising the Minister, telling the Prime Minister to step down. Let's get the latest with our Westminster correspondent, Liz Bates. And we understand that when that has been put to the Prime Minister is, the word is, defiant.
That's what we've been told, that the Prime Minister is going nowhere. He will fight on. Basically, he will have to be dragged out of this building kicking and screaming, and that is what the Conservative Party is thinking about, how they can do that basically at the moment. The question now, I think, is what we've seen over the past few hours. We're basically in a bit of no man's land now. We've had a big chunk of the cabinet going to the Prime Minister, confronting him, saying we don't believe in your leadership anymore, and he has said basically, get lost, I'm going to carry on. And so where does that now leave those cabinet ministers? Because they now, I think, either have to resign or they have to very much change their tune and come out publicly and say, okay, I'm going to now back the Prime Minister after everything that's happened today, and start to put together policies and a programme of government and go on TV and do all the kinds of interviews that we've seen before in which they back this Prime Minister. So they're really in a difficult position. We're going to be watching over the next few hours what those people are saying.
Let's do some, let me call it Downing Streetology of what we've seen in the comings and goings. I said we understand that the majority of the Cabinet are still in there. Now, they may have left by different routes. There are so many ways in and out. But the ones we've seen publicly, demonstrably leaving are the Uber loyalists. Jacob Rees-Mogg, Nadine Dorries, Grant Shapps. Are they sending a message out?
I think they absolutely are sending a message out, no question of that. We saw earlier Nadine Dorries come out of the front door. She was smiling. Jacob Rees-Mogg, the same thing. Both of them saying that they will be standing by the Prime Minister come what may. What we haven't seen is those other cabinet ministers. And what's quite interesting is I'm starting to see, and this is often what happens at moments like this in Westminster, conflicting briefings now coming out on social media, some suggesting that Nadine Zahawi and Priti Patel never confronted the Prime Minister and never turned against him, and that they're happy to stay on his cabinet and they were always on his side, which is slightly bizarre. And this is something that we need to get to the bottom of. But that really gets to the heart of where does that leave his cabinet now? If he really wants to continue as Prime Minister, Boris Johnson is going to have to start filling those empty seats of those positions in government, all the resignations that have happened today. He's going to have to start looking around the party and find people that are willing now to step up and serve in a government after all of the turmoil that we've been through over the past few days.
But even with an 80-seat majority, I mean, you eventually run out of people. 38 resignations in the last 24 hours.
You certainly do, and I think speaking to Conservative MPs over the past few days, I think it's likely that he will start to run out of people. But there's no question, there are still supporters of Boris Johnson within the party, and from what we hear from him tonight, he believes that he can carry on, and he will not be forced into resigning by people going into his office and telling him they've lost confidence in him. He will have to be removed by his MPs, and that's why many people are turning their attentions now to the 1922 committee to see if they can bring different people into the executive committee and to change the rules. And that may be the only way that they can get Boris Johnson, because it seems like this pressure, this political pressure that's been building, and we've seen this type of thing out of prime ministers before. It seems like Boris Johnson is digging in. He's not having any of it.
Just tell us about the 1922 committee, how soon that could happen. Certainly not this side of the weekend.
It does seem like it could drag on. They met today to discuss a rule change. There's no question that many Conservative MPs are happy to push ahead with a rule change, but they will have to elect a new executive committee. Those elections will start on Monday. At that point, the process will get underway for trying to change the rules, and it could go on for longer, and that will make the Prime Minister feel positive that he has a bit more time in office, time to regroup, time to make new appointments, and hopefully from his position, he'll want to stay on.
Okay, Liz, for the time being, thank you very much indeed. Keep listening, keep the research going. Well, our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates, has been reporting today that according to one of Boris Johnson's allies, he would rather be dragged out of Downing Street than resign, as we've been saying, his own accord, that word defiant, because he prefers the optics. So in these fast-moving, febrile times of Westminster, just what is it like behind the scenes in the building behind me? Well, it's speculation, of course, but we can get the views of those in the know. Joining me is Kevin Craig, Chief Executive and founder of the communications agency PLMR, and Henry Hill, Deputy Editor of Conservative. I'm good to talk to you both. Henry, let's get your view first, and all of us are wondering what might be going on behind those doors. We understand the cabinet, the might of the cabinet are there, many of them saying, Prime Minister, time to go.
Well, I think the absolutely fascinating question is going to be, what do you do if you're one of the cabinet ministers who didn't resign, who went to the Prime Minister today and told him that he needed to resign, and then he refuses? Because you're in an impossible position. You can't really continue doing your job. You've expressed no confidence in the Prime Minister. You will be hounded about it in Parliament. You'll be hounded about it every time you do the news round. So really, you need to resign. But what we're hearing instead, as your reporter said, is we're now getting these conflicting reports where it seems that some people who might have told the Prime Minister he needs to go are starting to backpedal. Now, compared to the Conservative Party that ruthlessly defenestrated Margaret Thatcher back in the day, there has been this sort of lack of ruthlessness on the part of modern Conservative MPs. They limped over the line in a very chaotic way to that first no confidence ballot a few weeks ago. They've now sort of limped their way to this latest crisis with 2 resignations. And it's really unfortunate, I think, that given that this government is circling the drain, I think at this point, Boris Johnson couldn't even appoint his preferred candidate as Chancellor, that they're making such a spectacle of it and taking so long to do it, when I think a clean break and decisive action would be much better for the party and the country.
Clearly not happening, though. Kevin Craig, is it? I mean, what do you make of that? It has been said that Boris Johnson would prefer something of a scorched earth policy.
That's absolutely right. I mean, we've been talking to clients all throughout the day about what happens next. And the key here is Boris Johnson, his psychology. Why on earth would he listen to any of these pleas to go? If you follow the career of the man and those around him, he sees it very clearly. We saw it today with Conor Burns, who got a lot of stick, the Northern Ireland minister, lots of stick on social media. But there is the heart of the Prime Minister's approach. I won this election. You're not going to kick me out, and actually, I will leave it to you. I'm not going anywhere. I've got a direct connection with the British public, and I don't see why I should leave, and I'm not playing by your rules. And every day this goes on, it's an absolute gift for the Labour Party. The House of Commons was savage today. Absolutely savage, but Boris Johnson is not a typical politician. He is not going to come out of here before midnight and make a sober, I'm sorry statement. It's just not happening. So we're nowhere near finished yet, Governor.
Okay, Henry, we're just doing, I'm sure you've already heard it, that another PPS is gone, Jacob Young, the levelling up PPS. So I think that makes it 39 in total. We'll update our little ticker. So Henry Hill, I mean, we're talking about Boris Johnson doesn't obey the rules, but presumably there are some rules, party rules, that he does have to obey, and I'm talking, of course, about the 1922 committee. Now, he survived a vote of confidence 4 or 5 weeks ago. The presumption is, given what's happened in the last few days, he wouldn't survive another one. They just have to change the rules to allow one to take place. Do you think that is going to happen?
Almost certainly. They've moved, they didn't decide to do it today, but they have moved forward the elections for a new executive for the 1922 committee, which are going to take place on Monday. It's almost certain that Boris Johnson's opponents will walk those elections, and then they will control whether or not the 22 changes its internal rules, which they're completely free to do. There has been some really deranged stuff from some of the Prime Minister's supporters about mass withdrawing the whip from every MP that votes against him. You know, I'm not actually entirely sure that he couldn't do that in theory as party leader, but I don't think it would wash. I think at that point, you know, the great majority of Conservative MPs outside his bunker would just reject that as a complete usurpation of his rightful authority as leader. But yes, I think at the point where a majority of his own MPs have declared they have no confidence in his leadership, I don't actually think, you know, this threat he has to go to the country, I don't think he'd be able to do it, because he would no longer obviously command the confidence of the House of Commons. That might put the Queen in a difficult position. But yes, ultimately, if he can't staff his cabinet, and if a majority of Conservative MPs say they don't have any confidence in his party leader, the game is up. You simply can't run a government based on a small number of loyalists alone. You need to have the votes to pass legislation, and you need to have the bodies to fill out the payroll vote, all those PPS positions, trade envoys and all the rest of it. And if you don't have them, the jig is over.
Yeah, we're just showing that news that I reported earlier, that Jacob Young has resigned as the levelling up PPS, and there's the tweet confirming it. So, Kevin Craig, your thoughts on the 1922 committee? There are those MPs who say, well, you know, even though we're against Mr Johnson, we shouldn't really be moving the goalposts on that.
I think there is a risk that there's a growing band of opinion that thinks the Conservative Party might come across as quite undemocratic if it removes the Prime Minister in this way. And I think that the longer it goes on, the more chance that Boris Johnson has got to circle his wagons and survive again. And the 1922 is, of course, important. The chairman was in today giving wise counsel, we heard. But ultimately, the Prime Minister and those around him think he has a mandate, and they are going to make the other side see this through. And no matter how brutal that is, how damaging to the Conservative Party, we heard 69% of the country, you know, against the Prime Minister, by-elections being lost all over the place, but they are going to push it. You know, Boris Johnson is not going to do what they ask, and the question is how much political damage, how permanent that is going to be done to the Conservative Party in the meantime.
Yeah, well, that's a very good point Kevin Craig makes, isn't it, Henry Hill? You know, I was talking to Lord Howell earlier, who was around for the defenestration of Margaret Thatcher, and he said, of course, and we all know it, that the poison from that ran through the veins and still runs through the veins of the Conservative Party. The longer it goes on, the more lasting damage it causes.
To an extent, I think there's a danger of that, especially amongst the grassroots, where the Prime Minister does have a committed block of supporters, but amongst the parliamentary party, I think it's much less of an issue. There have never been Johnsonites. That's been one of the features of his premiership. He has a handful of these people who are personally loyal to him, but Margaret Thatcher had a big block of MPs who were ideologically committed to her project, and she'd earned their loyalty over 10 years of transformational government and winning 3 general elections. Boris Johnson simply hasn't done that. He hasn't done the policy legwork all the time in Parliament to build up that kind of block. So I think it's much less a danger than it was in Margaret Thatcher's case.
And Kevin Craig, just on this issue of the Prime Minister going, of course, it's been discussed for at least the last 6 months, and one of the issues perhaps staying the hand of those that have doubts within the party about the Prime Minister is this issue of a kind of standout replacement. They need stability, the country needs stability as quickly as possible. If the Prime Minister goes, a leadership election, we could see, well, what, over a dozen candidates at the very least.
Yeah, and there is no standout candidate, and the new leader would then have years of being faced with the Labour Party quite rightly saying, what's your mandate and why are you here and who elected you? And it's enough of this internal Conservative Party nonsense. We demand a general election. So I think, again, you know, it's not my politics, but if you're thinking about the survival and what's best for the Conservative Party, I think there'll be quite a lot of them tonight thinking, do we really want to do this? Do we know what's going to happen next? Do we know who the replacement is? They don't know any of this. And they also don't know what is the big picture conversation that's going to define British politics. And who do they think is going to beat Keir Starmer? Because that man is riding high and loving every second of this.
Yeah, well, that's another issue, isn't it? Depending if he's still there after Durham Constabulary's decision, which we are expecting perhaps this week as well. What extraordinary times we're in. Kevin Craig, Henry Hill, very good to talk to you both. Thank you very much indeed for your thoughts. Let's catch up on what we're hearing from inside that building behind me. Our Westminster correspondent Liz Bates joins me now. Well, what they're hearing inside there as well has been another resignation. We've updated what we call our ticker at the bottom of the screen. 39 resignations now, just over 24 hours. This is the Parliamentary Private Secretary levelling up. Jacob Young has resigned, can't take it anymore.
Yes, well, we haven't had one for a bit, have we? So we've got another resignation there, and as you see, we've been seeing those trickle in throughout the day. Quite interesting what he said in his resignation was that he'd agonised about this decision, and as a supporter of the Prime Minister, he just feels like he wants the better for him, and just feels like he doesn't see his future as tenable anymore. So quite clearly, the Prime Minister, it's not just his critics at this point that are resigning, that are suggesting to him that his time is up. It's even people that have supported him, some of his closest allies, we believe, are now feeling that he just cannot continue on in this role. So a really difficult situation for him.
Let's just examine that. I mean, it's a real mishmash, isn't it, of reasons. Of course, front and centre is the Prime Minister's character and his charge that he's been misleading them, in particular misleading ministers and putting them out there to bat on his behalf without telling them the full facts. But there's also, isn't there, bubbling away within the party a semi-ideological discussion about this government, this Prime Minister, not being conservative enough in his policies.
Absolutely. I think there's concern on that issue. There are many MPs that feel that the Prime Minister just hasn't been forceful enough in pushing through certain policies. There is, of course, also the issue of his character, this idea that he has a particularly with the truth. And one of the things that we heard Sajid Javid speaking about in the chamber today, we've heard this from many other ministers, is just getting sick and tired of being given one line from number 10 and going out and saying it on the TV and defending the government and the Prime Minister, and then finding out the next day that it's not true. I think the other thing is, though, that many people have supported Boris Johnson over the years in the Conservative Party because they believed that he was a vote winner, and we've seen from the past, not just the last two by-elections, but a couple of by-elections before that as well, votes slipping away from Boris Johnson, and I think that is another very significant reason why he's lost so much support within the Conservative Party.
Electoral Midas touch, isn't he called, Liz? Yeah, please, absolutely.
So what we have heard just in the last few minutes is Nadhim Zahawi, the Chancellor. He was only appointed Chancellor, of course, yesterday. We did hear earlier that he had gone into Downing Street to tell the Prime Minister that, as part of a delegation, if you like, of Cabinet Ministers, that he could no longer say, oh, well, we understand this evening that he will not be resigning. He will carry on as Chancellor. He says he wants to focus on the cost of living and cutting the tax burden, and that will be his focus from tonight and going forward. He will not be standing down after everything that's happened today.
He'd gone in there to tell the Prime Minister to go.
Yes.
I mean, he couldn't stay on as Chancellor if he didn't have a Prime Minister to serve.
An utterly bizarre situation to be in, and we'll be keeping an eye now on the rest of those Cabinet Ministers that went in to say exactly the same thing to the Prime Minister. What will they be doing now when it comes to, are they going to continue in their Cabinet post, or are they going to stand down?
And that's the issue Henry Hill from Conservative Home was just saying to me. That's the thing, that's the issue to watch for this evening, if anyone else from the Cabinet walks.
Absolutely.
OK, Liz, for the time being, thank you very much indeed. Well, let's check in now with our chief political correspondent, John Craig. He's in Parliament's central lobby, where, John, you were saying earlier, it's all gone a bit quiet there, but I bet, OK, physically it has. I see you back in our headquarters in Westminster there, and but I bet the WhatsApp groups are buzzing.
So quiet, Dermot. We got booted out because both the Commons and the Lords have risen now. Let me bring you some breaking news, and it does involve Nadhim Zahawi. I've just had a statement from the Prime Minister's Parliamentary Private Secretary, that is James Duddridge, who is the MP for Rochford and Southend East. He has revealed to Sky News exclusively that tomorrow the Prime Minister and the Chancellor, the new Chancellor, will together launch a new economic plan, no doubt aimed at tackling the cost of living crisis. The Prime Minister is reported to have told MPs yesterday that with a new Chancellor, there'll be a better chance of cutting taxes than under Rishi Sunak. So let me read you an on-the-record quote from James Duddridge, one of the Prime Minister's Parliamentary Private Secretaries. The Prime Minister is in buoyant mood, says Mr Duddridge, and will fight on, He has a 14 million mandate and so much to do for the country. I expect him to make senior cabinet appointments this evening, and I'm looking forward to hearing what the PM and his fantastic Chancellor, Nadhim Zahawi, have to say tomorrow. That is an on-the-record statement to Sky News from the Prime Minister's PPS, obviously speaking with the authority of Boris Johnson. So, a number of points there. He's in a buoyant mood. Well, he's certainly defiant. Obviously, he sent the cabinet ministers telling him to quit, sent them away earlier this evening, and he will fight on. Remember Margaret Thatcher saying, "We fight on, we fight to win." One minister said to me tonight when I was discussing what the PM had done in Downing Street this evening, said, "Well, we'll see how long that holds." As for his 14 million mandate, well, of course, he's referring to the general election there. So much to do for the country, as he's been saying at PMQs and in the liaison committee today. And Mr. Dudridge says he expects the PM to make senior cabinet appointments this evening. Now, he's already filled the vacancies left by Rishi Sunak and Sajid Javid, Mr. Zahawi Chancellor, Steve Barclay Health. Does that mean we're expecting some other cabinet resignations tonight? Possibly. As for he talks about the PM and his fantastic Chancellor, what they have to say tomorrow. I'm told it is a joint presentation of some sort, an event they're going to do tomorrow on the economy. Do you remember for weeks now, the PM's been talking about doing something with Rishi Sunak? And I remember, I think it was last weekend, the two of them wrote a joint article in the Sun newspaper, Sun on Sunday. Well, Mr. Sunak's gone. Tomorrow, a joint announcement from the PM and his new Chancellor, presumably pledges of tax cuts and moves to tackle the cost of living crisis.
Extraordinary turnaround. John, thank you very much indeed. John Craig, live from Westminster there. Well, we're live in Downing Street. Liz Bates is here with me now. Let's just reflect on that John was saying. You were just telling us about Nadine Zahawi and saying he wanted to get on with the job. And now we're hearing that it was going to involve Rishi Sunak when he was Chancellor, and it was going to take place a little later, one imagined, this month. But tomorrow we're going to get this joint statement, economic statement.
Well, this is an incredible turnaround after we spent today. We saw the Prime Minister at Prime Minister's question time and in front of the liaison committee. So many miserable faces on the backbenches in the House of Commons. We've had all of these resignations. How many is it now? 39. Nadine Zahawi, from everything that we understood today, was part of a delegation of cabinet ministers that went into Number 10 and told the Prime Minister, "You are done, you need to stand aside, we need to have a Tory leadership contest." And what we're hearing this evening is he wants to continue, he wants to focus on the cost of living crisis, and we're going to have this plan laid out, a joint plan by him and the Prime Minister tomorrow, as if they're getting back to business as usual. So I think what it shows is what we heard earlier this evening from the Prime Minister, that he is defiant, he's going nowhere. It seems like they're putting plans in place to make sure that that is what it looks like over the coming days.
What an evening. Liz Bates, thank you very much indeed. And that is the situation right now here in Downing Street. As we understand it, as you heard Liz saying, the Prime Minister is defiant. Senior cabinet members suggested to him that it was time to go. He told them no. And tomorrow, the extraordinary news we're hearing with the new Chancellor, the Prime Minister will be making a joint statement on the economy, perhaps including the tax cuts so desired by many members of his party. Stay with us, continuing coverage.
It's up for it. Oh, right, I feel like it needs to. but yours was subtly faint to my skin. I couldn't scream out, because it's just there, and it was double up so, and then obviously oh God, what an infant.
you.